Lin Tao stopped sleeping. A stern female voice rang out. So it seems you already understand everything, huh? Then tell me, what is the use of the Philosopher's Stone? The Philosopher's Stone? Do I really have to say it? Lin Tao was deeply conflicted, wondering if talking about this in class would get him beaten. Ha! As I expected, you can't answer, can you? Can't you just stay awake and listen properly in class? If all the children of our civilization were like you, how would we ever be able to resist our enemies in the future? You are not allowed to leave after class. Hearing that he was not allowed to leave after class, Lin Tao panicked at once and hurriedly answered, the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone can be used as a crafting table, and it is an important material for synthesizing the Transmutation Table, and then it can also... Stop. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you still half asleep? You are still not allowed to leave after class. The classroom instantly brimmed with a lively, amused mood. Ah, no, don't. Class dismissed. As these words fell, it was as if thunder erupted from the ground. The children shot out like galloping steeds, kicking up clouds of dust as they rushed outside. The female teacher reached out and grabbed, plucking from the herd of horses, a boy of strikingly handsome appearance. His skin was fair, his features delicate, with a suppressed smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he pretended to know nothing and said blankly, "What is it, teacher?" Teacher Yang Meng cast Lin Tao a sidelong glance and said in a less than pleasant tone, "You brat, don't even think about sneaking away." "Teacher, actually, I was planning to go straight to your office." Blue veins faintly bulged on Yang Meng's forehead as she smiled and said to Lin Tao, "My office is upstairs. You were just running downstairs." That. Lin Tao felt a bit embarrassed, stammering and unable to refute. "Humph." Yang Meng snorted coldly and no longer bothered to argue with Lin Tao, directly leading him toward the office. Before long, an oak door entered Lin Tao's field of vision. Yang Meng opened it and stepped into the office. Lin Tao followed behind her into the room. A desk composed of oak steps came into Lin Tao's view. His gaze then wandered toward the window. The window was made up of 4 glass blocks, and outside it floated a block of dirt with a dandelion planted upon it. In the corner of the wall stood a black block resembling a half slab. To its right was a large chest. Just as Lin Tao was curiously wondering what that block was, Yang Meng had already walked to the chair behind the desk and sat down. She sighed and spoke to Lin Tao in a heavy, earnest tone. "Look at you sleeping in class again today. You were like this the past few days as well. Do you really not plan on studying this equivalent exchange mod?" Hearing Yang Meng's words, Lin Tao lowered his head in silence, as if he had not heard her at all. Seeing him like this, Yang Meng could not help but sigh as she said, "Forget it. I'll lend you this transmutation table first. Tomorrow the school will conduct an inspection to determine whether students have sufficient resources to continue their studies. Your family doesn't have a transmutation table, so I'll lend you mine. That way you won't be expelled from the school." As she spoke, Yang Meng stood up and walked toward the strange block in the corner. "This is the transmutation table." Following the sound, Lin Tao looked over and saw that the 4 edges of the block had the sheen of obsidian. At its center was a mysterious, profound vortex slowly rotating. Seeing that Lin Tao had turned his head, Yang Meng took an iron pickaxe from the chest beside her and broke the transmutation table, picking it up into her hands. Yang Meng looked at the transmutation table with a hint of heartache, then turned her head toward Lin Tao and said, "Here, take it." Seeing this, Lin Tao smiled and said to Yang Meng, "Thank you, teacher. But that aside, teacher, why don't you just make another transmutation table yourself?" At his words, Yang Meng spoke with some anger. "Lin Tao, it's one thing that you don't listen in class, but you don't even know such basic common sense." Lin Tao's face was full of confusion. Seeing his expression, Yang Meng sighed. Just as she was about to say something more, a loud broadcast suddenly sounded from outside the school. "According to national observation, tonight will be a blood moon. All residents are requested to take protective measures at home and light up all nearby areas. I repeat." After hearing the announcement, Lin Tao's eyes lit up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said to Yang Meng, "Teacher, since tonight is so dangerous, could you lend me some blocks?" Hearing this, Yang Meng's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again as she asked, "What blocks do you need?" "Hee, I don't need much. Just 10 blocks of obsidian, 10 blocks of stone, and a philosopher's stone." "All right then. 10 blocks of obsidian, 10 blocks of stone, and 1 philosopher's." At this point, Yang Meng froze, withdrawing her hand from the vortex of the transmutation table she had just placed down. She looked at Lin Tao suspiciously and asked, "What do you need the philosopher's stone for?" Well, since tonight is dangerous, and I don't have any tools to provide light, I plan to seal myself inside blocks. But once I do that, I won't be able to place a crafting table, so I can only use the philosopher's stone as a crafting table." Yang Meng gave Lin Tao a doubtful look but did not ask further. She handed him the items in her hand along with the transmutation table and reminded him, "As long as you return the philosopher's stone to me tomorrow, it's fine. Don't forget. If there's nothing else, hurry on home." "Teacher, about the transmutation table I asked about earlier." Can't you look it up in your books when you get home? Hurry back. Oh, goodbye, teacher. After leaving the office, Lin Tao let out a long breath, calming his slightly excited mood. Through what had just happened, Lin Tao finally confirmed one thing: he had transmigrated. And he had transmigrated into my world. In his previous life, he had always fantasized about transmigrating someday. Even his dreams were filled with adventures in my world. He had never imagined that it would actually come true now. According to that announcement just now, tonight is a blood moon. I'd better hurry home. With this thought, Lin Tao immediately lifted his feet and walked forward. When he stepped out of the school gate, Lin Tao froze. He had no memory of the original owner, so he didn't know where his home was. Seriously? Am I going to have to dig a 3-bone hole and fill it in on my very first day after transmigrating? Lin Tao stared around in despair. Wait! He suddenly widened his eyes and looked toward the street on the right. Why does this look so familiar? His brows furrowed into a tight knot as he tried to recall similar scenes in his mind. A dream. Lin Tao's eyes widened. He remembered it. He had seen this scene in his dream. But why would a scene from my dream appear here? Lin Tao could not make sense of it. Forget it, I'll just follow this road first. It's almost dark. After a short while, Lin Tao arrived in front of a building. This should be the original owner's home. He muttered, looking at the house before him that felt both somewhat familiar and somewhat strange. Key for room 101. Lin Tao took a button from his backpack and placed it beside the door of 101. With a click, the door opened. Phew, finally found home. Lin Tao let out a sigh of relief, glad he didn't have to dig a 3-bone hole and fill it in. Entering and seeing the interior decor, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How poor was the original owner's family? There isn't even a furnace. Just a single chest and a crafting table. Lin Tao could not help but sigh. Suddenly Lin Tao realized a crucial problem. Why were the original owner's parents not at home? He glanced into the bedroom and found only a single bed. Lin Tao then walked to the chest and found a diary inside. He opened it directly and flipped to the first page. January 1st, 2043. Today someone found a blood moon mod. I wonder what kind of mod it will be. Will it make my life better? I'm really looking forward to it. January 20th, 2043. Tonight is the first blood moon. It's terrifying. There are monsters everywhere. As long as there is no light, zombie skeletons and creepers keep appearing. It's too dangerous. Our whole family couldn't sleep at all tonight. March 18th, 2043. This is the 4th blood moon this year. Today my parents are working overtime outside and didn't come home. I am so scared. March 19th, 2043. Someone told me today that my mom and dad were killed by zombies. How is that possible? They were clearly working overtime in the mines. How could they be killed by zombies? At this point, Lin Tao took a deep breath and closed the diary, a chill in his heart. This world actually had a blood moon. He knew that the blood moon mod was extremely dangerous, and this wasn't just a game. If you died here, you would truly die. With that in mind, Lin Tao stopped wasting time. He placed the transmutation table on the floor, stored the stone obsidian and philosopher's stone into its memory, then took out another 4 stones, 4 obsidian and a philosopher's stone to craft a new transmutation table at the crafting table. Lin Tao opened the chest again, hoping to find something of value inside, though he didn't have much hope. Given how poor the house was, what valuable items could the chest possibly hold? To his surprise, the chest contained a full stack of iron ingots, 6 sticks, and 3 bowls. Seeing the stack of iron ingots, Lin Tao was overjoyed. He immediately threw the entire stack of iron ingots into the transmutation table. In an instant, Lin Tao's transmutation table held 16774 ENC. Without wasting time, Lin Tao used the iron ingots and the philosopher's stone to transmute gold ingots, diamonds, and emeralds, also storing each of them into the transmutation table's memory. He then rushed out of the room and onto the street. After looking around and seeing no one nearby, Lin Tao raised his fist and slammed it into a tree. After hitting it for over 10 seconds, the tree didn't react at all. Lin Tao stared speechlessly at his reddened right hand. Damn, you really have to use tools to harvest things. As expected, there's still a difference between the game and reality. Helpless Lin Tao could only return to his room, where he used sticks and iron ingots to craft an iron axe. He then chopped a piece from a street-side tree and bought another block to put back in its place. Back home again, he crafted an iron pickaxe, placed stone blocks on the ground, and broke them into cobblestone, then made a furnace and burned logs into charcoal. For safety's sake, Lin Tao filled the walls with torches to prevent monsters from spawning. Stepping outside to check the sky, he saw that it was already dusk. He then took 2 stone blocks and sealed off the doorway. Lin Tao glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. It was so bright here that monsters probably would not spawn anymore. With his personal safety now somewhat guaranteed, it was time to properly understand this world. With that thought, Lin Tao directly took a history book out of his backpack and began to leaf through it. In 2021, The gluttonous fiends invaded Earth and humanity resisted with all its might. In 2022, after a year of resistance, humanity was no match for the gluttonous fiends and dozens of small nations were wiped out. In 2023, after not even 3 full years of struggle, humanity finally suffered total defeat. Humanity stood on the brink of extinction. On October 27, 2023, in order to preserve human life, scientists finally invented a virtual reality conversion machine. The entire world transformed into blocks. Humans called this era the Square Age, and referred to the era before the use of the virtual reality conversion machine as the Round Age. Unfortunately, all technological products from the Round Age were reduced to raw materials. On February 12, 2024, a Huaxia man named Wei Feng discovered a mod plugin called Equivalent Exchange and loaded it into the virtual reality conversion machine. In May 2024, he found an inventory sorting Riki mod and loaded it into the machine. In August 2034, he found the Batasai sword mod and loaded it into the machine. In December 2034, he found Mr. Crayfish's furniture mod and loaded it into the machine. In May 2035, he found the Twilight Forest mod and loaded it into the machine. In September 2035, he found the Mutant Creatures mod and loaded it into the machine. In October 2039, he found the Chisel mod for Stonecraft but did not load it into the machine. Lin Tao skimmed through the history book and gained a general understanding of this world. For a moment he felt a touch of melancholy, but what followed immediately was an irrepressible surge of joy. If this world had been transformed into some other game, Lin Tao might not have been able to survive. But since it was my world, that was unquestionably what he excelled at the most, without equal. Lin Tao carefully studied the history book again, and discovered something that delighted him. There is actually a Batasai sword mod. As long as the monsters aren't too outrageous, I can slaughter them with ease. With that thought, Lin Tao immediately crafted a wooden sword, intending to create a nameless wooden puppet right away. However, what troubled him was that making the puppet required a wooden sword with at least 1 point of durability already consumed. There were no creatures nearby for him to strike, and if he used the wooden sword to mine blocks, it would consume 2 durability points at once. For a moment, Lin Tao found himself caught in a dilemma. Just as he was hesitating, the block above his head suddenly shattered, and a person holding a stone pickaxe fell straight down. Hearing the sound, Lin Tao instinctively looked up and saw a dark silhouette dropping toward him. By pure reflex, he thrust his wooden sword upward, knocking the shadowy figure aside. Ah, my butt! But Lin Tao had no time to worry about that. He immediately combined 2 logs with the wooden sword and crafted a nameless wooden puppet. He then quickly purchased 1 gold ingot and 2 iron ingots, upgrading the puppet into a sharp white sheath. Hey, I say, aren't you a bit handsome? Ah, ha ha ha. The shadow that had fallen from upstairs looked at the white sheath in Lin Tao's hand, involuntarily taking a step back while sincerely praising him. Only then did Lin Tao look up in surprise and ask, "Who are you, and why are you in my house?" Yanzei awkwardly scratched his head and said, My place was too dark. A bunch of zombies and skeletons spawned, and that wasn't even the worst part. The key thing was that there was also a black humanoid monster with 4 arms and a hunched back." Hearing this, Lin Tao was slightly stunned. Zombies and skeletons were understandable. But what was that black humanoid monster with 4 arms? Before Lin Tao could think further, a zombie fell down through the same hole Yanzei had come from. Seeing this, Lin Tao immediately slashed at the zombie with his Batasai sword. Yanzei stared blankly as Lin Tao hacked at the zombie again and again until a streak of purple sword chi burst forth, ending the creature's life. Then Lin Tao used the Batasai sword to soar upward, flying straight into the hole above. "Hey, where are you going? Don't leave me here alone." Yanzei shouted anxiously upward. "Wait here. It's very safe here. Don't touch anything. Wait for me to come back." After replying to Yanzei, Lin Tao rushed into the 2nd floor without looking back. The moment he stepped in, 3 arrows were shot at him. Lin Tao cursed under his breath. "Damn, so sneaky." Without hesitation, he swung the Batasai sword, slicing all 3 arrows into wisps of white smoke. He then lunged forward, closing in on one of the skeletons, and relying on the rank rating he had just earned from slaying the zombie, he cut the skeleton down with a few blows. Next he leaped, dashing forward in midair to land above another skeleton's head, then dropped down hard, knocking it back. The Batasai sword automatically locked onto the monster, causing Lin Tao to spin swiftly around and with a few more strikes kill it as well. Just as Lin Tao was about to kill the last skeleton, his vision suddenly went dark. A series of clucking sounds echoed nearby. "What is that? Why did I suddenly lose vision?" Suddenly he felt 4 hands attacking him from different angles, hacking away more than half of his health bar. What the hell is this thing? Lin Tao felt a flicker of panic at his shrinking health bar, but he quickly calmed down and swung the Batasai sword continuously in all directions, keeping other monsters at bay. Cutting as he retreated, Lin Tao suddenly stepped into empty air and fell. He did not use the Batasai sword to fly back up, but instead let himself drop, naturally landing back in his home. "Hey, you're back." Yan Zhe greeted him as Lin Tao dropped from the second floor. Lin Tao had no time to respond. He pulled a stone block from his backpack and sealed the hole shut. Only then did Lin Tao exhale deeply and mutter, "What rotten luck." Turns out it was a mutated Enderman. Seeing that Lin Tao was ignoring him, Yan Zhe edged closer. "Hey, so what actually happened?" Lin Tao shot him a glare and snapped, "You unlucky thing. There was actually a mutated Enderman in your house." Hearing this, Yan Zhe looked utterly bewildered. "A mutated Enderman? There's even that kind of monster? I only know about mutated skeletons and mutated zombies." Lin Tao paused for a moment, then understood and said helplessly, "Never mind. All you need to know is that it's very strong." Yan Zhe nodded in sudden understanding, then asked, "By the way, after all this time, I still don't know your name." "Lin Tao. And you?" "Yan Zhe." "Lin Tao, what do we do now? My home has been overrun by monsters." Yan Zhe, his face etched with despair, complained to Lin Tao after learning of Lin Tao's harrowing encounter on the second floor. "Don't bother me. I'm thinking." Lin Tao frowned deeply, his mind churning relentlessly. A direct frontal assault was utterly unrealistic. They had no equipment whatsoever. Charging in would be suicide. Even with gear, they stood no chance against Xiaohei's mutated soul-based attack. As Lin Tao wrestled with this dilemma, faint sounds of combat drifted up from the street below. Swiftly, he punched a hole through the wall, partially shielding it with a half-brick, and peered cautiously outward. In the distance, a group of figures clad in iron armor and wielding iron swords fought their way forward amid monstrous assailants. As they drew nearer, Lin Tao could already make out fragments of their conversation. "Chief, is this really all right? We're actually... What's wrong with it? Tonight is the blood moon. No one will ever know how those people truly died." The leader scoffed dismissively. "Exactly what the chief said. Hey chief, whose house should we hit first? Right? Chief, we've spent all our time fighting monsters. We haven't looted a single house yet. Patience. These locals are destitute. There's hardly anything worth stealing." Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Tao glared at the group, fury blazing in his eyes. "Scum of the earth." But then his gaze sharpened. He swiftly sealed the aperture and whispered to Yan Zhe, "I've got a plan." Without waiting for Yan Zhe's reply, Lin Tao reopened the passage to the second floor and ascended once more. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Tao ignored the lesser creatures entirely and lunged straight toward the mutated Xiaohei. After landing a decisive strike, he swiftly produced a pickaxe, shattered the wall, and leapt down, twisting midair to taunt hunchbacked black demon. "Come chase me." Landing hard on the street, Lin Tao sprinted headlong toward the advancing squad. "Chief, look over there. Someone's coming." The leader turned, sneering. "Just some penniless wretch without even iron armor. Ignore him. Send 2 men to eliminate him." At his command, 2 underlings charged forward, iron swords raised high. Lin Tao watched them approach, his eyes narrowing slightly. At the very instant their blades were about to strike, Lin Tao activated his blade draw technique and launched himself skyward, causing both swords to slash harmlessly into Xiaohei instead. Once airborne, Lin Tao wasted no time. He placed a block against the wall and landed upon it. Below, the 2 attackers instantly drew Xiaohei's wrath. "Ah! What kind of monster is this? No time for chatter. Cut him down." The moment those words left his lips, the underling was struck squarely by Xiaohei's 4 arms and sent flying into the air. Seizing the opening, the second underling unleashed a furious barrage, landing 5 rapid strikes in quick succession. But Xiaohei had already pivoted, and behind him a violet spectral silhouette slowly coalesced. Seeing it, the underling spun on his heel and fled. Too late. Roar. The spectral visage behind Xiaohei opened its maw and roared. Poison, weakness, slowness, and blindness cascaded across the fleeing underling's body. Then in abject terror he collapsed, his possessions scattering violently across the ground. The airborne underling crashed directly before the squad, his loot bursting forth in equal profusion. "Chief, they're both dead." One trembling underling stammered the news. "I saw. Everyone. Attack together and finish him." With that, the leader surged forward. Hesitant until now, the rest followed their chief's lead in a desperate charge. The leader struck Xiaohei once, then immediately retreated. His underlings, however, pressed forward, recklessly hacking wildly at Xiaohei. In that single onslaught, Xiaohei's health plummeted to a mere 48 points. But he was no mere clay figure and retaliated fiercely. Xiaohei first swatted one underling skyward with a single blow, then split into 8 identical phantoms, encircling a blinded victim and raining down relentless assaults. The remaining underlings froze stunned, unable to decide where to strike. Before they could react, the blinded man fell slain by the phantoms. Xiaohei showed no mercy, spreading his 4 arms wide. He slammed another underling aside with a blood-curdling shriek, and the man soared into the air. Utter panic seized the group. They scattered wildly in every direction. Suddenly someone shouted, "Don't run. Kill it now and we'll be safe. Seizing upon those words as a lifeline, the band regrouped and renewed their assault. Under the combined onslaught, Xiaohei's health dwindled rapidly to just 18 points. Yet once again a spectral form shimmered into existence behind him. Xiaohei unleashed his roar attack, his signature ability, and the entire group crumpled to the ground in agony. The last two surviving underlings managed only 2 final blows to Xiaohei's back before falling one by one beneath his merciless retaliation. Lin Tao, who had been observing from atop the wall, seized the moment, sliding down with his blade draw technique and delivering 2 precise strikes that erased Xiaohei's remaining health. Xiaohei then began to levitate, slowly drawing his knees to his chest as he pulled all nearby beings and objects inward with irresistible force. Simultaneously, countless soul fragments erupted from his body, hovering weightlessly in the air. Lin Tao acted without hesitation, reaching out repeatedly to absorb the soul fragments. He also retrieved Xiaohei's dropped Ender Eye Ender Pearl and a peculiar USB drive. As Lin Tao gathered his spoils, the squad's leader was violently drawn in as well. Enraged, he had thought himself safely hidden in a side alley, only to be yanked forth by the corpse's unnatural pull. Though the sequence unfolded over many tense moments, in truth, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. Lin Tao estimated the imminent detonation and hurled an Ender Pearl outward without delay. Boom! A colossal explosion rocked the street. Lin Tao lay flat beyond its radius, hardly catching his breath before launching a second Ender Pearl back into the epicenter and discarding an Ender Eye. Instantly, a translucent black-purple hand materialized in his grasp. Got it? Perfect! Lin Tao stared exultantly at the Ender hand in his palm, its durability reduced to half. You little schemer! You planned this all along. The leader snarled, his face twisted with hatred. His carefully assembled band of raiders had been slaughtered, utterly wiped out, by a single monster, and now he himself hovered on the precipice of death. Lin Tao's smile vanished. His gaze turned cold, empty of pity or remorse. Evil begets evil. You should have foreseen this day the moment you chose your path. So die. With those words, Lin Tao seized a stone from the ground with his Ender hand and hurled it. A sharp crack echoed, and the leader collapsed, dissolving into a heap of scattered loot. Lin Tao picked up the loot dropped by the gang leader and took inventory: a set of iron armor with over half its durability remaining, an iron sword nearly worn to nothing, 16 iron ingots, 3 loaves of bread, a surplus of rotten flesh, and several bones. Lin Tao rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Was this really all the bandits had to offer? Meanwhile, the underlings' drops had been utterly obliterated in the explosion triggered by the mutated black entity. Scratching his head, Lin Tao frowned. Why wasn't there auto pickup? Ah, what a waste of good loot. He sighed, lingering briefly in regret before composing himself and turning back toward home. Elsewhere, Yanzei stood before his crafting table, deeply absorbed, so much so that he failed to notice the stone blocking the doorway suddenly shatter. After clearing the 2 stones from the entrance, Lin Tao spotted Yanzei hunched over the crafting table. A faint frown crossed his brow as he muttered under his breath. Didn't I tell him not to touch anything? He didn't interrupt. Instead, he crept silently closer. On the crafting grid sat 9 cobblestones. With deliberate precision, Yanzei combined them into a single compressed block. The method struck Lin Tao as oddly familiar, yet the memory eluded him, slipping just beyond reach. Before he could dwell further, Yanzei noticed him. Flustered, Yanzei hastily shoved everything back into his inventory and stammered, Lin Tao, when did you get back? Did you take care of that Enderman variant? Ah, yes, it's been dealt with, Lin Tao replied with a calm smile. Good, good. Yanzei stammered again, then Lin Tao feigned curiosity and asked, what were you crafting just now? At that moment, recalling what he'd read in the historical archives, Lin Tao realized this was the Stonecraft mod, and Yanzei had just synthesized compressed stone. Ah, well, that is. It's compressed stone, isn't it? Ah, how did you? Yanzei clapped a hand over his mouth mid-sentence. Honestly, what's the big deal? It's just a mod. No need to panic. With that, Lin Tao pulled out 9 cobblestones and placed them on the crafting table. Yet no matter how he arranged them, the synthesis refused to complete. Puzzled, Lin Tao stroked his chin and turned to Yanzei. Why can't I craft it? Yanzei gave him a strange look. I haven't loaded this mod into the virtual reality translation device. I'm surprised you expected it to work at all. Lin Tao blinked, stunned. What? You mean it requires loading into the VR translation device? Seeing his expression, Yanzei sighed. Seriously? Isn't that common knowledge? You really don't know this? After another glance at Lin Tao's blank face, he sighed again. Right? Clearly you truly have no idea. Where on earth did you even come from? Listen carefully. I'll say this once. 10 years ago, Earth was invaded by extraterrestrial beings. Hold on. I know that part. What I need to know now is how mods relate to the VR translation device. There are 2 ways to use a mod. First, submit it to your national authority for integration into the VR translation device. making it accessible to everyone worldwide. Notably in our nation, each submitted mod earns a reward of at least 9 diamonds. Second, keep it unregistered. Usable only by yourself or by those you explicitly grant access to. Others cannot access or replicate it. Understood. But where do mods even come from? Lin Tao nodded thoughtfully, then paused puzzled. How does one acquire them? They may rarely drop when mining blocks, but the most direct source is defeating monsters or bosses. Got it. Still, why were you so frustrated just crafting something? What do you know? I was deducing the recipe. The recipe? You don't know it. Lin Tao stared wide-eyed. That's odd. Yanzei gaped back, eyes narrowed in disbelief. Wait, you seriously don't know? Seeing Lin Tao return the same incredulous stare, Yanzei sighed and began explaining. Once the VR translation device activated, humanity entered this virtual world. But every item here requires a known recipe to craft. Since no one remembered any recipes, every synthesis method we use today was painstakingly discovered through trial and error by generations before us. Mod-based recipes, however, are instantly revealed upon activation, granting full knowledge of 3 key items within that mod's framework. At last Lin Tao grasped his unique advantage. While others struggled blindly to reverse engineer recipes, he already knew nearly all of them. Oh, right. Yanzei suddenly remembered something, pulling a USB drive from his pocket with mild embarrassment. Lin Tao, would you like me to grant you usage rights to the Stonecraft mod? Why? Isn't that supposed to be a personal trump card? Lin Tao asked, genuinely surprised. Yanzei grinned. Heh. You just saved my life. Granting you a mod's access is hardly comparable to what you've done. Lin Tao laughed. All right. If you put it that way, I won't decline. Fair warning. It might sting a little. Yanzei raised the USB drive and pressed it firmly into Lin Tao's forearm. A soft thunk echoed. The device pierced flesh. But Lin Tao felt no pain, not even a drop in health. Done. You should now be able to use this mod. Yanzei withdrew the drive and stepped aside from the crafting table with a smile. Without hesitation, Lin Tao tried again, and this time the synthesis succeeded flawlessly. Yanzei watched astonished. Hey, how did you know the recipe? I don't recall telling you. Lin Tao's pulse quickened, but he recovered swiftly. I saw you craft 3 items earlier. I simply replicated the pattern. Yanzei accepted it without suspicion and chuckled. Oh right, then there's nothing more I can teach you. Those 3 recipes are all I know anyway. Say, can I crash on your bed for a bit? Go ahead. Ugh. Seriously, act like it's your place already. After Yanzei disappeared into the bedroom and settled in, Lin Tao turned away and retrieved the USB drive dropped by the mutated black entity. Its label read Clover. The name sparked immediate recognition. Clover mod grants a chance to obtain 4-leaf clovers when breaking grass blocks. Using a 4-leaf clover yields a random item from the base game. Lin Tao clicked his tongue, disappointed. Pity. It's not the magic clover mod. The distinction mattered greatly. The standard clover mod only unlocked vanilla items, whereas the magic clover mod granted access to any item across all installed mods. If the ordinary clover mod offered mere whimsical surprises in survival mode, the magic clover mod was nothing short of a wealth generation artifact. Imagine having installed the infinite greed mod, then using a magic clover to summon the cosmic sovereign blade. The sheer exhilaration was intoxicating. Lin Tao sighed again. How much better it would have been if this were the magic clover mod. Yet he didn't linger in regret long. Instead, he began calculating. Submitting it to the state nets 9 diamonds outright, and I retain full usage rights. Crucially, no one else knows how to obtain this mod. Perhaps doesn't even know it exists. All things considered, this is pure profit. Acting on impulse, Lin Tao did not hesitate. He grabbed the conversion table and the drawn blade and sprinted outward. Halfway through, however, a sudden thought struck him. He did not actually know where he was supposed to turn the mod in. He doubled back, barged into the house, and slapped Yanzei, who had been lying comfortably in bed. Awake. Ah! Who ambushed me? Yanzei sprang to his feet and looked around in bewilderment. Lin Tao, at a loss for words, asked, I just want to know. How can you sleep through the blood moon? Shouldn't you feel restless and unable to sleep? Ah! Hearing Lin Tao, Yanzei scratched his head. Restless. Unable to sleep. Not at all, I feel perfectly fine. If I want to sleep, I sleep. Lin Tao could not help but stare. Just how vast was this man's composure that even the blood moon could not ruffle him. It occurred to Lin Tao that Yanzei's earlier look of despair must have been an act. Never mind, no point arguing. Take me to somewhere we can hand in mods. What? It's the blood moon now. There are monsters everywhere. You want to go out now? You want to die? Don't drag me along. Yanzei said, trembling with fear. Lin Tao smiled, drew his blade, and rested its tip against Yanzei's throat. Going or not? HM? Heh. I'm joking. Of course it'll go, of course it'll go. Yen Zhe forced a laugh while eyeing the blade. Let's move. Oh, here. Put this on. Lin Tao took an iron suit from his backpack and tossed it to Yen Zhe. Yen Zhe grinned as he pulled the iron on. Come on. Whoever chickens out is a loser. Without further words, Lin Tao strode out. Two zombies charged at them. As soon as they stepped outside, Lin Tao wasted no time and felled them with a few swift strokes. Hurry and follow. Lead the way. Lin Tao glanced back at Yen Zhe and urged. Got it, got it. Yen Zhe replied cheerfully. By the way, where are we going? Lin Tao asked. Every city center has a mod recycling station. That's where we're headed. Yen Zhe answered calmly. He had grown used to Lin Tao's ignorance. All right, let's pick up the pace and sell the mod. Lin Tao said after cutting down another zombie in their path. When did you get the mod? Yen Zhe asked in surprise. Just now, Lin Tao admitted awkwardly. They marched and fought for about half an hour before finally arriving at a towering building. This is it, but it's not open yet. Yen Zhe said, pointing at the closed entrance. No matter. Well, wait here until it opens, Lin Tao replied, keeping watch over their surroundings. Hey, really? It's the blood moon. Standing outside is dangerous. Yen Zhe protested. With me here, what do you fear? Lin Tao said after dispatching a skeleton, turning to Yen Zhe. You so confident? Yen Zhe retorted. Watch out. With that, he lunged at Lin Tao and knocked him down to the ground. An arrow whizzed past, grazing Yen Zhe's back. Phew. That was close. Yen Zhe rubbed his back and breathed a relieved sigh. Thanks, Lin Tao said, gratefully glancing at Yen Zhe. I didn't expect you to be reliable. Oh, come on, it's dangerous out. Why not just go back for now? Yen Zhe suggested again. You already know where this place is. Come back tomorrow. No need. I'll just build a little fort here. With that, Lin Tao produced a pile of stones and began to stack them on the ground. Soon a matchbox-sized stone shack appeared before the mod recycling station's door. Lin Tao and Yen Zhe took shelter inside. Lin Tao quickly stuck torches all around to prevent monsters from spawning. There, we're safe. At dawn we can just walk in. Lin Tao said with a smile. Yen Zhe gaped at Lin Tao's speed and asked in bewilderment. How are you building so fast, and you didn't even put up a single pillar? Isn't it going to collapse? Lin Tao blinked. Collapse? When did Newton start meddling in his world? Then he thought it through and understood in this world blocks could float. As for building speed, I've been solo since birth. Those who know. Without answering Yen Zhe, Lin Tao bought a workbench from the conversion table and set it on the floor. Hey Lin Tao, are you even listening? Yen Zhe called. Lin Tao was leafing through a history book beside him. Amid Yen Zhe's bored complaints, Lin Tao snapped the book shut and smiled. I didn't expect to find this mod. While Yen Zhe stared in confusion, Lin Tao produced a furnace, a stick, and a round stone. After placing the furnace on the ground, Lin Tao arranged the stick and the stone diagonally on the workbench and crafted a stone flesh-slicing knife. Indeed, the flesh-slicing knife mod. Earlier Lin Tao had wondered why he seemed almost insensible to pain, while Yen Zhe appeared acutely sensitive. This knife would serve as a test. With that thought, Lin Tao cast a devilish grin at Yen Zhe. Heh. Don't move, Yen Zhe. Let me cut you once. It'll be quick. Yen Zhe backed away step by step when he saw the smile. You don't come near me. I'm telling you, don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll show you I'm willing to die. The matchbox's space was limited. Yen Zhe soon found himself pressed against the wall as Lin Tao closed in. At last Lin Tao stood before Yen Zhe and brought the flesh-slicing knife down. Screams erupted inside the tiny shelter. After a while, Lin Tao stared at 3 pieces of player flesh in his hand and fell into thought. Yen Zhe, by contrast, was left with a single drop of blood and cowered trembling in the corner. Lin Tao then cut his own arm with the knife. A piece of player flesh fell to the floor and Lin Tao lost 5 points of health. It only felt like a faint tingling. Not like a cut, more like being bitten by a mosquito, Lin Tao murmured, stroking the arm from which the flesh had been taken. Why is that? Yen Zhe, watching Lin Tao, shivered. Lin Tao, you? He found the man terrifying, cutting someone and then calmly touching the wound. Lin Tao's thoughts were interrupted by Yen Zhe. He glanced at the pieces of player flesh on the ground and his mind began to wander. If I ate this player's flesh, would that count as cannibalism? Before he had crossed worlds, Lin Tao had often cut and ate his own flesh in games. But this was reality. No matter what, the idea made him uneasy. Lin Tao, what are you planning? Yen Zhe, having recovered a bit, slowly pulled himself up and asked plaintively. I'm just testing a hypothesis, Lin Tao said, scratching his head sheepishly. The remark almost made Yen Zhe spit blood on the spot. If you're conducting experiments, use someone else, Yen Zhe said in indignation, then pulled a piece of bread from his person and sat in the corner to nibble it with a wounded expression. Lin Tao forced an awkward laugh to ease the mood. Anyway, thanks, Yen Zhe. I've mostly confirmed my theory. Don't thank me. You should be thanking yourself for leaving me alive. Yanzei replied sullen. Lin Tao looked at the chunk of player flesh in his hand and said to Yanzei, well, this meat came from you. Why not eat it yourself? Don't waste it. Scram. As Lin Tao and Yanzei chatted idly, the blood moon slowly sank. Outside the matchbox came the crackle of burning and the mournful cries of zombies. Yanzei cried out with excitement, Lin Tao, do you hear the zombies outside? They are burning on their own. I finally made it through the night. Lin Tao replied with a shrug, it's only a blood moon. What is there to be so excited about? Lin Tao sheathed his blade as he spoke. He had not wasted the night. In a corner of the matchbox, he had bored a hole and farmed monsters endlessly preparing to upgrade his demon blade. Yanzei glanced at the sealed walls and asked, by the way, Lin Tao won't putting such a large house by the doorway block others. That's easy, Lin Tao mused. I just wonder if this world has a mining enhancement mod. He muttered the name as he swung his iron pick at the wall. After one strike there came a thunder of breaking blocks. With a series of bangs, half of the matchbox simply vanished. Yanzei stood dumbfounded at the sight. Lin Tao paid him no mind and walked toward the remaining wall of the matchbox. With the same motion, that wall too disappeared amid the roar. All right, let's go. Quickly to the recycling center, Lin Tao said. Picking up the cobblestone, Lin Tao turned to Yanzei. Yanzei, snapping out of his trance, implored, oh, Lin Tao, how did you do that? Teach me. Yanzei had regained his composure and looked at Lin Tao with eager eyes. Lin Tao paid him no mind and strode into the recycling center. Upon entering, a reception desk came into view. To its left, a table and 4 stools were arranged. The receptionist offered a professional smile and asked, Sir, may I help you with anything? Lin Tao smiled and asked, I want to sell a mod. Is this the place? Yes, sir. What mod are you looking to sell? The receptionist replied. Hearing this, the receptionist stepped out from behind the desk. It's this mod, Lin Tao said, producing a mod USB drive from his backpack. The receptionist took the drive with a smile and asked, what is the name of this mod? Lin Tao replied, Sayakeo. Very well, the Sayakeo mod. Sir, are you familiar with it? If you can provide a description, we can raise the buyback price a bit. How much depends on the detail of your description? Lin Tao fell into thought. If he revealed everything he knew, unknown dangers might follow. Possession invites peril. But the proceeds from the sale were exactly what Lin Tao urgently needed. He lacked funds. As Lin Tao pondered, an insolent voice rang from the doorway. Yo, Qin Xiaoqing, has Huaxia still not agreed to buy my mod? If they don't, he'll sell it to Liangguo, the voice taunted. A youth clad in diamond armor strode in, chin raised. Lin Tao noticed that the receptionist Qin Fong had gone visibly sullen. Qin Xiaoqing said with a darkening face, Xieding, I've told you many times. Your asking price is far too high. Huaxia cannot offer that. Xieding sneered, holding a USB. Oh, so you Huaxia people truly do not want this mod. For a mod whose function and crafting method are unknown, Huaxia would not hand over 64 diamonds to reclaim it, Qin Xiaoqing said evenly. Xieding jeered, ha, is Huaxia so poor? I've heard Liangguo desires this mod greatly. What would happen if I sold it to them? Qin Xiaoqing retorted with restrained anger. Xieding, do not go too far. It is not that Huaxia cannot pay, your price is simply outrageous. Xieding sneered provocatively. What is that sound? It is merely a dog from Liangguo barking here. Hearing Xieding's insult toward Huaxia, Lin Tao could no longer hold back and offered a cutting retort. Xieding snapped back. Who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? He sprang up like a cat whose tail had been trodden upon. Lin Tao sneered coldly. Oh, I know you. Aren't you an ungrateful wretch? To speak of the country that raised you so. What else would you be? Xieding fumed. I belong to the Xie family. How dare you mock me? You are finished. He threatened to use his influence against Lin Tao. Lin Tao scoffed disdainfully. To have produced someone like you, your family must be full of ingratitude. Xieding let out an enraged cry. You infuriate me. I'll kill you. Xieding erupted, drawing a diamond sword and charging. Lin Tao, unafraid, drew a Tier 3 compressed stone sword from his backpack to meet him. The Tier 3 sword had been forged inside the matchbox. A 4th tier was far beyond his means. Xieding laughed. Ha! Peasant scum are always peasant scum. You don't even have a decent weapon. Xieding mocked as he closed in. Lin Tao merely snorted. Without answering, Lin Tao lunged and drove his sword straight toward Xieding's abdomen. Ah! It hurts. It's killing me. Xieding screamed. Struck by Lin Tao, Xieding was flung aside. He could not even bring his diamond sword to bear. From Lin Tao's view, the strike had not bled much of Xieding's life. Diamond armor offered formidable protection. As Lin Tao moved to finish him, Qin Xiaoqing rushed over and blocked him, crying out. You cannot kill him. If you kill him, you won't live either. Qin Xiaqing warned. Lin Tao replied, if I spare him, hell still send his clan to hunt me. Why should I not kill him? Qin Xiaqing hesitated. Huaxia will do its best to protect you. Lin Tao countered coldly. You do not speak for Huaxia, and protection is no guarantee of safety. So do not block me. Lin Tao frowned, voice serious. He shoved Qin Xiaqing aside and strode toward Xieding. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Xieding wailed as he backed up until he slammed into the wall with nowhere left to retreat. Lin Tao stood before him. Xieding begged. I am of the Xie family. If you kill me, they'll come after you. Xieding tried to use threats to dissuade Lin Tao, but Lin Tao ignored him, raised his blade, and brought it down. Suddenly Xieding lunged, seizing a nearby diamond sword and slashing at Lin Tao. Die! Die! He crowed with manic laughter. Startled, Lin Tao's wrist flicked, and he altered the angle of his blow, cleaving through Xieding's arm. With two cries of pain, Xieding's sword struck Lin Tao, and both staggered back. The diamond sword fell from Xieding's hand. Lin Tao delivered several more strikes with no chance for counterattack and killed Xieding. A wisp of white smoke rose as the body turned into a pile of drops. Lin Tao looked at the loot on the ground and without hesitation picked it all up. At a glance, Lin Tao was pleased. The fallen man had been fairly wealthy, a diamond set at half durability, a diamond sword, and 4 stakes. Roughly tallying at Xieding's possessions amounted to 119494 EMC. Lin Tao sighed with a hint of contempt. A rich scion, and only this much. Still, Lin Tao stowed the equipment in his backpack instead of selling it to the transmutation table. With such low durability, selling now would lose about half its value. He stroked his chin and murmured, if only I had a repair talisman. At that moment he noticed a USB drive he had not taken. Lin Tao bent down, picked up the drive, held it before his eyes, and examined it closely. Is this the mod? He asked in surprise. The label read, Endless Greed. Lin Tao's eyes widened as he stared at the USB in his hand. At first Lin Tao had not paid close attention to what Xieding had said. Now, holding the USB drive in his hand, a thrill rose within him. If he could obtain the Endless Set and the universe-dominating sword. The thought tugged a reluctant smile to his lips. Without hesitation, Lin Tao implanted the USB into his arm. Instantly the crafting methods for 3 items flooded into his mind as if poured straight into his skull. They were the recipes for the compression workbench, the double compression workbench, and the ultimate workbench. Seeing those 3 blueprints, Lin Tao felt an urge to scoff. What kind of recipes were these? He already knew most of these himself, and since Xieding had not revealed the recipe for the crystal matrix ingot, even possessing the ultimate workbench blueprint would be useless. Now he understood why people in this world found uncovering crafting recipes so difficult. They were often given useless, misleading formulas. Better not to have them at all. That was his own temperament. If it were someone else, the mod would have been wasted on them. Lin Tao paid little mind to the recipes. After all, he already knew the vast majority of this mod's methods. Aside from the recipes tied to the ultimate workbench, he was familiar with almost everything. While Lin Tao stood there lost in thought, Qin Xiaqing approached and patted his shoulder, displeasure written on her face. Hey, you killed someone from the Xie family. Do you intend to walk away alive? She added, sharp and scandalized. And where is your courtesy? I warned you nicely a moment ago, and you treated me like that. Lin Tao ignored her complaints and moved toward the receptionist who had been serving him. Sorry, miss. Our transaction was interrupted by a dog earlier. Shall we continue now? Lin Tao said to the receptionist with a mild, disarming smile. The young receptionist appeared flustered. Lin Tao paid no attention to her panic and proceeded to speak on his own. He briefly explained the function of the 4-leaf clover mod, though he deliberately omitted how to obtain the clover itself. As a result of his silence about the acquisition method, the buyback value of that 4-leaf clover mod was only 13 diamonds. For the other item, the Endless Greed mod, Lin Tao directly revealed the 3 crafting recipes he had just received to the receptionist. Yet the receptionist could only offer him 20 diamonds. Reluctant though he was, there was nothing to be done. Lin Tao felt the sale was a small loss, but it was understandable. The people of this world did not yet grasp the true potential of Endless Greed. If one could craft the equipment within it, they would be near invincible. He had not wished to part with them, but desperate need for funds forced him to make the sacrifice. He had no fear that someone would actually assemble those items. Such recipes could not be discovered by mere trial and error. At last Lin Tao stepped out of the recycling center clutching 33 diamonds, a faint smile of contentment on his face. Once outside, Yan Zhe glanced around and asked quietly, Lin Tao, when you killed that man earlier, why didn't you use that long slender knife of yours? Lin Tao replied calmly, that blade is meant for dealing with monsters, not humans. Yan Zhe's expression shifted as understanding dawned on him. What Lin Tao did not mention was that the drawn sword had no special effect against players. Against fellow humans, it could be less practical than a simple wooden sword. Of course, that remark applied only to Lin Tao's current blade. If one were to forge a drawn sword from the Ni Gelua's Wujin Tongmeng mod, any such blade could one-shot a player clad in diamond armor. By the way, Lin Tao, are you going to school today? Yan Zhe suddenly asked, a note of nervousness in his voice. Today? Lin Tao replied, bewildered. Why would I go to school today? Yan Zhe exploded. Lin Tao. It's Friday and it's already 6 o'clock. Class starts in half an hour. The news made him feel as if he would combust. No need to panic. Tell me, do you have a feather? Lin Tao answered lazily as he walked completely untroubled. Yan Zhe hesitated, then said, I do. Yeah, I got one when I bought a chicken earlier. That will do. Hand me one. Lin Tao accepted the feather with composed confidence, preparing to craft a gale ring. At that instant Lin Tao realized a severe problem. He had no coal. Without coal he could not craft endless fuel. Without endless fuel there was no way to make dark matter. And without dark matter the gale ring was impossible to forge. With that thought he dropped all hesitation, grabbed Yan Zhe, and ran toward the school. Lin Tao, you said you had a way. Why are we running now? Yan Zhe asked, utterly baffled. Lin Tao scratched his head awkwardly. Well, something unexpected came up. Let's just head to school first. While they ran, Lin Tao began to calculate his needs: glowstone, redstone, coal. These materials were in dire short supply for him. Within this city such resources were obviously not obtainable from any local mine. Indeed, there were no mines to be found inside the city at all. Most of the subterranean space beneath the city had been converted into subways. There was no chance of finding or down there. That left one final method: the energy collector, which could upgrade charcoal into redstone, redstone into coal, coal into gunpowder. Yet the crucial component for crafting the energy collector was glowstone, and glowstone could only be obtained in the Nether. It seemed they would have to make a trip to the Nether a priority. They sped toward the school, but it lay a great distance from the city. With only 30 minutes remaining, even an all-out sprint would still take an hour to reach it. As they ran, Lin Tao's eye caught a slender black silhouette. Turning, he saw a small enderman standing in the shadow of a corner. A thought flashed through Lin Tao's mind: why not use ender pearls to travel? He stopped, purchased 2 batches of ender pearls from the conversion table, and handed 1 batch to Yan Zhe. What are you giving me that for? Yan Zhe asked, puzzled. Just throw it forward, Lin Tao said, then tossed 1 ender pearl to demonstrate. Yan Zhe opened his mouth to question him further, but the pearl Lin Tao had thrown had already landed. With a sound like an enderman's teleport, Lin Tao vanished from his original spot and reappeared where the pearl had struck. Yan Zhe gaped, utterly stupefied. Ha! This is amazing! Words failed him as he stared at Lin Tao. Don't just stare, hurry! Lin Tao snapped impatiently. To him, teleporting with ender pearls seemed perfectly ordinary. There was no need for such astonishment. With that, Lin Tao hurled an ender pearl in the direction of the school and leapt after it. With a whoosh, Lin Tao and Yan Zhe appeared near the school gate. Yan Zhe complained to Lin Tao as soon as he arrived, saying, "It hurts a bit to use this." After speaking, Lin Tao walked directly into the school. Lin Tao was in class 4 while Yan Zhe was in class 3, so they parted ways on the 3rd floor. After entering the classroom, Lin Tao found that class had not yet begun, so he happily took his seat. This lesson primarily taught students how to forge swords, pickaxes, axes, hoes, and shovels from various materials, the canonical tools of the original system. Throughout the entire period, Lin Tao listened to knowledge he already knew, and before he realized it, drifted into a doze. In his dream, the class hour slipped away quietly. During the 2nd period, an inspection was announced. The school ordered every class to assemble on the playground downstairs. Since the school still lacked a broadcast system, every announcement had to be brought by the homeroom teachers. Soon the students had assembled on the playground. On the dais at the front of the playground, the principal climbed onto a platform crafted from polished granite. He then raised his voice. "Today we will conduct an inspection. Each student must hand in 1 transmutation table to your homeroom teacher. Those who cannot produce one will be expelled." The principal repeated himself once more. Lin Tao frowned and murmured under his breath, "Why do they have to do this? Isn't a school meant to teach and nurture? Why use such an absurd pretext to expel students? This is utterly unreasonable." "Hey, what are you muttering about, Lin Tao?" Yan Zhe sidled up and asked softly. "Yan Zhe, you came at the right time," Lin Tao said excitedly. He leaned in and asked, his tone half indignant, "Why is the school carrying out such a ridiculous inspection?" Yan Zhe lowered his voice to explain. "During lessons, they provide many materials for synthesis. If you fail to synthesize the items, those materials are wasted, and the school has no choice but to recover some of the cost this way." Lin Tao shot back angrily. "But without the knowledge taught in class, how can someone survive in this world?" He was visibly upset as he spoke. Lin Tao's anger stemmed from a simple truth: in this world, without such knowledge, surviving is nearly impossible. Those with money need not worry, but the poor are trapped. Students are expelled because they lack funds. A vicious cycle. The penniless are expelled, yet once expelled they need money to live which they do not have. They say the government will provide food for them, at least in our country. Yan Zhe added. I don't know about other nations. Lin Tao bristled. Even so, expelling them like this is tantamount to killing them. Why bother caring so much? Yan Zhe chuckled. It's their problem, not ours. Before Lin Tao could press further, Yang Meng came up to collect the transmutation tables. Only then did Lin Tao remember why teacher Yang Meng had not required him to return his table earlier. Moved by the thought, Lin Tao took the transmutation table from his backpack and handed it to Yang Meng. After the teacher walked away, Yan Zhe lowered his voice and asked, Hey Lin Tao, why do you have 2 transmutation tables? Did you buy one at a shop? The tables at the exchange center are so expensive. Why would you buy one? Lin Tao glanced at him sideways. Which eye of yours saw 2? Well, you left one at home and you were carrying another. Anyone not blind could see that, Yan Zhe replied in puzzlement. Lin Tao tapped his temple. Just pretend I bought 2, he said. He had assumed Yan Zhe was joking. He had not expected that the broad-browed Yan Zhe would be so observant. At that moment Lin Tao recalled something strange. When he synthesized the transmutation table, he had not seen any price listed. Curious, he checked the table in his backpack. Other items showed their EMC values, but the transmutation table had none. He hesitated and asked, Yan Zhe, how much does a transmutation table sell for outside? 100,000 EMC. Yan Zhe said with a wince. Too expensive. Most households only prepare one. He grimaced at the thought. If I could synthesize transmutation tables myself, I'd be fabulously rich. A billionaire many times over. Hearing that price, Lin Tao nearly choked on his own spit. The cost was outrageous. To synthesize a transmutation table required only 4 pieces of obsidian and 4 stones. Even with a sage's stone, the total came to only 10214 EMC. The merchants were charging more than 9 times that amount. But Lin Tao was puzzled by another question. Why could the transmutation table not be sold into a transmutation table itself? In other words, where did the table's price go? While Lin Tao pondered, the homeroom teachers continued their work. In that short span, roughly 30 students had already been expelled. Those who were expelled looked ashen, and even the students who turned in tables showed little joy, only grim resignation except for a few from very wealthy families. When the principal saw that the tables had been collected and the expulsions carried out, he spoke. Very well, the inspection ends here. Review your lessons thoroughly and strive for good results in next Thursday and Friday's exams. Now return to your classes. Lin Tao had wanted to ask Yan Zhe more, but seeing that class would resume, he abandoned the idea. Back in the classroom with the lesson about to begin, Lin Tao set aside the plan to slip into the next room and continue his questioning of Yan Zhe. A bell rang and a male teacher entered carrying a piece of obsidian. Class begin, he called. Today we will learn about the nether, also called the lower realm. Its natural products include nether rock, glowstone, dust, lava, soul sand, and magma blocks. Lin Tao listened impatiently, eager to learn whether the construction method for a nether portal would be taught. Since last night, after he had thought about obtaining glowstone, dust, he had been torn over whether to take Yan Zhe along. If the class taught how to build a nether portal, he could escort Yan Zhe without worry. If not, it would be hard to explain. The teacher continued, the construction of a nether portal requires 44 pieces of obsidian and a flint and steel. Form the frame from obsidian and ignite it with the flint and steel to open the portal. Hearing that, Lin Tao was puzzled. A nether portal usually took only 10 pieces of obsidian to light. Why did they require 44? He raised his hand and asked, Teacher, why are so many pieces of obsidian needed? Couldn't fewer suffice? The teacher's answer was thorough. He explained that they had attempted to build smaller portals before, but while they could convert reality into the virtual, they did not possess the limitless endurance of virtual characters. Obsidian can only be broken with diamond tools, and diamond tools are heavy beyond what ordinary people can bear, so most people would exhaust their strength halfway through. If obsidian did not regenerate, teams could take turns breaking it, but if someone gave up, the block would revert as if untouched. In practice, that made obsidian nearly indestructible for ordinary people, so they dared not attempt smaller constructions. All right, that's my answer. You may sit down, the teacher concluded. After the teacher's explanation, Lin Tao lost interest in the class and fell asleep at his desk. No wonder you don't know anything. After class, Yan Zhe came from the adjacent class 3 to classroom 4 looking displeased. Huh? Is class over? Lin Tao raised his head in confusion with a hint of drool at the corner of his mouth. I really can't believe you. The sound of the bell was so loud and you didn't wake up. Yan Zhe said with a face full of exasperation. Oh right, you came at the right time. I still have something to ask you. Lin Tao said excitedly, looking at Yan Zhe. So I'm just your smart answering machine, huh? Yan Zhe replied somewhat unhappily. A cough cough, that's not how it should be said. How are you smart, muttering softly. Cough cough, the capable should do more. Lin Tao said somewhat awkwardly, coughing a few times. By the way, what will we be tested on for the exam? There are a total of 6 subjects: tool science, decoration science, block recognition science, food science, open block science, and equivalent exchange science. Yanzei spoke eloquently. I'm not curious about the other subjects. I just want to know what open block science and equivalent exchange science are about. Lin Tao twitched his mouth. In fact, he had a lot of complaints in his heart. What kind of exam is this? Equivalent exchange science tests the application and synthesis method of the Philosopher's Stone. Open block science only has 2 exam questions. One is the synthesis method for automatically mining blocks, and the other is the synthesis method for the void funnel. Yanzei explained. Wait, generally speaking, shouldn't obtaining mods provide 3 synthesis methods? Why are there only 2 for the open block exam? Lin Tao noticed a point of confusion and asked, how would I know? I heard that the person who obtained the mod only disclosed 2 synthesis methods. Yanzei said indifferently, why do you care so much? Even if you know it's not of much use. Alright, I'm just curious, by the way, what synthesis methods were announced for equivalent exchange. Lin Tao suddenly thought of equivalent exchange and asked. It is said to be the synthesis methods for the Philosopher's Stone conversion table and dark matter, but there's an unknown item in the synthesis method for dark matter. What is it? What? Eternal fuel. Lin Tao reminded. Yes, it's called eternal fuel. Hey, how did you know? Yanzei suddenly realized and then asked in surprise. Cough cough, that's not the main point now. Lin Tao coughed a couple of times, and then changed the topic, smiling as he asked, are you interested in going to hell tonight? Lin Tao, what do you want to do? Calm down. Yanzei said with a look of horror upon hearing this. What's wrong with you? It's just going to hell, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Tao said with a smile as he walked towards Yanzei. Lin Tao, last night I shouldn't have slept on your bed, and also, I should have let you experiment earlier, and... Yanzei retreated in fear against the wall. Yanzei, what's wrong with you? It's just going to hell with me, what's there to be afraid of? Seeing Yanzei like this, Lin Tao was even more puzzled. This cough cough, it's nothing, I just wanted to act. Yes, I just suddenly wanted to act. Yanzei said, blushing, awkwardly sounding justified. It's nothing, I'll go back to class now. After saying that, Yanzei quickly ran back to the classroom. Lin Tao was still a bit confused. Aren't we still in class? Why is he leaving? Touching his chin, Lin Tao thought for a moment and suddenly realized, chuckling to himself, Yanzei probably thinks I want to send him physically to hell. In the blink of an eye, school was over and Lin Tao and Yanzei used the Ender Pearl to return home. Hey, Lin Tao, how are you going to build such a big hell gate at home? Even with my 2nd floor, it's still not enough. Yanzei looked at the 2-story house, which was only 8 blocks high, and asked with concern. Who told you I want to build such a big hell gate? I can just make one that's 45 in size, right? Lin Tao replied in confusion. Lin Tao ignored Yanzei and directly walked into the room to start building the hell gate. Soon after Lin Tao built a hell gate on one side of the wall, he discovered a problem. He didn't have flint and couldn't activate the hell gate. This left Lin Tao in a bit of a predicament. There are 3 ways to activate the hell gate. The first is to use flint normally, the second is to use the item fire to activate it, and the third is to ignite nearby wooden items with lava, thereby activating the hell gate. Lin Tao decided not to consider the first method, as there was no gravel in the city, making it impossible to obtain flint. The third method took too much time, and mainly Lin Tao's house was made of wood, so he didn't want to use that method. So only the last method remains, but the way to obtain the item fire is known to Lin Tao only in one way, which is the 4-leaf clover, which could drop the item fire in version 1.7.10 or earlier if the author remembers correctly. This also sets a range for the version of this world. With this in mind, Lin Tao took a deep breath and walked out of the room again, going to the street, dug a piece of soil from the flower bed, and returned to his room after performing the same operation as when he obtained wood. Lin Tao, what are you doing? Yanzei entered the room looking puzzled. Yanzei was also quite confused as he saw Lin Tao constantly placing soil on the floor. Preparing to go to hell. Lin Tao replied without turning his head. After answering Yanzei, Lin Tao took out a set of bones from the conversion table, decomposed them into bone meal, and sprinkled it on the freshly laid soil. To Lin Tao's surprise, a bunch of grass suddenly sprouted on the soil along with a few roses and dandelions. Lin Tao began to dig up the grass using the digging enhancement, and some wheat seeds and 2 4-leaf clovers popped out. That's right. Lin Tao's plan was to obtain 4-leaf clovers this way, and after obtaining the 4-leaf clovers, get flint or the item fire. Hey, I say, Lin Tao, what are you doing? You've been busy since you came back. Yanzei asked with a bored expression. Aren't we supposed to go to hell? Yanzei, you came at the right time. Come and help me sprinkle the bone meal. Lin Tao said excitedly upon seeing Yanzei walk in. So I'm just a tool for you, huh? That's so unfair. Yanzei said sarcastically. Cough cough, if you help me with this, I'll tell you all the synthesis methods for stonecrafts. Lin Tao thought for a moment and said with determination. I'll tell you whatever you say this time. I will help you. It's just being a tool, right? No, I mean helping a good friend. What's there to hesitate about? What was it again? Sprinkling bone meal, right? I'm on it. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Yanzei immediately changed his demeanor, rubbing his hands with a smile. Lin Tao felt helpless. He was quite impressed with Yan Zhe, who was just a fool. What you need to do is very simple, just sprinkle bone meal on the soil. Alright? By the way, when will you tell me the synthesis methods? Yan Zhe took the bone meal from Lin Tao's hands, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Tao. I'll tell you when we come back from hell, now hurry up and work. Time flew by, and when Lin Tao returned it was around 6 o'clock. Now it was already 7. Lin Tao, how much longer do we have to sprinkle? I'm exhausted. I've been sprinkling bone meal for a whole hour, you know, a whole hour. Stop, hold on. Isn't it just an hour of sprinkling bone meal? Lin Tao rolled his eyes at Yan Zhe. Alright, you can go rest. Great. You keep busy. I'm gonna take a nap. As he said this, Yan Zhe threw the bone meal into the air and leaped onto Lin Tao's bed. Lin Tao looked at Yan Zhe on the bed, feeling a bunch of complaints building up inside. This seems to be my home. Why are you so natural when you sleep on my bed? And why did you throw the bone meal into the air? You just sprinkled it everywhere in the room. It's very unlucky. Hey? Lin Tao sighed, shaking his head helplessly, and slowly began picking up the bone meal in the room. Looking at the 20 pieces of bone meal left in his hand, Lin Tao couldn't help but feel a bit pained. He had just bought a whole set of bones. That was 3 sets of bone meal, and now only 20 were left. However, Lin Tao didn't feel upset for long. He took out 2.5 sets of 4-leaf clovers, preparing to open these 4-leaf clovers. Of course, he wouldn't open them directly, as 4-leaf clovers still had a chance to produce creepers, so Lin Tao crafted a funnel and a chest, placing the funnel above the chest. Without further ado, Lin Tao opened the 4-leaf clovers. Under Lin Tao's swift hands, 164-leaf clovers were quickly opened, but to Lin Tao's disappointment, an astonishing 32 creepers appeared. How unlucky can one be? Besides, Lin Tao initially had a plan. If he obtained redstone and glowstone, he wouldn't need to risk life in hell. However, to Lin Tao's relief, he obtained 1 elytra and 1 totem of undying along with various colorful shulker boxes. There were also some other miscellaneous items with a total value of 12,092 EMC. But without fire and with the appearance of shulker boxes, Lin Tao confirmed that the version of this world should be above 1. 7. 10. To ensure the authenticity of this section, the author opened 160, and really didn't get redstone or glowstone. So Lin Tao's total assets, including the consumed bone meal, amounted to 295,616 EMC. Fortunately, he obtained a flint, and Lin Tao picked it up and walked towards the Hell Gate. Activating the Hell Gate, Lin Tao glanced back at Yan Zhe, who was still sound asleep on the bedside again, and said helplessly, sigh. He sleeps so soundly, forget it. I won't disturb you. I'll go by myself. With a sudden whirl and a crackle of sound, Lin Tao was beset by dizziness. A violet vortex swam before his eyes, and then darkness closed in. He slipped into a state that was neither full faintness nor full awareness. After a short while, Lin Tao regained sensation in his limbs. Stepping out through the portal, he found himself standing within a blood-red hellscape. Lin Tao glanced about briefly, and then set off toward the distance. Meanwhile, in the prime world, Yan Zhe clambered out of bed wearing a lecherous grin, muttering to himself that it would be hilarious if he burst in to give Lin Tao a fright. He finished his thought with a pleased chuckle, and strode through the gate into the underworld. Elsewhere inside the Xia family manor, Zhang Hanyan, bald-headed and anxious, paced the great hall, frequently casting worried glances toward the door. Beside her family head, Xia Bowen spoke irritably, asking what she was doing pacing about. Dinger, my Dinger still hasn't returned. Night has fallen and it's dangerous out there. Zhang Hanyan snapped at Xia Bowen, her voice suddenly snapping like a taut wire. Xia Bowen snorted coldly. He scolded Zhang Hanyan for her tone, and rebuked her for making a fuss like a mere woman of the household. He ranted that he had given that brat a full diamond set. Even if he met monsters, there would be no danger. Always gallivanting about ruining the family. Had the boy not been of his blood, Xia Bowen declared, he would have long since been cast out of the Xia household. A flash of something unreadable crossed Zhang Hanyan's eyes, but she drowned it beneath furious shouting. If anything had happened to him, she wailed, what would become of her? Xia Bowen sneered that it would be better if that brat were dead. Always courting trouble and squandering the family fortune. Not long ago he had acquired a mysterious mod and wanted to sell it. An unknown mod might prove a life-saving boon in a time of family crisis, or at least be a valuable asset. Such things were necessary. Xia Bowen drew several deep breaths to quell his anger, then thundered that selling the mod for diamonds was sheer extravagance. Zhang Hanyan, distraught, insisted on going out to search immediately. It was far too late, and something must have happened to Dinger. At that moment, a guard burst in, shouting that they had found someone who knew news of the young master. Zhang Hanyan urged the guard to bring this informant in at once. The guard hesitated before addressing family head Xia Bowen, who waved him on and instructed him to admit the person. Shortly after, a woman was ushered into the hall by the guard. The guard pointed at the woman and announced that she was the one. Xia Bowen signaled him to step back. The woman bowed in fear upon seeing Xie Bowen trembling as she spoke to the family head. Zhang Hanyan demanded urgently that the woman reveal what she knew about Dinger immediately. Xie Bowen snapped at Zhang Hanyan to mind her place, and then turned to the woman ordering her to speak without wasting time about any information concerning Xie Ding. The woman cast a fearful glance at Xie Bowen and addressed him formally as family head Xie. She introduced herself as Qin Xiaqing, a receptionist at the reclamation center, and proceeded to recount the events of that morning in trembling detail. Her voice shaking, she begged family head Xie not to kill her, insisting she had already told everything she knew and that she had tried to stop Lin Tao. Xie Bowen's face went ashen with rage at the accusation that Lin Tao had been murdered. He declared Qin Xiaqing a vile commoner who dared to kill his son and deserved to die. Suppressing a towering fury, Xie Bowen ordered Xie Feng and a squad to track down Lin Tao and eliminate him. Xie family dignity would not tolerate provocation. He also commanded that the woman be dragged away and killed so the family scandal would not leak out. Qin Xiaqing pleaded that she would never speak of it, begging for mercy, but before she could finish she was seized and dragged away. Xie Feng emerged from a nearby doorway, knelt, and respectfully asked whether they should depart at once. Xie Bowen ordered them to leave immediately and to silence every witness. Xie Feng rose, rallied his men, and commanded a squad to follow him out. Back in the underworld, Lin Tao stared at the barren ceiling overhead and sank into thought. Not least because there was not a single piece of glowstone above him. He muttered that perhaps every deposit had been mined away. Such people were like locusts. He resolved to press onward in search of discoveries. As he walked, Lin Tao placed torches at intervals, a simple precaution against getting lost. After a while, Yan Zhe stepped through a portal into the same realm and surveyed the scene with a mix of awe and disbelief, remarking that this must indeed be hell. He faltered mid-sentence, unsure how to sum up what he saw, and quickly decided to shelve his impressions in favor of finding Lin Tao first. He suddenly realized he had come specifically to look for Lin Tao and panicked at the prospect of failing to find him. Yan Zhe stood frozen, scanning the landscape in confusion until a glimmer caught his eye. He found a line of torches on the ground and guessed they were left by Lin Tao. If he followed them, he thought he could trace Lin Tao's path. Excited, Yan Zhe dashed off following the torches. Meanwhile, Lin Tao cried out with joy upon spotting glowstone above him. People in this world truly took everything they found. Lin Tao hurriedly stacked blocks to reach the deposit. He had eaten 16 loaves of bread along the way and felt a little exasperated at how much effort it had taken. When he had built a platform 6 by 6 to catch falling powder, Lin Tao mined the glowstone. He recovered 77 glowstone dust for a total value of 39568 EMC. Elated that he finally had glowstone dust, Lin Tao declared that he could now construct an energy collector. Then he noticed something else. Behind the glowstone lay an unusual block of nether rock, at the center of which was inset something blue. The block looked familiar to him. In the underworld, blocks of that shape bore a resemblance to ores from the Tinker's Construct mod. Lin Tao hesitated, knowing a single ore was not proof. He decided to test it with a diamond pick. If nothing dropped, then it would confirm it was cobalt. Without delay, he used his conversion table to craft a diamond pickaxe, buying 3 diamonds, 2 sticks, and a workbench to assemble it. He exhaled, slowly raised the diamond pick, and swung with all his strength at the strange block. After dozens of strikes, the block shattered with a thud, but nothing dropped from it. As he suspected this must be cobalt, or Lin Tao murmured with excitement. He then procured a pile of wood, intending to craft the series of worktables required by the mod. At that instant, an arrow arced in from afar. Lin Tao was immersed in his crafting interface and failed to notice the projectile. With a dull thud, the arrow struck him, though because his platform was sufficiently broad, he did not fall. Startled, Lin Tao scanned his surroundings, puzzled by the surprise attack. The arrow in his body felt like a mere pinprick, more irritating than harmful. In a concealed corner on the ground, one of Xie Feng's men reported excitedly that he had hit the target. Xie Feng ordered them to continue their assault and kill the intruder. Lin Tao looked himself over curiously to find where the arrow had struck. As he turned his head, the arrow lodged in his forehead bumped the workbench. He plucked the arrow free, grumbling at its lousy aim. He was grateful he remained in his own world, otherwise that shot might have been fatal. No sooner had he removed the shaft than the arrow pierced his hand and vanished into nothingness. From a distance, Xie Feng and his men unleashed another volley of arrows. Coldly, Lin Tao drew his saber and swung at the incoming shafts. The moment they met his blade, each arrow disintegrated into white smoke and vanished. "Captain, it seems he has discovered us," a small member in the corner reported to Xie Feng with some surprise. "Don't panic, he is coming down from the high platform, it will take him some time," Xie Feng commanded calmly. "Continue shooting, melee team, prepare to attack." "Captain." He jumped down directly. He is already done for. Falling from such a height, he surely won't have much health left. Xie Feng sneered. "Captain, he seems to be flying." A small member pointed at Lin Tao in terror. "What? Are you out of your mind?" Xiefeng looked at the small member as if he were an idiot, but he followed the direction the member was pointing. With someone like you, how did you even get into the first team? What the hell? How is he flying? However, Xiefeng, being the captain, had his merits. After a moment of shock, he issued a direct command regardless of whether he can fly or not. Shoot him down. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Xiefeng finished his order, 3 or 4 arrows flew toward Lin Tao. But those arrows turned into white smoke and disappeared the moment they approached Lin Tao. Lin Tao looked at the arrows shooting in from the right, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Found you. After saying that, Lin Tao controlled his sword and charged to the right. Archers keep shooting to disrupt him. Everyone else charge and kill him. Seeing Lin Tao rushing in, Xiefeng gave the order. Charge. Lin Tao scoffed as he saw several people rush toward him. Although the sword couldn't deal much damage to players due to the rain of arrows from the opponents, he had to use his sword. However, this version allowed for dual wielding. Lin Tao held a triple compressed stone sword in his right hand and carried a blade, the white scabbard, on his back as he charged toward the opponent. Although Lin Tao appeared ferocious inside, he was quite anxious considering the overwhelming number of opponents. 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. But as the saying goes, in a narrow path the brave prevail. At such a moment, once he shows fear, he would surely lose. So he shouted, "You little brats, come at me." After shouting, he jumped up and struck down on a man in iron armor. A critical hit. 5 red damage values exploded above the man's head. Lin Tao frowned in dissatisfaction. The triple compressed stone sword's damage was still too low against the full iron armor. With this little damage, he simply couldn't defeat these people. The members of the Xie family, however, were very surprised because in their eyes what Lin Tao held was merely an ordinary stone sword, yet this sword actually dealt 5 points of damage to a man in full iron armor. Lin Tao waved his left hand, and the sword on his back flew out, automatically cutting through the multitude of arrows into white smoke. Then, using the upward force of the sword, Lin Tao descended from the sky, aiming to strike down at the small member. With a loud bang, as Lin Tao's triple compressed stone sword struck the small member, the durability of that member's iron helmet and iron shoes just happened to run out. Unfortunately, at the moment of that strike, the member's armor was still intact, resulting in another 5 points of damage appearing above the small member's head. At this moment, the small member reacted. He charged at Lin Tao with an iron sword in his hand. "I'm going to kill you," he shouted while charging. Lin Tao looked at the small member charging in. To achieve a deterrent effect, Lin Tao chose to trade injury for injury. The small member's sword stabbed directly into Lin Tao's abdomen. Lin Tao ignored the sword piercing into his abdomen, switching the weapons in his left and right hands, raising the sword to send the opponent flying, then followed up with a strike down. A burst of white smoke appeared, and a pile of dropped items appeared on the ground. "Is this it? You think you can kill me with this little strength?" Lin Tao pointed arrogantly at the group of people opposite him, but inside he was panicking. Oh, after all, he had just been shot by an arrow and took a sword strike from the opponent. His health was only at 3 points now, and if he could eat something he could recover about 5 health points. But clearly the opponents wouldn't give him that chance. He was now gambling, betting that the opponents wouldn't dare to come forward after witnessing him take down one of their own, and he could use this opportunity to escape. This process seemed long, but in reality it was only 5 seconds as a group of small members stared dumbfounded at the drops of their slain teammate. "Damn it! What weapon does he have?" Xiefeng shouted angrily, then looked at his retreating subordinates, giving another order: "Don't fall back. Charge directly. He is just one person and he has taken 2 hits. His health must be low. Charge together. He is doomed. Charge." Hearing Xiefeng's encouraging words, the small members rushed forward like crazy. "Damn, this guy is something else." Lin Tao cursed inwardly without hesitation. He picked up all the drops from the fallen opponent and turned to run. "Don't let him get away. Archers, follow me." Seeing Lin Tao about to flee, Xiefeng issued the order while charging forward. Lin Tao ran without looking back toward the direction of the torch, putting on the recently dropped iron chestplate and iron pants while running. Although the durability was nearly gone, it still provided some protection. After running for a short while, Lin Tao's speed slowed down as he looked at his hunger gauge, now only 3 bars left. Lin Tao cursed, "Damn it. No more hunger gauge. This is dangerous." Lin Tao glanced back at the pursuing soldiers, drawing closer. "If I stop to eat now, I'll die faster. Come on everyone. He can't run much longer." Seeing Lin Tao slowing down ahead, Xiefeng cheered his subordinates. I'm doomed this time. It seems like I'll be in big trouble." Lin Tao urgently looked around when suddenly a familiar voice came from beneath his feet. "Wow, Lin Tao." Yanze's head popped out from the ground, shouting loudly to scare Lin Tao. "What the hell, Yanze, what are you doing here?" Lin Tao was startled. "Aren't you in the main world?" Yanze jumped around in the pit, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. Lin Tao, you got scared by me." Lin Tao looked at Yanze's head popping out not far ahead, and the intermittent sounds coming from him, feeling utterly helpless. "What are you jumping around for? There are pursuers. Hurry up and run." Yanze looked confused but kept jumping in the pit, asking, "What are you talking about?" Lin Tao felt a headache at Yan Ze's silly appearance. Not wanting to waste more words, Lin Tao directly dug Yan Ze out from the pit. Hey, what are you doing, Lin Tao? Until Yan Ze was dug out, he still looked bewildered. Lin Tao sighed, not wanting to bother with Yan Ze, and dragged him forward. Hey, Lin Tao, don't go that way. There's a group of zombie pigmen over there. Yan Ze urgently reminded. Zombie pigmen? Hearing the name, Lin Tao was overjoyed because he found a way to break the deadlock. Hurry up. Yan Ze, where are those pigmen? How many are there? Point the way. Ah, they are right in front, about 7 of them. Lin Tao, you don't want to go that way, do you? Yan Ze asked exaggeratedly. Lin Tao couldn't be bothered with Yan Ze and anxiously looked at his remaining 2 bars of hunger. However, just as the archers from the Lin family were about to shoot Lin Tao, a pig squeal came from the right. Lin Tao's face lit up, utilizing the positioning shift of his sword. He quickly moved toward the group of pigmen, dramatically increasing his speed and widening the distance from the pursuers. Lin Tao, don't leave me behind. I haven't gotten on the cart yet. Wait, I'm still here. Yan Ze had a confused expression. You just need to catch up. Lin Tao's voice came from afar. Anyway, you can run, just catch up. Oh no. Just as Yan Ze stayed in place, an arrow struck directly into his backside. Lin Tao, you jerk. Lin Tao stopped when he was only 3 blocks away from the pigmen, turned around, and saw that the pursuers were already closing in on Yan Ze. While eating bread, Lin Tao shouted to Yan Ze, come here. Lin Tao, can't you take me with you? Ouch. Yan Ze complained as he rushed toward Lin Tao but got hit by another arrow in the backside. Lin Tao covered his eyes with his hand, truly unable to watch. Before long, Yan Ze ran in front of Lin Tao, panting heavily, asking Lin Tao, what exactly is going on? While talking, he pulled out the arrow from his backside, exclaiming, ouch, ouch, that hurts. Hurry up and find a pigman to hide behind. Lin Tao peeked out from behind a pigman's back, urging, absolutely do not attack the pigmen. Humph, humph, humph. It is well known that pigmen are the hellish gangsters. Once attacked, they will retaliate, and as for how many will be involved, Lin Tao felt that this group could last against 30 pigmen at most before they would be annihilated. Meanwhile, on the side of the Xie family team, a young subordinate reported to Xie Feng. Captain, they ran to the right. Just then, another archer came to report. Captain, it seems I hit something just now. Xie Feng glanced at the archer with approval and said, well done, this should be enough to take down that severely wounded person. With that, only 1 remained. Suddenly, Xie Feng heard a series of pig sounds and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where is that pig sound coming from in hell? Thinking of this, Xie Feng's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Who attacked the zombie pigmen? He then furiously glared at the previous archer and shouted, was it you? Did you shoot the zombie pigmen with that arrow just now? Captain, I. The archer shouted at by Xie Feng was so terrified that he could not even speak a complete sentence. Since you brought this trouble upon yourself, you deal with it. Xie Feng, with a fierce expression, pushed the archer out of the team and shouted, leave the team immediately. Don't drag us down. But it might not be. The archer stuttered, trying to deny it, but was directly interrupted. Shut up. I said it's you, so it's you. Now, immediately, get out of the team. The archer, filled with fear, resentment, and reluctance, walked out of the team, looking back step by step. Humph, humph. Just as Xie Feng was reprimanding his subordinate, the zombie pigmen arrived. The zombie pigmen saw the archer who had attacked their brother and charged directly at him. The archer, seeing a swarm of zombie pigmen rushing towards him, desperately shot arrows trying to fend off these zombie pigmen. However, in the end, he was just one person, and no matter how brave he was, he could not withstand them. In the end, after he killed 3 zombie pigmen, he was also severely injured. He looked back in despair, gazing at his teammates, and Captain, holding on to a last glimmer of hope that they would come to save him, but he was met with disappointment. On the faces of the group, he could only see endless indifference, and even his closest brother revealed a slight sneer. He was completely hopeless. Ah! He let out a reluctant roar, his eyes bursting with the last glimmer of light, and he desperately charged towards the team. He was loyal to the Xie family, but what he received in return was abandonment, betrayal. He was unwilling. Damn it! Xie Feng cursed. Kill him quickly. Quick! Don't let him come over. Whoosh! 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 A series of arrow sounds pierced the air, shooting towards him. In the gaze of despair, he fell. However, he achieved his aim. Some arrows shot at him still hit the pigmen. Damn it! Xie Feng turned to glance at the archers, angrily scolding. Who shot the arrows just now? Get out of the team. And the rest, do not attack the pigmen. Thus the scene descended into chaos, with the Xie family's team entangled in a melee with the pigmen army. The remaining team members who had not attacked the pigmen stood by, watching as one teammate after another fell at the hands of the pigmen. Because of this wave of attrition, only 5 members remained in the Xie family's team. Behind the pigmen army, 2 men stealthily followed. One of the men grinned, lewdly nudging the man beside him with his elbow, asking, Lin Tao, how did you come up with this idea? You don't pay attention in class, how do you know about these things? Lin Tao looked at the chaotic battle ahead, nodded in satisfaction, then smiled at Yan Zhe. Not telling you. Yan Zhe awkwardly scratched his head and asked with a smile. By the way, speaking of which, why are you being chased by these people? I don't know. I have no idea who they are. Lin Tao shrugged helplessly and casually said, Just leave one later and ask them. Yan Zhe nodded and asked again. Speaking of which, Lin Tao, that trap you just dug, is it really useful? Don't worry, just watch. Lin Tao grinned confidently. Soon, under the assault of the pigmen, only 3 members of the Xie family team were still struggling. Xie Feng's expression was extremely grim. The head of the Xie family was very strict, or with so many losses in this task, even if they completed it, they would probably not fare well. Captain Target identified. A subordinate who had gone scouting returned to report. This subordinate was sent by Xie Feng to scout, and had just discovered Lin Tao and Yan Zhe standing outside the encirclement. At that moment, he finally understood why his men shot the pigmen. It was all Lin Tao's scheme. Damn it! Lin Tao, you killed the young master of the Xie family. The Xie family will not let you go. Xie Feng roared in anger, then led the remaining 4 towards Lin Tao. Lin Tao suddenly realized, clapping his hands. So you are from the Xie family, then there's no need to interrogate you. Lin Tao took out a script and using his digging enhancement began to dig into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of blocks breaking echoed continuously, and a large pit appeared before Lin Tao. In the pit there was an endless flow of lava. The 5 rushing forward from the Xie family also fell into the pit. What kind of ability is this? Xie Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just a little trick. Lin Tao looked at Xie Feng, who was trying to save himself in the pit, with pride. Alright, stop struggling, go and claim your boxed lunch. Saying this, Lin Tao took out the bow and arrows that the Xie family members had dropped and shot Xie Feng, who had been propped against 3 blocks, back into the lava. Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the remaining members of the Xie family, who had been wiped out by the pigmen, and was about to step forward to collect the spoils, but Yan Zhe was a step ahead and rushed into the pigmen crowd. However, because Yan Zhe was running too fast, he accidentally slapped one of the pigmen in the face with his right hand. Humph, humph, humph. The pigmen instantly turned their heads to look at Yan Zhe. Cold sweat poured down Yan Zhe's back. He swallowed hard and trembled as he said, Lin Tao, help me. As soon as he finished shouting, the pigmen charged at him. Lin Tao sighed helplessly, had no choice but to draw his blade and rush towards the pigmen. He directly executed one of the techniques of the blade draw sword. He slightly bent down, entering a stealth state, then leaped and lunged, performing a series of slashes, arriving next to Yan Zhe while the pigmen were pushed back by him. This operation can be executed on a computer using the blade draw sword by pressing Shift-U space right click together. As Yan Zhe saw Lin Tao rush in, he began frantically picking up the dropped items on the ground. Lin Tao then used the previously mentioned displacement skill. Earlier I forgot to mention that the displacement skill Lin Tao uses is also a method of using the blade draw sword, pressing Shift-U and right-click together once. After slashing twice in front of the pigmen, he activated the skill again to retreat, and before retreating too far, slashed the pigmen once more. This is pressing shifts and right-click together once. With a grunt, after the pigmen turned into a piece of rotten meat and 3 gold nuggets, they remained on the ground. Lin Tao looked around at the remaining 9 pigmen side in relief, then looked at another pigman approaching Yan Zhe, feeling very helpless, and rushed towards that pigman. While charging, he complained, I say, Yan Zhe, what are you standing there for? I'm picking up the spoils. Yan Zhe was picking up items as if his hands were out of control. Ouch. You filthy pigman, sneak attacked me. Lin Tao watched this scene, feeling utterly speechless. He shook his head, suppressing the thought of beating up Yan Zhe, planning to talk about it in the main world. He cleanly eliminated the remaining pigmen just as before. Meanwhile, Yan Zhe was busy collecting all the spoils while Lin Tao was killing the pigmen, and happily came to Lin Tao's side. Lin Tao glanced at Yan Zhe beside his side, shook his head and said, Sai Yan Zhe, you are really greedy. Just now so many pigmen were attacking you, and the first thing you thought of was to pick up items. After saying this, he glanced at Yan Zhe, but seeing him with his head held high and a proud expression, he felt another toothache. No, I'm praising you. Forget it, let's go back to the main world. Alright, time to go back to sleep. Yan Zhe bounced towards the teleportation portal. Is this guy lacking a brain? Lin Tao muttered, following Yan Zhe. Soon the two arrived at the teleportation portal. Without a second thought, Yan Zhe stepped into the portal, while Lin Tao felt something was off. He vaguely heard voices coming from the other side of the portal. However, Lin Tao did not stop Yan Zhe, but let him walk into the portal, feeling that Yan Zhe was too carefree and should face some consequences. While Lin Tao was pondering, Yan Zhe had already disappeared into the portal. Just as Yan Zhe vanished, Lin Tao faintly heard Yan Zhe's questioning voice. Ha! Who are you? Why are you in my? Isn't this? Lin Tao's house. Hey, hey, what are you doing? Are you going to make a move? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let me tell you, my brother Lin Tao is really amazing. He can take you all on. He'll be out from the door soon. A strange voice sounded, control him. And he just said he has a partner, will guard the entrance. In the midst of the chaotic voices, Lin Tao helplessly shook his head. This guy Yan Zhe is really a fool at all times. After complaining about Yan Zhe, Lin Tao began to think of a countermeasure. Hey, people inside the door, listen up. Your teammate is now in our hands. I advise you to come out and surrender quickly, otherwise we will kill him. At this moment a voice came from the main world. Tisk, not giving any time really, but even if you go out like this you can still kill the people outside, it just takes a bit more effort. Lin Tao complained somewhat irritably. Then without hesitation he directly walked into the portal. Another wave of familiar dizziness hit him, and when Lin Tao opened his eyes again, he saw two strangers, and Yan Zhe looking at him. You! One of the strangers was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by Lin Tao as he rushed over. With a critical hit, he struck the stranger's face, knocking him back a short distance. The other stranger then reacted and drew a bow aiming at Lin Tao. Yan Zhe, what are you doing? Attack them! Lin Tao, seeing the enemies react while his teammate was still frozen, was furious. Ah, Lin Tao, but I don't have a weapon. Yan Zhe said pitifully. Get out of the way. Lin Tao retaliated against one person and looked back at Yan Zhe wanting to kill him and said fiercely, wasn't the golden sword dropped by the pigmen a weapon? Get out of the way. And what about the iron swords dropped by that group just now? Aren't they weapons? After saying this, Lin Tao deployed the blade draw sword to slice the incoming arrows. But, those are loot. If I use them, they'll lose value. Yan Zhe said with an innocent face. I can't believe it. Lin Tao was so furious that he was speechless. He jumped up and delivered a critical hit, increasing the distance between him and the two. Kid, I advise you to surrender quickly. Our main force is in hell. Once they come out, you're done for. One person, seeing he was at a disadvantage, tried to threaten Lin Tao. Main force. Lin Tao was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a sneer, ignoring the other and charging at the two again. Seeing that the threat of the main force was ineffective, he switched tactics. I'm from the Xie family. You can't. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Tao delivered another critical hit, ending his life. The other one, with a face full of panic, pointed at Lin Tao. You killed people from the Xie family? The Xie family will not let you go. I'm really speechless. Didn't you come here to kill me? Now you're saying this nonsense, it's just too ridiculous. Lin Tao looked at the other with a dumbfounded expression, not letting him speak again, and ended his life with a sword. At night, a ruckus erupted through the residential complex. Yan Zhe, are you out of your mind? Why didn't you help just now? Lin Tao demanded, his face flushed with indignation. Those are spoils of war. Yan Zhe mumbled in a corner, aware he was at fault. Lin Tao, hearing him stammer, could only laugh in exasperation. Do you want your life or your money? Yan Zhe continued in a small voice. Why not both? Lin Tao snapped back. If it weren't for me these last 2 times, you wouldn't even know how many times you'd have died. Lin Tao grew angrier at Yan Zhe's attitude. Wasn't I there for you? Yan Zhe replied with shameless confidence. Lin Tao was left speechless by the retort. But then he frowned, sensing something decidedly amiss. He thought to himself, I have only known Yan Zhe for 2 days. Why do I feel so close to him? Before I crossed over, I was always on guard with others. Wait, why can't I recall my past life? No, this is wrong. I still remember a lot about EMC-related knowledge, but why can't I remember the ordinary details of my previous life, not even how I transmigrated? Hey, Lin Tao. Yan Zhe waved a hand in front of Lin Tao and called out, what are you thinking about? Ah, it's nothing, Lin Tao answered. Lin Tao came back to himself and forced a smile, but irritation lingered. He felt certain he had forgotten something important. Seeing Lin Tao's pale expression, Yan Zhe immediately softened and timidly offered, Lin Tao, shall I give you my spoils? Lin Tao shook his head, abandoning any attempt to retrieve memories for the moment. He was about to speak when Yan Zhe chimed in again. You don't want them? Fine. I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Yan Zhe declared, then bolted for the door. Lin Tao raised an edged sword, teleported to Yan Zhe's side, and set a triple compressed stone blade against his throat. Smiling faintly, he said, You may go, but leave your things behind. Yan Zhe whimpered plaintively. Wah? Lin Tao, you were too harsh. I was only teasing. Did you have to beat me like that? He looked at Lin Tao at the workbench with a pitiable expression, then continued. Didn't we promise to be each other's guardian angels? To watch over one another forever? Lin Tao nearly choked on a laugh at Yan Zhe's theatrics. Turning his head, he set down a piece of fluorite and a diamond block with a cruel grin and snapped, Are you gay? Say that to me and it'll teach you a lesson. Yan Zhe shrank back into the corner feigning tears and trembling. Oh no, how terrifying. Lin Tao turned away, unwilling to look. Oh, he feared he might lose his temper and truly hurt Yan Zhe. He returned to his crafting. He was building an energy collector, 1 Malawian kwacha. Following the pattern glowstone, glass, glowstone, diamond block, glowstone, furnace, glowstone. Done. Finally completed the energy collector. Lin Tao excitedly held the energy collector, saved a slot on the transmutation table, as habit from now on any sellable item would pass through the step, and then placed the device on the ground. He took a piece of charcoal and inserted it into the collector. Under the catalyst of energy, the charcoal transformed into redstone, then coal, gunpowder, glowstone, dust, alchemical coal, redstone blocks. The process continued until it yielded eternal fuel and then stopped. It was not that Lin Tao wished to cease upgrading, but the MK1's energy cap was only 10000. Beyond that, it could not further elevate item values. I finally acquired redstone and coal. Lin Tao exclaimed, delighted with the materials in his hands. Yan Zhe's earlier antics had convinced him to craft a repair talisman right away. First came the low-tier covalent powder. The recipe required 8 cobblestones, and 1 charcoal arranged in a grid of cobblestone with charcoal at the lower right corner to produce 40 low-grade covalent powder. Next came the mid-tier covalent powder made from 1 iron ingot and 1 coal, and finally the high-tier covalent powder from 1 diamond and 1 redstone. He still needed a sheet of paper and 2 strings. Suddenly Lin Tao frowned. How was he supposed to obtain those in the city? If only I had a dismantling table. Lin Tao sighed in frustration. Lin Tao, do you need the help of this top student? Yan Zhe grinned shamelessly and leaned in, sensing an opening. Lin Tao cast Yan Zhe a skeptical glance that said he did not believe him. Hey, what kind of look is that? Yan Zhe protested. I always get full marks on history exams at school. Lin Tao responded with a bored, oh. Yan Zhe grew indignant. What kind of reaction is that? Believe me. Ask me about any mod and I can tell you everything. Intrigued, Lin Tao raised an eyebrow and asked, do you know the dismantling table mod? Of course I know it, Yan Zhe said proudly. For the dismantling table mod we only know 1 item, the dismantling table itself, but its recipe was never revealed. Lin Tao nodded in understanding. Alright, I get it. You can go to sleep now. Yan Zhe muttered under his breath. Use it and toss it. What a jerk. I curse you, never find a girlfriend. Lin Tao ignored the grumble and purchased the dismantling table materials, then began to craft iron ingot, diamond, iron ingot, plank, crafting table, plank, producing a dismantling table which he placed beside the workbench. Lin Tao eyed the bed under Yan Zhe, a sly idea crossing his mind. He crept over and with bare hands broke the bed apart. Ouch! Yan Zhe fell onto the floor and looked around bewildered. Lin Tao could not help but laugh at Yan Zhe's expression. He quickly composed himself and said in mock gravity, I am professionally trained. I do not laugh under ordinary circumstances, unless I cannot restrain myself. His laughter leaked out again. Yan Zhe's eyes widened in anger. Lin Tao, what the hell? Why did you destroy my bed? Lin Tao was momentarily stunned, then felt a flush of embarrassment. He snapped back, hey. Yan Zhe, get your facts straight. This is my bed. Yan Zhe coughed awkwardly, then pleaded pitifully. You don't sleep at night anyway. Can't you let me use it? Look at me. Get lost. Lin Tao retorted, disgusted by Yan Zhe's beseeching face. Lin Tao turned back to his work and ignored the sulking Yan Zhe in the corner, then began operating the dismantling table. He dismantled a bao due to its durability. He only recovered 2 sticks and 3 strings. He dismantled a book and quill next, following the same procedure, and obtained an ink sac, feathers, a book, leather, sugarcane, and most importantly the paper he needed. With all materials prepared, Lin Tao combined them in the pattern low-tier covalent powder, mid-tier covalent powder, high-tier covalent powder, string, paper, string, high, mid, low, producing a repair talisman. He exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Now his equipment could restore durability. As long as a piece of gear did not shatter outright, it could be used indefinitely. After setting out 2 beds, Lin Tao lay down to sleep. Yan Zhe hesitated for a moment, then, face full of despair, curled up beside him. Lin Tao glanced at Yan Zhe with an odd mixture of curiosity and silent scorn. What was that boy imagining now? The night passed without words and dawn came. Lin Tao twisted his neck uncomfortably and felt a weight on his leg. Reaching up with his hand, he touched what seemed to be a foot and opened his eyes in puzzlement. When he opened them, he saw someone perched on his leg. For a moment he was stunned, then he snapped, Yan Zhe, you little scamp, and with a swift motion flipped him onto the floor. Yan Zhe looked wounded and accused. You put my bed next to yours, so I'd sleep with you, didn't you? Now that I did, you turn on me. Woo-woo, jerk. Lin Tao was speechless at Yan Zhe's theatrics. He had no intention of sleeping with him. Putting the two beds together was only a habit from gaming, nothing more. Too tired to explain, Lin Tao glared at Yan Zhe and headed for the door. Yan Zhe trailed behind, sulking and aggrieved. Because it was still early, Lin Tao did not waste money on an ender pearl to get to school. He chose to walk. Along the way, Yan Zhe kept staring at him with mournful eyes, making Lin Tao break out in goosebumps. Feeling awkward, Lin Tao cleared his throat and said unnaturally, "Ahem. There's an exam today. Do you feel confident?" Yan Zhe shed his plaintive look and replied proudly, "No. That's good. Otherwise it would be troublesome." "Wait, what did you say?" Lin Tao blinked, puzzled, and fixed Yan Zhe with a strange look. "Why are you proud of that?" he asked. Yan Zhe beamed with misplaced pride. "I'm a history ace, but the rest of the subjects I don't really understand." Lin Tao could only roll his eyes at such misplaced self-regard. Still, Lin Tao asked, "So what will you do about the exam?" "No idea. They'll figure it out," Yan Zhe replied with casual ease. Lin Tao shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, someone came running out from the street and blocked their path. "Who are you?" Yan Zhe asked suspiciously. Lin Tao readied his triple compressed stone blade and watched the newcomer warily. "What do you want?" The man put on a conspiratorial tone. "Don't get excited. I heard you were worried about the exam." "No," Yan Zhe shook his head. The man, momentarily deflated, tried another angle. "Never mind that. I have a mod USB here. Interested? Only 10 diamonds, no tricks." Lin Tao's curiosity was piqued. "What mod is it? Let me see." The man grinned and handed Lin Tao the USB. Lin Tao whispered to Yan Zhe in surprise. "He just handed it over so easily. Aren't you worried he'll run off once I take it?" Yan Zhe shrugged as if it were obvious. If he dares give it so readily, he must have used it himself. It's soulbound. Stealing it won't help. Lin Tao nodded and, without pressing the matter further, turned his full attention to examining the USB. The chat enhancement mod. Lin Tao examined the USB drive, carefully muttering it over and over again, while his mind searched for any information he had about this mod. As Lin Tao reminisced, Yan Zhe began to engage the other person in conversation. "Hey brother, why don't you sell this mod USB drive to the recycling station?" Yan Zhe asked with a face full of curiosity. "Sigh," the man sighed and slowly explained. "I tried to sell it, but this broken mod doesn't even provide a synthesis method, so sigh, I can only recycle it at the lowest price." Yan Zhe nodded in understanding and then asked, "By the way, brother, what's your name?" "Zhu Lihen." Zhu Lihen raised an eyebrow, extended his hand towards Yan Zhe and asked, "And you?" "Yan Zhe." Yan Zhe smiled and shook Zhu Lihen's hand, managing a rare, serious handshake. After getting acquainted, the atmosphere between the two became noticeably friendlier and they began to chat. "Ah, I remember now." On the other side, Lin Tao slapped his forehead, finally recalling the details of this mod. It might not be useful for everyday survival, but it would be quite handy for this upcoming exam. He raised his head, intending to buy the mod outright, only to find Yan Zhe and the man chattering away incessantly. "Hey, Yan Zhe, what are you doing?" Lin Tao approached Yan Zhe from behind and gave him a slap on the back, causing him to stumble. Yan Zhe turned to Lin Tao excitedly and said, "Lin Tao, you're just in time, come with me for a moment." He then turned back to Zhu Lihen and said, "Wait a moment." Zhu Lihen nodded in response. After saying that, Yan Zhe grabbed Lin Tao's hand and began to walk away. "Hey Yan Zhe, what exactly are you up to?" Lin Tao pulled his hand away from Yan Zhe, his face dark with suspicion. Yan Zhe turned back to gauge Zhu Lihen's distance, ensuring they wouldn't be overheard, and then turned back to find Lin Tao with a grim expression. "Hee hee." Yan Zhe chuckled as he approached Lin Tao from behind, massaging his shoulders and patting his back. "Sigh, stop, stop, stop." Lin Tao sighed and asked helplessly, "Just say what you need to say." Yan Zhe scratched his head and grinned foolishly before relaying the content of their previous conversation to Lin Tao. ABA, omitting 20000 words. With Yan Zhe's explanation, Lin Tao gained some understanding of Zhu Lihen. Currently, Zhu Lihen is 19 years old. Note: Yan Zhe is 16, Lin Tao is 17. He was expelled for not submitting a transformation table, so he hasn't finished high school. Now he is a hunter, spending his nights hunting monsters in the forest and trading the spoils for food. If he could get a mod USB drive and sell it for a good price, he could live comfortably for a few days. After all, these monsters are no joke. Working every night is like dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to disaster. "So what do you want me to do?" Lin Tao pondered Yan Zhe's words, but still couldn't grasp his intentions. Yan Zhe scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "I talked to him, and he wants to exchange this mod USB drive for a transformation table." Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's brows furrowed. Exchange a mod USB drive for a transformation table. Although Lin Tao knew the synthesis method for the transformation table, which only costs 230 EMC, its market price is 100,000 EMC. Lin Tao gasped. By such calculations, he stood to gain significantly, but he maintained a poker face and asked in a low voice, just for one mod USB drive. He wants to trade for a transformation table. His appetite is too big. Yanzhe, I know the transformation table is expensive and the supply in this city is limited. You might have money but still can't buy one. However, he said he could agree to your conditions for free. So Lin Tao interrupted Yanzhe's lengthy discourse, smiling. Come on, aren't you just after those spoils? Seriously selling me out like this? Unexpectedly, Yanzhe's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, You can't say that. I'm valuing this person's character. Lin Tao merely smirked, ignoring Yanzhe, and turned to walk towards Zhu Lihen. Zhu Lihen. Lin Tao. The two exchanged names and shook hands to acknowledge their acquaintance. Lin Tao I. Zhu Lihen was about to discuss conditions with Lin Tao but was interrupted. Zhu Lihen looked at Lin Tao in confusion. Lin Tao simply smiled slightly and said, Yanzhe and I still have school. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Let's talk while walking. He then called out without looking back. Yanzhe, keep up. A flicker of pain crossed Zhu Lihen's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and quickened his pace to follow. Yanzhe, seeing Zhu Lihen like this, sighed, inwardly feeling that he was still troubled by his expulsion. Meanwhile, as they walked, Lin Tao casually asked, Why do you want a transformation table? Zhu Lihen's expression darkened slightly as he solemnly replied, Tomorrow is the day my sister's school submits the transformation tables, but my income over the years is simply not enough to buy one. Even with the money left by my parents, it's still insufficient. So he abruptly halted, looking at Lin Tao with a pleading expression. So Lin Tao, I beg you, if you are willing to exchange the transformation table with me, I can obey any of your requests. I know this might be difficult for you, but I don't have time to look for other buyers. Lin Tao frowned and asked, Why do you insist on your sister going to school? Zhu Lihen spoke with a choked voice. I was the one who dropped out. I know how serious the consequences can be. If it weren't for the serendipitous fortune that made me a hunter, I might not have even survived to this day. So, I don't want my sister to go through the same thing. But how did you manage in the previous years? Lin Tao seemed to have caught a hint of an issue in Zhu Lihen's words, asking doubtfully. Huh? Zhu Lihen blinked in confusion. Wasn't elementary and middle school 9 years of compulsory education? We submitted a transformation table once before. It took me 3 years to barely afford one. Lin Tao felt a bit awkward, scratching his head, then shifted the topic, saying, Putting that aside, you want my transformation table, but I have 3 conditions. Zhu Lihen composed himself, closed his mouth, and listened attentively. First, this mod USB drive belongs to me. Second, any 5 mod USB drives you acquire from today onwards must be given to me. As for the third, Lin Tao paused, glancing at Zhu Lihen, noticing his troubled yet calm expression. Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction and added, I want you to join my organization. Upon hearing Lin Tao's invitation, Zhu Lihen instinctively replied, Okay. But then suddenly realizing, he asked in astonishment, You have your own organization at such a young age. How long has it been established? Lin Tao thought seriously for a moment before answering seriously, Counting now, it's 36 seconds. No, now it's 37 seconds. Zhu Lihen stared blankly at Lin Tao with a bad feeling sprouting in his heart. Am I getting on a pirate ship? But he still asked with a glimmer of hope. There can't be just a few people, right? A few people. Lin Tao stroked his chin as if counting. Seeing Lin Tao's demeanor, Zhu Lihen felt a glimmer of hope, thinking, since he is pondering, there must be many members. Under Zhu Lihen's expectant gaze, Lin Tao slowly raised 2 fingers. 20 people. Zhu Lihen asked hesitantly. Lin Tao shook his head and was about to speak, when Yanzhe, who had been listening for a long time, jumped in first. Hey Lin Tao, I want to join too. Lin Tao nodded and raised 1 more finger, saying, Now there are 3 people. Zhu Lihen suddenly felt a sense of despair. If this were an animation, his current state would resemble a stone statue with a beam of light shining down on him while darkness surrounded him. Hey Lin Tao, hurry up, we're going to be late again. Yanzhe glanced at the mysterious clock he pulled out of nowhere, panic evident in his voice, as he urged Lin Tao, Let's go, don't worry about him anymore. Lin Tao waved his hand in front of the petrified Zhu Lihen, but seeing no response, he turned away and said, Oh, let's go. He won't recover anytime soon. Let's just leave the conversion table for him. With that, Lin Tao took out a conversion table and tossed it at Zhu Lihen's feet. Lin Tao, you really are being irresponsible. Yanzhe complained on the way. How is that irresponsible? Lin Tao asked, confused. You just throw it down like that? What if he doesn't see it and doesn't pick it up? Isn't that a waste? Yanzhe explained. Hey, shouldn't it just be sucked into the backpack? Lin Tao asked, puzzled, unaware that he had previously picked up items with his hands. Yanzhe turned to him, staring at Lin Tao with shock. Wah! What's wrong? Lin Tao felt uneasy under Yanzhe's gaze and stuttered. It's nothing. I'm just a bit shocked that you know something so ancient. Yanzei shook his head then continued, at first it was indeed as you said, but everything changed with the loading of a mod. The real item drop mod. Lin Tao asked tentatively. That mod is. What the heck? Yanzei suddenly realized halfway through and asked. You know about it? Seriously, everyone knows yet you still want me to explain. Lin Tao twitched his mouth. He despised this mod which required picking up items by hand, when they could have been directly absorbed into the backpack, adding unnecessary trouble to survival. If it weren't for this mod, the drops from those little brothers 2 days ago wouldn't have gone to waste. After Lin Tao and Yanzei had walked a bit, Zhu Hen snapped out of his petrified state, looked at the conversion table at his feet, and then at the distant figures of Yanzei and Lin Tao, his expression a bit complicated. He had actually heard everything from their conversation and felt incredulous about Lin Tao's trust in him. He thought Lin Tao was overly trusting. Even though he admitted to being a good person, they had just met and were essentially strangers. Wasn't Lin Tao afraid he'd run away? However, Zhu Hen glanced at the conversion table at his feet and thought, I should just go back and give it to Xiao Li. She has to submit it next week, and if I return it to her now, she will be very surprised. With that thought, Zhu Hen picked up the conversion table and ran home. Meanwhile, at the 20th high school, students, next week on this day is the midterm exam with a total of 7 subjects, so please study hard. Lin Tao's homeroom teacher Yang Meng was conducting a pre-exam mobilization. Of course, this kind of mobilization happened before every exam, so almost no one paid serious attention except for teacher. Lin Tao raised his hand and stood up to ask, why are there 7 subjects? I thought there were only 6. As soon as he spoke, the previously drowsy students instantly woke up. What? 7? Lin Tao, you must have misheard. Yeah. Lin Tao, did you mishear? No, I heard it too. The teacher did say 7, maybe it was a slip of the tongue. The classroom was suddenly filled with voices of confusion and debate. Yang Meng helplessly rubbed her forehead, and then slammed her hand on the podium, sighing, silence. I originally wanted to tell you about this subject before the exam, but since Lin Tao asked, I'll announce it early. The newly added subject is equivalent exchange expansion, and there is only one thing to test: the synthesis of the conversion table. Wow. As soon as Yang Meng finished speaking, the classroom erupted. Well, not in a physical sense, but in terms of noise. What? The synthesis conversion table? Only the everlasting group knows how to synthesize it, right? Yeah. What's the point of this exam? This school is getting more and more unreasonable. Similar voices of confusion, doubt, anger, and discontent echoed throughout the classroom. Meanwhile, Lin Tao sat down under Yang Meng's pointed gaze, sharing the same thoughts as most in the classroom. Why hold such a meaningless exam? He also vaguely felt that he had forgotten some details. After a bit of noise, the classroom gradually quieted down, and all the students looked at the podium waiting for Yang Meng's next words. The school stipulates that if you do not synthesize the conversion table, you will either be expelled, or have to submit a conversion table and repeat a year. If you do synthesize the conversion table, you will graduate directly. As soon as this was said, the classroom erupted again. However, this had little to do with Lin Tao now. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something Yanzei had said on the way to school. I know the conversion table is expensive, and that the supply is limited in each city. Limited. This statement seemed to merely inform Lin Tao about the limited supply of conversion tables, but upon closer examination some issues became evident. Why does a city limit its supply? How can they be sure the quantity is sufficient? And why does the school require 1 conversion table every year? Why can't they submit equivalent or even more expensive items? The crafty frog always has its own agenda. The truth is single, which is to keep track of the numbers every year. Of course, this is just a superficial reason. The deeper reason is to monopolize the conversion table market. If the quantity in their statistics increases, it means someone has discovered the synthesis method of the conversion table. Naturally, they would also realize that the original value of the conversion table isn't worth 1,000,000 EMC. The consequence of this is that they can no longer monopolize this market, which is not a pleasant outcome for a capitalist. And the fate of those who discover the synthesis method. At this thought, Lin Tao couldn't help but shudder. However, all of this is still just speculation and doesn't prove anything. Lin Tao comforted himself. Maybe the school just wants to collect a bit more money. Perhaps the school has been bought off by the everlasting group. Or maybe the school is a subordinate force of the everlasting group. As Lin Tao's self-comfort grew increasingly pessimistic, his desk mate nudged him with an elbow and quietly reminded him, Lin Tao, teacher Yang Meng wants you to go with her. Oh, thank you, I got it. Lin Tao was taken aback for a moment, then thanked her and quickly walked to the teacher's office. Hee, teacher, are you looking for me? Lin Tao poked his head around the office door with a mischievous grin. Yang Meng had a tick mark appear on her forehead and, suppressing her fury, said, Lin Tao, come in. Seeing the situation was not good, Lin Tao hurriedly entered the office, closing the door behind him with a forced smile, saying, Teacher, I borrowed a conversion table before, right? In a faintly clamorous classroom, a young man sat motionless at his desk. detached as if alien to the world around him. Lin Tao was still ruminating on Ri Yuekue's recent warning, beware of the Eternal Century Group. Why must I beware of the Eternal Century Group? Could my suspicion be true? So this bodes ill. The more Lin Tao pondered, the more an inexplicable tension coiled within his chest. An unease that unsettled him deeply. How strange. Why this sensation? Am I simply too weak now? Lacking even the barest sense of security. He pressed a hand to his chest and murmured to himself. All day long his mind remained unmoored, restless, unfocused, and yielded no resolution. Lin Tao, what's wrong with you? You've been sullen ever since we left. Yan Zhe noticed Lin Tao hadn't spoken a word on their way home. Even when he did, his voice was inaudible. Nothing much. By the way, Yan Zhe, do you know how to synthesize? Never mind. Lin Tao snapped back to awareness, about to ask whether Yan Zhe could synthesize a conversion table, but paused. If Yan Zhe possessed such skill, this predicament would never have arisen today. Of course, it was also possible Yan Zhe had deliberately concealed his ability. Yet Lin Tao appraised Yan Zhe carefully and dismissed the notion outright. Unaware that he had already been quietly scrutinized and ruled out, Yan Zhe gazed at Lin Tao, puzzled. What were you going to ask? Lin Tao weighed his options for rapid advancement. Infinite greed was out of the question. Equipment from equivalent exchange, though potent, remained prohibitively expensive. The drawn blade sword offered no swift path upward. Upgrading the compressed stone sword demanded funds he lacked. Only one path remained: the artisan's soul. Yet the artisan's soul required a smelting furnace, and materials were precisely what he lacked. Out in the wild, sand, gravel, and clay would be effortlessly gathered. But here in the heart of the city, none existed. Still, a single mod could dissolve every obstacle. I meant to ask, do you know the modus ex nihilo mod? Having clarified his objective, Lin Tao voiced the question directly. Of course I do. Yan Zhe swelled with pride, wearing the insufferable grin of one who believed the world would collapse without him. They say its installation came with quite a tale. Lin Tao ignored the smirk entirely and raised a skeptical brow. Oh, do tell. Yan Zhe instantly adopted the posture of a seasoned storyteller, clearing his throat slowly. Legend says this tale began long, long ago. A vein throbbed on Lin Tao's forehead. Without a word, he drew the white-sheathed blade and pressed its edge against Yan Zhe's throat. Silent, unwavering. Gulp. Well, actually, it's just that another mod, stellar radiance, generates all things, refused to load into any machine until modus ex nihilo was installed. And then, poof. It worked. That's all. Eyes fixed on the blade at his neck, Yan Zhe swallowed hard and spilled the entire story in a breathless, lightning-fast rush. Relief surged through Lin Tao. He sheathed the blade, instantly tossed over his shoulder. I'm heading home first. You follow at your pace. And vanished down the street in a sprint. Eternal Century Group District X Branch. Is everything prepared? In a softly lit hall, a man lounged casually upon the highest chair. Sir, all is ready. Next week's examination venue has been secured within our newly constructed building, ensuring immediate extraction. The man rose slowly, leapt soundlessly to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed coldly down upon the dimly lit city below. His voice cut like frost. Keep Su Jiala under strict control. Should he fail again, even as a delegate from headquarters, I'll make an exception. A mirthless chuckle escaped his lips. Then he whirled, locking eyes with the kneeling subordinate before him, and spoke each syllable with lethal precision. He will pay the price. Lin Tao, why are you rushing so fast? Yan Zhe grumbled, pushing open the door into Lin Tao's home. Where is he? Scanning the room, Yan Zhe found no sign of Lin Tao. Only something unfamiliar. What is this? He approached the workbench, where 3 distinct tables and a bizarrely shaped chest now stood. Curious, Yan Zhe stepped closer, then paused, spotting a book and a pen resting atop one of the tables. He picked up the book and flipped it open. Yan Zhe. I'm off to the nether. Stay put. Also fetch the hammer from the box beside my bed, use it to crush stones, and bring the repair talisman with you. Lin Tao. Following the instructions, he retrieved the items: 10 stacks of stone, an iron hammer, and a single repair talisman. This should be right. He placed a stone on the floor and struck it with the hammer. With a sharp crack, the stone shattered into drops, and the hammer's durability decreased by 1 point. Gravel? Yan Zhe's eyes widened. He stared at the hammer, then the gravel, then the hammer again, before his jaw dropped. Wah, what the? His mouth hung agape, eyes bulging. Reminiscent of a certain OS Superman freshly piloting his Z-Class special air machine and transforming for the first time inside a junior TV series. Durability restored. Yan Zhe cried, disbelief raw in his voice. To confirm he wasn't hallucinating, he grabbed another stack of stones and swung the hammer again. While Yan Zhe cheerfully labored away, as an unwitting tool, Lin Tao mined cobalt and added ore deep within the nether. Fortunately, humanity had yet to discover methods for extracting these ores, so they lay abundant and unclaimed across the fiery realm. After breaking 2 obsidian pickaxes, Lin Tao collected just under 2 stacks of cobalt ore and a full 2.5 stacks of addit or those obsidian-tipped pickaxes had been crafted the moment he returned home, enabling him to mine both cobalt and addit in the first place. Lin Tao scanned the surroundings, confirmed no nether fortress loomed nearby, then casually scooped a bucket of lava and strode toward the nether portal. 80. In the overworld, Yen Zhe swung the hammer, rhythmically chanting encouragement to himself. 10 stacks of stone had transformed completely, 5 of them now yielding sand instead of gravel. Now he was testing whether striking sand produced anything new. Crack. The familiar sound rang out. Yen Zhe snatched the drop and inspected it closely. Dust. He repeated the word several times, frantically searching his memory, yet found no reference, no context. His expression shifted abruptly. This can't be. A new block. Mama ya. What on earth are you doing? It's deafening. Lin Tao emerged just then from the nether portal. Perfect timing. Take a look at this. Seeing Lin Tao return, Yen Zhe thrust the dust into his hands, brimming with excitement. I discovered this brand new block myself. Impressive, right? Hands on hips, Yen Zhe beamed with pride. His entire bearing screaming praise me. Lin Tao accepted the dust without glancing at him, then extended a hand flatly hand over the rest. Ah, so cold. Grumbling, Yen Zhe reluctantly tossed the items over. Not bad speed. Lin Tao picked up the block and hammer, examined them, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Then he added, keep the repair talisman for yourself. Without another word, he turned and walked straight to the workbench, leaving Yen Zhe behind. First he purchased 1 stack of wooden planks and crafted 36 oak stairs. Then he assembled a wooden bucket using the following pattern. Planks, empty planks. Planks, empty planks, bucket. Planks, stairs, planks. Next he placed the bucket on the ground, fetched an empty one, filled it with water from the kitchen sink, poured the water into the bucket, and added the dust. Done. Clay acquired. Lin Tao removed the clay block from the bucket and returned to the workbench to craft cement using this arrangement. Gravel, gravel, gravel. Gravel, sand, sand, cement. Sand, sand, clay block. Finally he fed the cement into the furnace. Lin Tao exhaled slowly. His earlier anxiety had eased just slightly. Yet relaxation was premature. Lin Tao turned to Yen Zhe and asked, Yen Zhe, do you have a cactus at home? Yes. At the prospect of being needed, Yen Zhe swelled with renewed confidence. I spent no time for stories. Bring it now. Lin Tao sighed inwardly. He could acquire cactus by other means. But why take a detour when the shortcut lay right before him? As Yen Zhe raced upstairs for the cactus, the first scorched brick emerged from the furnace. Lin Tao, having rested only briefly, immediately resumed, assembling the smelting furnace's essential components. Drain port, furnace controller, scorched bricks, casting port, casting table, casting basin. And Lin Tao reached for glass. For practicality's sake, he built only a compact 444 smelting furnace. Yen Zhe burst through the door to find a colossal black furnace, radiating searing heat, transforming the entire room into a blistering inferno. Oh, what a massive furnace! Yen Zhe gasped, awestruck. Lin Tao, you were gone for 5 minutes and this appeared. By then Lin Tao had already dumped all his cobalt and added ore into the furnace. With a moment's leisure, he replied coolly, just a furnace. Oh, here. Yen Zhe tossed the cactus over without hesitation. But, as petty revenge, he angled the spiny side toward Lin Tao while distracting him. Say, Lin Tao, aren't you worried Julian will abscond with the funds? Lin Tao caught the cactus without flinching. If you trust his integrity, then so do I. Yen Zhe froze, then burst into tears, lunging forward with a wail. Wah. Lin Tao, you trust me so deeply. I'm overwhelmed. Before he could close the distance, Lin Tao placed a block of sand before him and set the cactus atop it. Yen Zhe's face collided squarely with the spines. Ignoring Yen Zhe, who was drawing circles nearby, Lin Tao approached the mold processing table and completed all the molds. In his view, these would eventually be needed, so he decided to make them all. Next he arrived at the component processing table, crafting a cactus handle, a bone handle, a stone blade, a cactus guard, and a stone sign. Then Lin Tao threw a gold ingot into the smelting furnace. Watching Lin Tao's extremely skilled operations, Yen Zhe was dumbfounded. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Lin Tao, you didn't tell Julian your address. How is he supposed to find you? Lin Tao shook his head and smiled. Didn't you notice that someone has been following us from a distance on the way home? Before Yen Zhe could retort, the door opened and a familiar voice came in. Exactly, I originally thought your organization was just a child's play, but now it seems that with a leader as clever as you, this organization won't be too bad. Julian pushed the door open and said appreciatively, hey, you're here. Lin Tao waved his hand, acknowledging the greeting. Yen Zhe exclaimed in confusion, how did Julian find us? I never told you where we study. You're asking this? Julian glanced at Yen Zhe with feigned disdain. There's only one school nearby. If you don't go there, where else could you go? TCH, you can say whatever you want, but what's with that look? Yen Zhe turned away annoyed. Alright Julian, don't tease Yen Zhe anymore. Lin Tao said with a smile to ease the tension, then turned to ask Zhu Lihen, you got the transformation table, right? Yes, I already got it. Zhu Lihen nodded, then sincerely said, Lin Tao, I should now call you leader. I will do my best to repay your kindness. Lin Tao waved his hand, saying, from now on just help me with my tasks properly. After saying that, he turned to the smelting furnace to create the casting molds for the blade and sign. Phew, we just need to wait for it to cool down. Lin Tao let out a sigh, feeling much more relaxed. He then looked at Zhu Lihen, took out the ender hand and handed it to him, saying, this thing allows you to grab blocks from the ground to attack, but the damage is low. Can also teleport, making it very useful for assassination and escaping. Zhu Lihen took the ender hand, his eyes flashing with shock. After expressing his thanks, he immediately began to experiment. Hey, don't. Lin Tao was about to stop Zhu Lihen, but as a result, with a loud bang, he crashed directly into the wall. Zhu Lihen panicked and instinctively grabbed the block in front of his face and threw it outside. Coincidentally, behind that block was a little white creature. A sound of bones clashing echoed as the creature's target shifted to Zhu Lihen. At this moment, Zhu Lihen was still dazed from being stunned by the block remaining in place, a bit confused. Suddenly, a whoosh sounded as an arrow shot through the air, aimed straight at his forehead. However, Zhu Lihen, having been a hunter for a long time, instinctively tilted his head to dodge. The arrow brushed past Zhu Lihen's nose and then it struck the air where Zhu Lihen's head had been. Even more unbelievable, Zhu Lihen lost health? Of course, having been a hunter for so long, Zhu Lihen was not someone to be underestimated. He quickly grabbed another block below the empty spot and threw it at the little white creature while also rushing towards it. At this moment, the little white creature shot its second arrow. Just as it was about to hit Zhu Lihen, he used the ender hand again, teleporting in front of the creature. The ender hand in his hand changed into an iron sword in an instant, and he jumped up, slashing down. A critical hit, a damage number of 9, appeared above the little white creature's head. Then Zhu Lihen drew out his bow and shot an arrow, causing the little white creature to peacefully fall, leaving behind a bone, an arrow, and a USB drive. Watching this series of swift and decisive actions, Yan Zhe was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Lin Tao nodded in satisfaction, looking at the returning Zhu Lihen, and smiled. This weapon has not been given to the wrong person. It suits you perfectly. Zhu Lihen repaired the 2 blocks he had thrown, feeling somewhat regretful, as he said, this ender hand is indeed useful, but unfortunately its durability depletes too quickly, and can hardly be used a few times. You moved too fast just now. I still have something to give you. Lin Tao chuckled at the comment. Here, take this. Can restore durability. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of the repair talisman astonished Zhu Lihen. If this item were to hit, the market armor shops would likely close down in droves, since they mostly relied on the durability consumption of their gear to make money. At that moment, Zhu Lihen felt that following Lin Tao didn't seem so bad after all. Considering this, Zhu Lihen took out the mod USB drive that had just dropped and placed it in Lin Tao's hand, saying, this is what I just obtained. According to our agreement, you can have it. Wait, that little white creature dropped this? Lin Tao asked in surprise. Yes, I didn't expect to get so lucky, ha ha ha. Zhu Lihen replied, laughing as well. Lin Tao also chuckled and then shifted his attention to the USB drive. Iron Fist mod. Lin Tao's expression froze when he saw this name. He was very familiar with this mod. For a period he was quite fond of it, though he couldn't recall exactly how much he loved it back then. However, he still remembered its function. With bare hands, he could gain experience from breaking blocks. Once his hand level reached a certain point, breaking obsidian with bare hands would be a dream come true. So Lin Tao immediately inserted the USB drive into his arm. After it embedded into his flesh, a layer of golden light suddenly surfaced on the surface of Lin Tao's right hand, gradually fading, leaving behind a number 1 on his hand. Lin Tao pulled out the USB drive, looked at his hand and squeezed it, feeling no unusual sensations. So what's the use of this mod, Lin Tao? Yan Zhe leaned next to Lin Tao, hooking his shoulder with curiosity. You'll know once you try it. Lin Tao directly inserted the USB drive into Yan Zhe's body, and then let him step aside. He turned to Zhu Lihen and took out the previous chat optimization mod, smiling, this mod's permissions are for you. From now on, this will be our organization's communication tool. Then Lin Tao explained to Zhu Lihen how to use the chat box, while also assembling the Ma Yu Ling Greatsword and the Ma Yu Ling battle sign. It is worth mentioning that the blade of the Ma Yu Ling Greatsword is made of Ma Yu Ling, the guard is made of cactus, the handle is made of bone, and the face of the Ma Yu Ling battle sign is forged from Ma Yu Ling with the handle made of cactus. Lin Tao put away the 2 pieces of equipment and was about to synthesize again when Yan Zhe excitedly ran over, standing proudly in front of the 2. Yan Zhe exaggeratedly stretched out his right hand, slowly placing it on his head, then tousled his hair little by little, and without saying a word just smiled at the 2 in front of him. An awkward silence ensued as Lin Tao and Zhu Lihen looked at Yan Zhe with expressions of disbelief, while Yan Zhe continued to repeat his hand tousling action. The atmosphere gradually became a bit awkward, as if a crow with 6 dots was flying overhead. Finally, Lin Tao couldn't stand the scene anymore, took a deep breath and said, so Yanzei, what exactly are you trying to do? Hey, stop messing with your hair or it'll turn into a Mediterranean style. Hearing this, Yanzei stopped that painfully awkward action and proudly displayed the back of his right hand, pointing at the number on it with his left hand. The number that was originally 1 had now changed to 2. Oh, so the fist leveled up, how impressive, Lin Tao said perfunctorily, but Yanzei did not notice the insincerity in Lin Tao's words and instead began to perform for himself. Yanzei placed a stone on the ground and then enigmatically asked, can you break this block with your bare hands and get drops? Zhu Lihen. No, isn't that common sense? Zhu Lihen, though puzzled, quickly answered. Yanzei chuckled twice without saying anything and directly began to break the block. Bang! The stone turned into a dropped item. This? Zhu Lihen felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Lin Tao chose to ignore Yanzei, bypassing the two to approach the dismantling table. He disassembled the Artisan Soul Codex, obtaining a book and a blank mold, followed by breaking down the book to acquire 3 sheets of paper and a piece of leather. Turning to the workbench, he reached into the transformation table to pull out 3 pieces of leather and 2 threads, arranging them as follows: empty thread, empty leather, 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 traveler's belt, empty thread, empty. He picked up the traveler's belt and equipped it in the accessory slot, selecting the option to hide it. At this moment, Yanzei had finished showcasing his new abilities, and both of them approached Lin Tao, curiously watching his actions. Lin Tao paid no mind to them, continuing to place the necessary items into the additional inventory provided by the traveler's belt. He filled a total of 9 slots, equipping the newly crafted Ma Yu Ling Greatsword, Ma Yu Ling Combat Token, Ma Yu Ling Pickaxe with a Ma Yu Ling headbound to black obsidian cobalt handle, a bucket, a magma bucket, a transformation table, a set of bread, and a repair talisman. This is categorized in the accessory slot as a belt type which cannot be worn simultaneously with the traveler's belt. The last slot was filled with an ender chest. Don't ask how this came about, it was just given. As a seasoned hunter, Zhu Lihen immediately noticed the sword and combat token Lin Tao had crafted, so he approached with keen interest and asked, Lin Tao, I was wondering what's in that large furnace of yours, and what material is this sword made from? Shall we have a spar? Lin Tao hesitated slightly, responding, maybe not. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you with a rebound. Hearing this, Zhu Lihen grew displeased, saying, Lin Tao, you underestimate me. After all, I am a hunter. Lin Tao felt a bit awkward and thought for a moment before saying, Zhu Lihen, I really don't look down on you, it's just... How about this, we go to the street, and I'll find a monster to demonstrate for you. Okay. Zhu Lihen nodded and walked out the door first. Lin Tao then stopped Yanzei, who was also preparing to join the excitement, taught him how to use the furnace, and instructed him to extract all the Ma Yu Ling from it, before finally stepping outside. At this point, Zhu Lihen had already spotted a target on the street. A zombie. He looked at Lin Tao, who had just come out, and provocatively said, You see that zombie, right? Go give it a try. Lin Tao smiled, not caring about Zhu Lian's attitude after all to the other party. He still appeared to be just a child who had never encountered a monster. Watch closely. Lin Tao drew the Ma Yu Ling greatsword and charged forward, executing a jumping slash. A critical hit. The zombie wailed as it was knocked back with a damage value of 18 appearing above its head. Lin Tao then struck again and the zombie fell to the ground, splitting into 2 pieces of rotten flesh. This damage. It's unbelievable. Zhu Lian's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. At that moment, he recalled Lin Tao's earlier words and silently calculated that even if he wore iron armor, he probably couldn't withstand a few hits. With this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head, sighing inwardly, realizing he couldn't compare. Just then, another zombie staggered over. However, Zhu Lihen was about to remind Lin Tao to eliminate it quickly, but Lin Tao noticed the zombie as well, smiling slightly as he switched his sword for the combat token. Thud! The sound of flesh colliding with metal echoed, and the zombie was knocked back, sustaining 9 points of damage. Lin Tao looked at the reflected damage with satisfaction, completely ignoring the dumbfounded Zhu Lihen beside him. But this wasn't even the limit. After all, when using a cactus as a handle, it could rebound 200 of the damage to the opponent. If that zombie had a weapon, this hit could have outright killed it. The zombie, having been knocked back a distance, seemed somewhat enraged as it charged forward. Lin Tao pondered for a moment, deciding that he should not give up midway, so he drew his sword again, switching the combat token to his left hand. The guard of this greatsword was also made of cactus material, thus it possessed a spiked effect. With a thud, the zombie staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, leaving only a carrot and a piece of rotten flesh behind. At this moment, Zhu Lihen also snapped out of his shock, walking out from behind a tree to Lin Tao's side, gulping in disbelief. Lin Tao, what kind of weapon is this? This damage? It's 2. Lin Tao turned his head and smiled, saying, It seems fine for now, but if I were to face a group of well-equipped opponents, it wouldn't hold up. Zhu Lihen chuckled and shook his head, saying, Haha, that's just a joke, Lin Tao. How could such a thing happen? Lin Tao also shook his head, choosing not to say more. The two returned to the room only to find Yanzei soundly asleep on the bed. Lin Tao sighed helplessly and had to start operating at the furnace himself. Zhu Lihan looked at the scene in surprise and teased. Lin Tao, it seems like Yanzei is the leader here. Shouldn't we wake him up? Lin Tao paused his actions with a strange expression saying, if you want to wake him up, go ahead. I don't know anything. He then continued with what he was doing. Zhu Lihan approached the bed oblivious to the odd tone in Lin Tao's voice and directly patted Yanzei's belly. Slap, slap, slap. With the sound of slapping, Yanzei showed no reaction, and there even seemed to be a Z floating above his head. Zhu Lihan, undeterred, grabbed Yanzei's feet and pulled him towards the ground. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Yanzei fell to the ground. ZZZ. Although Yanzei said nothing, the Z above his head served as a silent mockery. Yanzei, you brought this on yourself. Zhu Lihan narrowed his eyes, stepping back a bit, before running forward and jumping onto Yanzei. Then, Yanzei simply scratched the spot where Zhu Lihan landed and turned to sleep in another direction. Zhu Lihan walked to the side, feeling defeated and sulking. At this time, Lin Tao suggested, why not just take his bed away? All right, I'll give it a try. Zhu Lihan replied listlessly, taking out an axe and swiftly dismantling the bed. The moment the bed was destroyed, Yanzei's body on the ground returned to its original position on the bed in a bizarre manner and stood up looking completely dazed. Then he saw Zhu Lihan on his left. After a flurry of chaos, Yanzei squatted in the corner drawing circles, muttering, drawing circles to curse you, boo-hoo, why can't I even draw a circle? Boo-hoo. Zhu Lihan didn't mind feeling incredibly satisfied. This sense of public revenge was truly refreshing, even though they didn't have much enmity. 10 minutes later, Yanzei was still in the corner drawing squares, and Zhu Lihan couldn't help but have a pop-up above his head, clenching his fists to suppress the urge to beat Yanzei again. Half an hour later, Yanzei was still in the corner drawing squares, and Zhu Lihan had countless above his head. Taking a few deep breaths, he told himself, he is a fool, don't mind him, just endure and it will pass. Thus he once more suppressed the urge to act. An hour later, Yanzei lay on the ground, occasionally twitching his feet, while Zhu Lihan wore a satisfied expression. At this moment, Lin Tao finished his work, smiling as he looked at the two, but then his expression shifted to worry as he glanced around, sensing a premonition that he might not return here for a long time. As night deepened, the world gradually fell silent. The dim streetlights remained lit, occasionally pierced by the distant howls of zombies, breaking the tranquility of the night. In Lin Tao's home, Yanzei was soundly asleep on the bed, while Lin Tao rested his chin on his hands, quietly gazing at the refining furnace, as if lost in thought or perhaps simply daydreaming. What are you thinking about, Lin Tao? A sudden voice pulled Lin Tao back to reality, and he turned to greet. Zhu Lihan plopped down beside Lin Tao, speaking with a hint of pride. I've basically mastered the usage of the shadow hand. This is for you. Hearing Zhu Lihan's confident words, Lin Tao smiled, and handed over a combat badge of the same design to Zhu Lihan. Thanks. Zhu Lihan expressed his gratitude and tucked the badge away. But what were you just thinking? You looked all troubled. Ah, it's nothing. I just feel that everything is a bit too fantastical, making me wonder if this is a dream. Lin Tao sighed in melancholy. Why do you say that? Zhu Lihan asked, confused. Because... Never mind, let's not talk about that. Lin Tao began to explain but didn't know where to start, so he changed the subject. Zhu Lihan gave Lin Tao a curious look and couldn't help but complain. You got me all curious and then you just drop it. Cough cough, actually, I suddenly feel that establishing this organization seems somewhat pointless. Lin Tao awkwardly cleared his throat, making a stiff attempt to change the topic. Hey, are you serious? You want to disband the organization before it's even established? Zhu Lihan retorted again. No, I just feel that the starting point of the organization is too high and it feels too distant for me. I want to set a smaller goal, like forming a small team. Lin Tao explained. A small team, huh? Zhu Lihan thought for a moment and replied, the Hunter organization does have a team function. The Hunter organization? Lin Tao asked, puzzled. It's an organization founded by our country Huaxia, and is one of the few forces capable of challenging the Eternal Group. Zhu Lihan informed. Is the Eternal Group that terrifying? Can it really compete with a national organization? Lin Tao found it hard to believe. Not just that, saying the Hunter organization can compete with it greatly underestimates the Eternal Group. After all, the Hunter organization is merely a national organization, while the Eternal Group's business spans the entire world. Well, more accurately, it should be the known world, Zhu Lihan sighed. Is it just based on selling conversion tables? Not just that. The Eternal Group started with conversion tables, but that's not all. They also sell various mods and mod items. As he said this, Zhu Lihan's expression turned furious. But relying solely on these, they couldn't have gotten rich so quickly. At that time, they had the support of the country behind them, but not only did they not repay the favor, they even repaid kindness with malice, bullying the weak, and kicking us when we were down during Huaxia's crisis. Are they really that despicable? Lin Tao was astonished. This was no longer just ungrateful, this was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Utterly heartless. Sigh. Let's not talk about that. By the way, what do you want to do by establishing a small team? Zhu Lihen sighed and redirected the conversation. I don't know, but as the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Lin Tao said nonchalantly. You? Zhu Lihen was left speechless. Lin Tao was great in every way, but he always seemed to think of the most random ideas. I remember the requirement for establishing a team in the hunter organization is to have at least 3 members, and to conduct a hunting expedition of at least 3 days within 2 days of formation. Zhu Lihen recalled. Then just put my name and Yan Ze's down. Lin Tao directly decided for Yan Ze. What shall we name the team? Zhu Lihen asked again. Let's call it Monster Hunters. Lin Tao suddenly thought of the achievement name from killing his first monster in MC. Monster Hunters. Zhu Lihen pondered for a moment and said, sure, that's a good name. He'll go register it with the hunter organization now. I'm off. Wait, do you have the map of this area? Lin Tao stopped Zhu Lihen and asked seriously. No, those maps are ridiculously expensive. Someone like me barely making ends meet wouldn't even dare to think about it. Zhu Lihen joked. Then wait a moment before you go. I'll give you a blank map and you can help me draw it. In the early morning, Lin Tao and Yan Ze sat up from their beds simultaneously, as if by some unspoken agreement. Ha! Yan Ze stretched lazily. Lin Tao, your bed is really comfortable. Can't you sleep in your own bed? Lin Tao looked at Yan Ze with exasperation. Isn't it too lonely being home alone? Yan Ze chuckled. Lin Tao got up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, starting tonight, we need to prepare for the hunting activity. What? Yan Ze was startled, running a few steps to catch up with Lin Tao. What hunting activity? Hey, why is there a notice board on the door? It also says, let's go, hurry up. Coming. By the way, Lin Tao, you still haven't told me what the hunting activity is. It's just going out to hunt some monsters. What's the point of that? There was not much to it. The two gradually moved away from Lin Tao's house, but little did they know that after they walked far away, a transparent figure penetrated through the wall and entered the room. On the other side of the city in District X, a young man was walking down the street, occasionally pulling out a map to check. Zhu Lihen looked at the map in his hand and sighed. He had been walking all night, and yet this map was only half drawn. What kind of map is this? Why is it so large? I've been walking all night and I'm exhausted. Zhu Lihen pulled out a piece of bread and took a bite to replenish his energy. This really is a tough job. Well, there's no rush. Let's take a break for a while. Seeing that it was still early, Zhu Lihen sat down on a bench by the roadside. However, when a person has too much free time, they tend to overthink. Zhu Lihen looked towards the direction of the forest and muttered to himself. Unknowingly, it has been so long since the last hunt. As he said this, a hint of sorrow appeared in Zhu Lian's eyes. Old Wang, are you still alive? Lin Tao, are you really going to take a leave? Yang Meng's voice echoed in the classroom office. Next week is the exam. This is very important. Are you sure you don't want to review more at school? Teacher, do I think the school's lessons help with the synthesis of the transformation table? Lin Tao said oddly. Yang Meng was momentarily at a loss for words, thought for a moment, and then said, all right then, just remember not to be late next Monday. Okay, thank you, teacher. Lin Tao said excitedly, expressing his gratitude, before leaving the office. Meanwhile, another door opened and Yan Ze walked out. All set? Lin Tao asked. Who do you think I am? If I take action, can anything go wrong? Yan Ze said proudly. Hey, Lin Tao, what do you mean by that? Yan Ze jumped up. It's nothing, just think someone is a bit narcissistic. Lin Tao replied while looking at Yan Ze. Lin Tao. The two of them playfully bantered all the way home and finally arrived just before dusk. Finally here. What are we having for dinner tonight, Lin Tao? Yan Ze naturally lay down on Lin Tao's bed and tilted his head to look at Lin Tao as he asked, what else can we eat? Besides bread, what else is there? And get off my bed. Lin Tao said with a frown. Since you don't need it now, can I just lie here for a while? Yan Ze laughed. You. Never mind, I still. Lin Tao approached the alchemy furnace intending to prepare for tonight's hunting, but was stunned when he saw what was in front of him. Lin Tao, why aren't you speaking? Yan Ze waited for a while, but didn't hear Lin Tao's response, so he sat up from the bed and walked over to Lin Tao. I remember I placed 4 crafting spirit workbenches here last night. Lin Tao pointed to where he had placed the crafting spirit workbenches and asked. Yan Ze scratched his chin, recalled for a moment, slapped his forehead and said, I don't remember. Lin Tao's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he shouldn't have expected much from this guy. Sigh. Forget it, I won't ask you anymore. Lin Tao shook his head and started searching in the room. He wanted to see if besides these crafting spirit workbenches the thief had taken anything else. After some searching, Lin Tao discovered that the thief had only taken the 4 crafting spirit workbenches. Now Lin Tao was confused. If the thief had taken something valuable, He could understand even though his family didn't have much money, but those 4 crafting spirit workbenches weren't worth anything. Together they weren't even worth 2 pieces of iron. So is there anything else missing? Yanzei inquired concernedly. No, just those 4 crafting spirit workbenches, Lin Tao said in a low voice. Seeing Lin Tao's gloomy mood, Yanzei patted Lin Tao's shoulder and reassured him. Oh, Lin Tao, think positively. It's just those 4 things. Even if that person stole them, they wouldn't know what to do with them. Lin Tao shook his head and smiled, saying, I am not worried about those things. I'm wondering how that person got in. They probably broke in through the door directly. Yanzei speculated. No, that's impossible. If they had broken the door, the sign would have fallen down, but now. Lin Tao pointed at the entrance, signaling Yanzei to check. The sign on the door still displayed the morning's content unchanged. What about breaking in through the wall? Yanzei guessed again. Look at the torches on the wall before you say anything. Lin Tao pointed helplessly at the wall. The wall was filled with torches, leaving no gaps. All right, that's indeed impossible. Yanzei scratched his head. So what other way could they have come in? Could it be through a button or a lever? Lin Tao glanced at his iron gate and asked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yanzei exclaimed excitedly. Opening a specific door requires a specific button. Why? Lin Tao asked in confusion. 3 years ago someone discovered a special USB drive. And that drive had no mods, only a single chance to choose a command. Yanzei recalled. At this point Yanzei paused and looked at Lin Tao. I think I understand. This person must have chosen the command that paired the door and button. Hearing this, Lin Tao also understood, realizing there was a chance to input commands. If this were to invoke creation. With that thought, Lin Tao couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Tao. Hey, Lin Tao. What are you doing? Yanzei waved his hand in front of Lin Tao's eyes. Cough, cough, nothing. Lin Tao coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Lin Tao. Zhu Lion's angry voice came from outside the door. I'll go open the door, you stay here, and don't move. Lin Tao hurriedly ran to open the door to ease the awkwardness. Lin Tao. I ran all over the entire X area for this map, and am exhausted. Zhu Lihan complained as he sat down on a chair. Seeing Zhu Lihan, Yanzei instantly became excited, rushing to Zhu Lion's side and urging, Old Zhu, when are we going hunting? Hurry up, why are you just sitting here resting? Hey! Yanzei, can you let me rest for a bit? Zhu Lihan said, showing that he didn't want to move at all, slumping in the chair. Yanzei, don't rush. Let Zhu Lihan rest for a while first. Lin Tao came over and pulled Yanzei away. Here the map. Zhu Lihan rummaged through his backpack and took out a pre-drawn map, handing it to Lin Tao. Lin Tao glanced at it a few times before putting the map away and said seriously, Thanks, Zhu Lihan, you've been a great help. Hey, don't thank me. Just don't make me do this kind of thing again in the future. By the way, Lin Tao, have you figured out how that little thief got in? At that moment, Yanzei popped up again. Little thief? What's going on? Hearing Yanzei's words, Zhu Lihan became interested, sitting up straight with a story-listening expression. Under Yanzei's vivid description, Zhu Lihan grasped the general situation. According to what you said, can this little thief really come in through the wall? Zhu Lihan said, half jokingly, half seriously. Please, your speculation is even less reliable now. Yanzei retorted. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's pack up and head out. Lin Tao interrupted the increasingly absurd discussion between the two. All right. As soon as Yanzei heard Lin Tao's words, he immediately rushed towards the door. Hey, Yanzei, did you bring your gear? Lin Tao felt a bit of a headache, doubting whether taking Yanzei along was really the right choice. Late into the night, the three finally set out. To be safe, Lin Tao had fashioned for both of them the same greatsword he carried and a battle token each. So what is this hunting event actually for? Yanzei asked, having just felled a zombie, yet still puzzled about the purpose of their hunt. First, to prove to the hunter organization that our squad can survive in the wild. Second, to earn more money, Zhu Lihan explained after felling a small creature with an arrow. How much could these spoils possibly be worth? Yanzei scoffed as he picked up a piece of rotten meat. Zhu Lihan answered, in solo hunts a piece of rotten meat fetches 16 EMC. In team hunts each piece is worth 32 EMC. Ah, that much of a difference. Then why not form a team? Yanzei asked in puzzlement. Why would Zhu Lihan not team up for such a gap? Mentioning that painful past made Zhu Lion's eyes grow sorrowful. He shook his head without answering. You two come over. I've already prepared, he added. At that moment, Lin Tao stepped out from behind a tree, beckoning them toward the temporary shelter he had just finished building. After skirting several trees, they heard the gentle murmur of water. A dozen paces further, a clear spring lay before them. Tulips of many colors grew along the pool's edge, and behind it a waterfall thundered down from the mountaintop. A magnificent torrent. Because it was night, the distance was indistinct, only the silhouette of another peak visible. Wow, Lin Tao, this place is beautiful, Yanzei cried, hurrying to the pool to take it in. This place is indeed lovely, but did you just build that house? Zhu Lihan approached the little wooden cabin Lin Tao had erected, incredulous. Though called a cabin, the house measured 16 blocks by 16 and rose 15 blocks high. Logs served as corner pillars. Oak planks formed the walls. Glass panes made the windows, and the side facing the pool was an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass. Ha, I just threw together a house. It's all right, Lin Tao said modestly. You call that thrown together? Zhu Lihan asked, speechless, as he pointed at the dwelling. Lin Tao, Zhu Lihan, come quick. There seems to be something behind the waterfall, Yanzei called, pointing at the cascade. Something behind it? What could possibly be back there? Zhu Lihan strolled over to Yanzei. This place is several kilometers from the city. Hardly anyone comes here. No, Lin Tao called as he caught up from behind, staring at the waterfall until he noticed something amiss. There seems to be a light behind the falls. Yanzei was about to shout in astonishment, what? But Zhu Lihan clapped a hand over his mouth. Shoo, don't make a sound. A light means someone is there. Until we know whether they are friend or foe, do not draw them out, Zhu Lihan whispered, lowering his voice. Yanzei gestured at Zhu Lian's hand, asking him to release. Lin Tao, what now? Move to another place or attempt to parley with them? Zhu Lihan asked. Lin Tao, Zhu Lihan asked him directly. I worked so hard to build this house. I can't just abandon it. So, do we rush in or call them out and talk? Zhu Lihan grabbed the restless Yanzei to restrain him. They'll climb up and dam the flow first. If there is danger inside, this current would hinder our retreat. Lin Tao turned and began to climb the slope. You two stay safe below. Soon Lin Tao's figure appeared atop the hill. At the summit there was another pool whose edge spilled an unceasing stream downward to form the waterfall. This fellow had quite the flair. He even made his own waterfall, Lin Tao teased in the chat window. Lin Tao teased in the chat box. This chat box is unlocked by a chat optimization mod presently usable only by the three of them. How did you figure that out? Zhu Lihan asked in the chat. Although a pool at the waterfall's head looks plausible in my world, that is unreasonable. Lin Tao replied. Lin Tao piled dirt to block the stream, then typed in the chat, in my world, a waterfall source can only be a single block of water. I see. I've learned something new, Zhu Lihan replied in the chat. The instant the cascade ceased, a man burst through the wooden door behind it, brandishing an iron sword and swinging at Zhu Lihan. Hey, watch out. Yanzei shoved Zhu Lihan aside. Zhu had been frozen, replying to messages. Yanzei. Zhu snapped back to himself and drew the Ma Yuling greatsword, preparing to strike the attacker. Don't move. Move and it'll kill him. The man cried, agitated, holding his iron sword across Yanzei's throat to threaten Zhu Lihan. Calm down, brother, calm down. Don't be rash. Zhu Lihan stepped forward slowly, soothingly. Let's speak reasonably. We mean no harm. Stand still. Do you think I don't dare kill him? The man warned, retreating warily and hacking Yanzei twice as a threat. All right. I won't move. Zhu Lihan could only stop and halted 3 meters away. Throw your weapons to the ground. Quickly. The man demanded. Fine, I'll throw them. Calm down. Zhu Lihan, with no choice, tossed his great sword onto the earth. Now will you tell us why you attacked us? Zhu Lihan tried once more to negotiate. You dare ask? The man screamed hysterically. You lackeys of the Yongshi group, why won't you spare me? You killed my family, you murdered my friends. Why won't you leave me be? No, we are not members of the Yongshi group, Zhu Lihan explained. Not members. The last people who came said the same. The man spat as he held Yanzei and slowly retreated toward the pool. Hey, wait. Zhu Lihan saw the man trying to escape and hurried after him. Don't move. Can't you understand? The man shouted, slashing Yanzei twice more. Yan's health fell to 11, his iron armor, the only thing keeping him alive. The man continued to back up until he reached the pool, then lifted his head and shouted up toward the summit. And you up there? Don't think of jumping down to ambush me. He struck Yanzei 4 more times. Yan's health dwindled to 1. One more blow and he would surely be dead. If you dare make a single move, I will kill him, the man warned. All right? I won't move, came Lin Tao's voice from the summit. Yet Lin Tao would not gamble Yanzei's life on the whim of a madman. He watched the man's movements, intently seeking an opening. Time ticked by until Lin Tao found his chance and threw an ender pearl. With a soft whoosh, he teleported behind the man, leapt, and with the Ma Yuling greatsword struck, dealing 8 points of damage. The man lurched uncontrollably forward, his iron sword thrusting toward Yanzei. The chilling scream of Yanzei echoed as the man's iron sword struck him. A red damage number jumped above Yanzei's head. Yanzei. Seeing this scene, Zhu Lihan's eyes widened with rage. Although he had only known Yanzei for a short time, Yanzei's playful nature had alleviated the sadness in Zhu Lihan's heart. Filled with hatred, Zhu Lihan shot an arrow. The man was clearly startled. Yanzei was his trump card for survival, and now he had killed him with his own hands. Hee, I was just fooling you all. Seeing everyone frozen in shock, Yanzei took out the Maya spirit sword, jumped in place, and swung it. The man's health dropped directly to 7 points. At the same time, the arrow Zhu Lihen shot in his grief also hit the target. The man was knocked back into the water and his health fell to 3 points. Hehe, are you dumb? I'm not dead. Yanzei said with great delight. Yanzei, are you alright? Zhu Lihen shouted excitedly. Impossible. How can you not be dead? You only had 1 point of health left. Why aren't you dead? The man was also incredulous. He clearly had knocked the other down to just 1 point of health. Hehe, it seems your brain isn't functioning well. After such a long time, do you think I can't recover health? And with the eternal group hunting you down, you must really be delusional. Yanzei looked at the man with disdain. Hehe, ha 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 ha. The man suddenly laughed maniacally upon hearing Yanzei's words. I, Pao Long Tao, have been hunted for so many years, escaping danger time, and again yet today I am to fall at the hands of you mere dogs. What the hell, how did we become dogs of the eternal group? Lin Tao returned to the shore after slashing at Pao Long Tao with his sword standing beside Zhu Lihen. I don't know. He has always thought we were from the eternal group and attacked us as soon as he got here. I tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen, Zhu Lihen said helplessly. Now I can't live either and you won't survive either. Pao Long Tao said fiercely, taking out a flint. Since you won't give me a way out, let's die together. With that, he used a pickaxe to dig into a corner of the mountain, revealing TNT inside. The interior of this mountain had been replaced with TNT. Damn, this guy is crazy. Run. Yanzei shouted loudly, turning to flee. Run. Stand still. Lin Tao grabbed Yanzei, turned around and drew his bow, shooting an arrow at Pao Long Tao. With a thud, the arrow hit Pao Long Tao and 4 points of damage appeared above him. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? I can recover health too. Pao Long Tao laughed wildly as the flint in his hand moved closer to the TNT. With a sound of hiss, it wasn't the sound of Pao Long Tao igniting the TNT, but rather a shulker bug. Ah! Pao Long Tao let out a terrible scream and transformed into dropped items. He died without ever knowing what killed him. What's going on? Zhu Lihen stared blankly at the spot where Pao Long Tao had died. How did he just die? Lin Tao, who was placing obsidian to block the TNT explosion, also stopped his actions. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that I had just thrown an ender pearl which perfectly spawned a shulker bug. Lin Tao said in surprise. Regardless, this shulker bug really helped us out. Yanzei grinned as he approached, picking up Pao Long Tao's dropped items and casually killing the shulker bug. The moon slowly descended and the monsters in the forest grew more frantic, for dawn was approaching. After the break of day, they would not be able to leap for long. In a forest several kilometers away from the city, there stood a small hill that seemed rather unremarkable. But who would have thought that within this hill was filled with TNT? Goodness, just how much TNT is there? After Lin Tao and the others were killed by the endermite, they directly entered the wooden door behind the waterfall. As soon as the three entered, after walking only a block, they discovered that the walls were made of TNT. A few steps further and around a corner, they found a bedroom. Needless to say, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the bedroom were all made of TNT. The room was simple, containing only a bed, a workbench, a conversion table, a chest, and a torch. This person is definitely insane to transform this mountain like this. Any misstep could blow him to smithereens. Zhu Liwen lamented. Indeed, fortunately, he hasn't ignited it, or otherwise we would all be dead today. Yanzei said, still feeling a bit scared. It's not that serious. If something goes wrong, we can just hide in the obsidian house. At most we'd be left with some residual health. Lin Tao assessed the room. Lin Tao, I think you should take a look at this. Zhu Liwen called out in front of a hole. What is it? Lin Tao paused his action of opening the chest, turned to walk towards Zhu Liwen, asking, a hole? What about it? No, look closely. Look at the wall. Zhu Liwen said, his voice trembling. The wall? How? Hiss. Lin Tao took a careful look at the wall, then gasped, contributing to global warming. TNT packed tightly with TNT as far as the eye could see. This person is definitely insane. Yanzei leaned closer and upon seeing the sea of TNT, he also exclaimed in shock. I'm going down to take a look. Are you coming? Lin Tao was equally astonished by the TNT. Where on earth did this guy get so much TNT? I want to go too. Zhu Liwen raised his hand, expressing his desire to follow. Yanzei also raised his hand, wanting to join. Yanzei, you stay up here. If there are others nearby, come down immediately to warn us. Lin Tao stopped the eager Yanzei, instructing him to keep watch above. All right. Yanzei replied dejectedly. After arranging for Yanzei, Lin Tao and Zhu Liwen descended the ladder into the pit. After climbing down about 3 or 4 blocks, a vast space came into view, roughly 2 blocks high. Lin Tao placed a torch on the ground, illuminating the nearby 14 blocks. In that instant, a sea of red entered Lin Tao's vision. Here, gulp, is also filled with TNT. Zhu Liwen swallowed hard. There should be more than just this, Lin Tao said, holding the torch and walking in one direction. After traveling over 300 blocks, they finally reached the end. Having walked such a distance, both were already numb from shock. This is terrifying, so much TNT. Fortunately, he didn't ignite it earlier or this entire terrain would have been altered. Zhu Liwen said, feeling a sense of dread. Let's check other directions. I feel there is more TNT here. Lin Tao frowned, suspecting that this explosive had a deeper secret. Eventually, they spent half a day exploring and finished traversing this space. Unsurprisingly, everywhere they looked was filled with TNT. Ugh! Ugh! This place is too vast. I'm exhausted. Zhu Liwen panted. After such a long time, he was quite worn out. He glanced at Lin Tao and exclaimed, "Your stamina is ridiculous. You aren't tired at all." "I don't feel tired at all. By the way, I've calculated the area here. It's over 500 meters long and more than 400 meters wide." "So big?" Zhu Liwen exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't felt much while walking earlier, but now hearing the specific numbers, he was genuinely shocked. "But if we could take all this TNT away, that would be something." "But this TNT isn't the main point." As he spoke, Lin Tao began digging through the TNT in front of him. Behind the TNT were some ordinary stones. After digging through the stones, he uncovered a trench with flowing magma at the bottom. This definitely cannot be a natural formation. There is something else behind here. Lin Tao stated confidently. Earlier he had heard the sound of magma, and a somewhat familiar sound, realizing that there was definitely something wrong. With so much TNT nearby, the presence of magma was suspicious. But what does this mean? It's just magma. Zhu Liwen was confused. No, the focus is still ahead. Lin Tao's lips curled up. After digging here, he heard the familiar sound of a creeper's footsteps. Additionally, he heard a hissing noise, the sound of a spawner operating. So there should be a spawner here, and this spawner was the greatest find of this trip. Lin Tao dug through the stone after filling the trench, revealing a long corridor once more before their eyes. However, this time, the walls were not laid with TNT but made of ordinary stone. The two raised their torches and ventured inward. The passage was narrow, only a block wide, forcing them to walk in a single file. Lin Tao led the way, covering about 7 or 8 blocks before a moss-covered stone caught his eye. This must be the spot. Lin Tao pressed his ear against the mossy stone, listening intently. Meanwhile, Zhu Lihen, feeling idle, began to observe the corridor. This observation led Zhu Lihen to discover something astonishing. "Lin Tao, come here quickly." Zhu Lihen called out to Lin Tao, fear evident in his voice. "What is it?" "No need to panic, why not learn from Yanzei?" Lin Tao retorted, yet he still approached Zhu Lihen. Zhu Lihen did not argue but simply pointed at a small hole in the wall, indicating Lin Tao to take a look for himself. Lin Tao looked down and saw a tripwire hook, and behind it was another TNT. Fortunately that Pao Long Tao forgot to set the line, or otherwise we would probably have been blown to pieces by now. Zhu Lihen patted his chest as he spoke. Lin Tao remained silent, pondering that such a massive project could not have been completed by a single person, meaning he must have accomplices. Lin Tao noted the coordinates and turned to head back. "Let's go. Yanzei is probably fast asleep by now." Zhu Lihen followed Lin Tao, asking, "So what is the focus this time?" "It's behind that mossy stone." "Then why not go in?" "There's no rush. First, let's see if Pao Long Tao has any accomplices." Meanwhile, half a day earlier, Yanzei was waiting on land board for the return of the two. "Ah, so boring." Yanzei rolled around on the bed, complaining, "Lin Tao and Zhu Lihen are really something. They don't even bring me along for such fun." Suddenly, he sat up, looking at a nearby box. "Speaking of which, I haven't checked what's inside this box. Should I open it to take a look?" Just as Yanzei was about to open the box, a voice called from outside, "Pao Long Tao, what happened over there? Why has the disguise disappeared? And what is going on with this house? Oh no, are there others?" Yanzei was startled and temporarily abandoned the idea of opening the box, slowing his steps as he crept toward the wooden door. Outside the door, Ming Haiyang cautiously hid behind a tree, sensing that something was off. Normally Pao Long Tao would have emerged by now. Ming Haiyang suspected that something had happened to Pao Long Tao, but given Pao Long Tao's crazy personality, if he were in trouble, he would definitely bring someone down with him. Inside, Yanzei finally reached the door and decided to observe the outside through the crack. He cautiously peered out, seeing nothing but two eyes hiding behind a tree. In that instant, it felt as though the air had frozen, their gazes locking in an awkward standoff. Ming Haiyang reacted, first turning on his heel and running away without a moment's hesitation. Yanzei was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, opening the door to chase after him. "We're done for. We're discovered by the Eternal Group." This was the only thought racing through Ming Haiyang's mind. Yanzei followed closely behind Ming Haiyang, desperately chasing him. The two pursued each other, stopping to eat when they got hungry, then resuming their flight until morning. Ming Haiyang arrived at the foot of a mountain and, using some method, vanished into thin air. Behind him, a late-coming Yanzei stopped at the mountain's base, looking around but finding no entrance. Just as he was about to pursue, he realized that he was outnumbered and abandoned that thought, noting the coordinates before turning back. Ah, finally up. By the way, where is Yen Zhe? Lin Tao stretched. After being underground so long, he still felt somewhat suppressed. Don't know. He probably wandered off somewhere to play Zhu Lihan yawned and flopped onto the bed exhausted from the long journey. True. Lin Tao emerged from the cave and luxuriantly loosened his stiff limbs under the sun. Lin Tao. A fatigued voice called from the forest. Yen Zhe. Lin Tao recognized the voice at once and hurried toward it. Yen Zhe, what's wrong? Yen Zhe stammered for a long time and could not force a single word out. Hurry and tell me. Lin Tao was nearly frantic. He felt like drawing his sword to make Yen Zhe speak. I'm so hungry. Yen Zhe finally blurted out. Lin Tao drew a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He admitted to himself that he had indeed almost drawn his blade a moment ago. If you're hungry, then eat. After confirming Yen Zhe was otherwise unharmed, Lin Tao tossed him a few pieces of bread and hauled him back toward the cave. Oh, come on. This time I really did something important, Yen Zhe said with a face full of pride. A fine, Lin Tao replied perfunctorily, wary that he might lose his temper and accidentally cleave him. No, I mean it, Lin Tao. Yen Zhe waved his hand to prove it. The two of them bickered their way back to the cave. Zhu Lihan had already been lying on the bed for a while and had fallen asleep. Lin Tao, I'm telling the truth. I really went and did something important. All right, we'll talk about it when we get back, Lin Tao said helplessly. Lin Tao, Yen Zhe, you're back. Zhu Lihan, awakened by their commotion, stepped out of the cave and walked toward them. Hey Zhu Lihan, I have a big discovery. Yen Zhe made an exaggerated motion and traced a large circle in the air. Oh, Zhu Lihan replied indifferently. Why are you both reacting like that? Yen Zhe looked wounded by their response. Enough of those pointless theatrics. Speak up. Lin Tao slapped Yen Zhe on the head. Oddly, it felt rather slick. All right. Dejected, Yen Zhe recounted what had happened. You mean you found Pao Longtao's accomplice? Lin Tao asked in astonishment. Hehe, of course. Who do you think I am? Yen Zhe put his hands on his hips and preened proudly. You're actually a bit useful, Lin Tao complimented. Hehehe, Yen Zhe grew even more pleased with himself at the praise. Enough laughing. Lead the way. Lin Tao gave Yen Zhe another pat on the head. Again, noting the strange texture. Follow me. Yen Zhe lifted his chin and led them toward the mountain. After the group departed, a translucent figure appeared, passed through the wall, and entered the cave. After 6 hours of travel, the three arrived at the foot of a mountain. This is the place, Yen Zhe said, pointing toward it. Too bad I couldn't find an entrance. Hold on. Zhu Lihan frowned, his expression growing grave as he studied the mountain. Didn't you say that shortly after we went down someone came looking for us? Yes. What's the matter? It's a big problem. Lin Tao finished Zhu Lihan's thought. In such a short span, how could he have gone from here to such a distant place? Moreover, judging from what you heard him shout, we can infer he was near that Tiantishan, Zhu Lihan added, continuing Lin Tao's line of reasoning. So this place is most likely a trap, Lin Tao concluded at last. Dazed by the rapid-fire exchanges between Lin Tao and Zhu Lihan, Yen Zhe rubbed his temples and finally spoke. So you're saying I've been chasing this for so long, only to stumble into a trap? Not certain, but highly probable, Zhu Lihan corrected calmly. Which means I'll most likely betray my teammates again. Yen Zhe sighed dejectedly. Actually, you can drop the most likely, Lin Tao added lightly. Hearing this, Yen Zhe immediately withdrew into himself, crouching on the ground and absent-mindedly drawing circles. Lin Tao, is this really okay? Zhu Lihan murmured, glancing at the despondent Yen Zhe with quiet sympathy. Don't worry. Look how he is now. He'll be grinning and chatting with us again in under 20 seconds. Lin Tao showed no concern for Yen Zhe's morale. After days of close companionship, he had already grasped Yen Zhe's temperament. Remarkably resilient self-regulation, utterly immune to discouragement. Sure enough, before 10 seconds had passed, Yen Zhe came sprinting over, eyes gleaming with conspiratorial excitement. Lin Tao, guess what I just discovered? Lin Tao and Zhu Lihan ignored him, entirely deep in discussion about whether to enter. Hey! Yen Zhe bounced around them, waving his arms. I just drew a perfect circle. Good boy, Yen Zhe. No more antics, Lin Tao said, ruffling his hair gently, then turned to Zhu Lihan. I'll go in alone. You two build an obsidian shelter outside. It'll be absolutely secure. But going in solo is extremely dangerous. My experience makes me the better choice. Zhu Lihan stood firm, refusing to yield. I have a resurrection totem. I won't die, Lin Tao replied, holding up the artifact. Such a precious item shouldn't be wasted here. I'll go instead. Zhu Lihan insisted. Lin Tao's voice hardened. Zhu Lihan. Never equate a mere object with a human life. I would never sacrifice a person's life for even the rarest of treasures. Zhu Lihan stared silently at Lin Tao, speechless for a long moment. Finally, he exhaled deeply. Very well, no, never mind. Just stay safe. Right? Keep an eye on Yanzhe. Don't let him wander off. Lin Tao cautioned. Hey, I'm not a child. Yanzhe protested indignantly. Lin Tao merely smiled, not refuting, then turned and began digging straight into the mountainside. Within moments he used enhanced excavation to carve out a vast chamber. With brute force efficiency he obliterated every potential redstone mechanism. After tunneling inward for over a dozen meters, a chamber appeared before him. Was this his dwelling? Could he truly live here? Lin Tao murmured, puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Yet curiosity yielded to action. He breached the chamber wall and stepped inside. The room was sparsely furnished, a simple bed, and a massive nether portal. No traps at all. Lin Tao scanned the space meticulously, confirming the absence of any redstone-related devices. This must indeed be his base. Call them in. Lin Tao typed into the chat interface, summoning the others into the mountain's depths. Ugh. What an idle man digging such an enormous tunnel. His mind must be seriously unsound. Zhu Lihan scoffed, surveying the passage Lin Tao had excavated. Lin Tao's lips twitched. Zhu Lihan had clearly been corrupted by Yanzhe's influence. Lin Tao, this nether portal, should we enter it? Yanzhe, having just entered, was already captivated by the portal. Yes, we must enter. Otherwise, why would I have called you in? Lin Tao affirmed without hesitation. The Xie family's main residence. Team 1 departed 3 days ago. Why have we received no report? Xie Wenbo glared darkly at the guard, his voice low and stern. Master, Team 1 has been utterly annihilated. The guard stammered, trembling. What? Xie Wenbo erupted in fury. Are they all incompetent fools, merely tasked with eliminating a single student? And yet every one of them lies dead. Master, it is not fair to blame Team 1. Their deaths were unnaturally strange. The guard dared to reply, steeling himself. Strange? How could it possibly be strange? Xie Wenbo barked a bitter laugh. A mere student. What mystery could he possibly hold? Incompetence is incompetence. No excuses needed. The guard fell silent, paralyzed by fear. He and Xiefeng had been close friends. He'd hoped to grant Xiefeng a modicum of dignity in death. But now speaking further might cost him his own life. Why so agitated, Elder Xie? Has something troubled you? A venerable elder entered from the doorway. His appearance aged, yet his voice brimmed with youthful vigor. Ah ha ha. Forgive me, Elder Mo. I did not mean to disturb your peace. Xie Wenbo instantly softened his scowl into a courteous smile. Might I ask what brings you here today? Ha ha. Nothing urgent. Merely a leisurely stroll. I happened to notice your troubled expression and thought to stop by and offer my regards. Elder Mo chuckled warmly. Nothing serious, merely a minor setback. A subordinate's mission failed, and I am administering appropriate discipline. Xie Wenbo waved dismissively, as if brushing aside a trivial matter. Oh, is that so? Elder Mo cast a knowing glance at Xie Wenbo before adding, Yet your countenance suggests this is no trifling affair. Indeed, I find it rather intriguing. Pray tell me more. Oh, Elder Mo takes interest. That is rare indeed. Very well. I shall recount it and welcome your insight. Xie Wenbo feigned keen curiosity, then lifted a finger toward the guard. You explain the matter fully to Elder Mo. Yes, master. The guard bowed and turned to Elder Mo. Elder Mo, the matter unfolds thus. Elder Xie, in my estimation, even Team 1's weakest members should not have failed to eliminate a single student. This Lin Tao is undoubtedly extraordinary. After hearing the account, Elder Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Two possibilities arise. First, he has acquired some form of modification. Or second. Xie Wenbo leaned forward urgently as Elder Mo paused mid-sentence. Ha ha. Elder Mo smiled with quiet fascination. As for the second, I suspect this youth has grasped certain intrinsic properties of this world. If true, the matter grows profoundly interesting. You mean, he may have discerned a fundamental world law? Xie Wenbo's eyes lit with sudden excitement, though he carefully masked it beneath composure. I merely consider it plausible, not confirmed. Yet should this second hypothesis hold, the boy must be taken alive. A gleam of scholarly hunger flickered in Elder Mo's eyes. I confess, I am deeply curious. Might Elder Xie consider? Ha ha, Elder Mo jests. A flash of irritation crossed Xie Wenbo's face, swiftly concealed. Once captured, the boy shall be delivered to you first for study. But tell me, Elder Mo, what price do you propose? Ha ha, excellent. Elder Mo laughed heartily, raising 5 fingers. The synthesis methods for 5 artifacts. Agreed. Elder Mo, your generosity is unmatched. Xie Wenbo beamed, waving decisively. Send Xie Hong with Team 9 to apprehend Lin Tao alive. After Mo Lao left, Xie Wenbao's face immediately darkened. Xie Bing, who had just come in, was taken aback by his expression and hurried forward to ask, "Father, why do you look so grim?" "Ah, it's Xiao Bing." Xie Wenbao regarded Xie Bing and nodded with satisfaction. "Xiao Bing, you try to guess why your father is so angry. Ha ha ha." Xie Bing was Xie Wenbao's third son and also his favorite. "Father, is it because of that Mo Lao?" Xie Bing pondered for a moment before speaking. "Ha ha, worthy of my son. How true to my heart you are." Hearing his third son hit the mark, Xie Wenbao broke into hearty laughter. Relieved, Xie Bing exhaled and continued, "Father, since that Mo is so thankless, why not?" He made a cutting motion across his throat. At Xie Bing's words, Xie Wenbao's expression turned grave. "It is not that I do not wish to, but in our great Xie family, there truly is no one who can contend with him." "What? Father, that cannot be. What sort of means does he possess?" "Enough. Do not ask what should not be asked. I am a little weary. You should return home." "Yes, father." Meanwhile, Lin Tao, do we go in together this time, or? Zhu Lihan looked at the gate of hell before him. If there is an ambush inside, going in together would be too dangerous. No, quite the opposite. It is safer if we enter together. Lin Tao shook his head, denying Zhu Lian's concern. Going in one by one would be like the Halua rescuing their grandfather. One by one sent in. Then let's rush in together. Yan Zhe cried, charging first through the gate. After a while he vanished within. "Go on. Once Yan Zhe is gone, he is likely finished, haha." Lin Tao laughed at Zhu Lihan and then stepped into the gate as well. Zhu Lihan hesitated for a moment, but in the end followed through the gate. Elsewhere at Lin Tao's doorstep. "Captain Xie Hong, this is Lin Tao's home. Is this the place?" Xie Hong produced a crowbar and pried open Lin Tao's door. "Boy, surrender yourself." Yet there was no answer from inside. "Not at home," Xie Hong murmured as he walked through the room in puzzlement. "Captain, Humph, he actually fled. How sly." Xie Hong spat the words viciously. "Captain, I think. Damn it. When we return, the head of the family will punish us severely." Xie Hong, not hearing his subordinate, clearly continued to curse Lin Tao. "Captain, what are you doing? Do you want to die?" The interruption snapped Xie Hong's temper, and a flash of murderous intent crossed him. "Ca. Captain Lin Tao is a student. He should be in class at school right now." The subordinate stammered. "Air." Xie Hong paused, reflected, and found a certain logic in the remark. "Hm. Well done. You shall be richly rewarded when we return." "Thank you, Captain Xie. Everyone stand guard in this neighborhood and report any developments immediately," Xie Hong ordered bluntly. "Yes." Yet what they did not see was a face identical to Lin Tao's emerging through the ceiling, almost translucent. Undeniably the ghost. "Ah, what a discovery to find upon returning," the ghost murmured to itself. "It seems I must find a way to warn him." In the lower realm, Ming Haiyang leaned against the gate of hell, gasping heavily. "Phew! Phew! That was close, I almost got caught." Senior brother Pao Long Tao was right, the Yongshi group is far too dangerous. Ming Haiyang, feeling a lingering fear, touched his racing heart, and recalled the events of earlier, a wave of dread washing over him. Damn it! The cursed Yongshi group! They actually killed senior brother Pao Long Tao. Ming Haiyang angrily pounded the ground of the hell gate, venting the fury within him, but soon, he collapsed weakly before the gate, tears streaming down his face. "If only I could have arrived sooner. If only I were a bit stronger. If only..." Suddenly Yan Zhe called out, "Lin Tao, come look, there's a passage here." Lin Tao had just emerged from the hell gate when he heard Yan Zhe's voice. A passage? Could it be the escape route of that person? Lin Tao approached with curiosity. The location of this hellgate was a tunnel with scattered quartz mines nearby, and some fluorite chaotically distributed on the right side. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the fluorite formed a staircase at a clever angle leading directly to the ceiling of the tunnel, where a not obvious passage was visible. "Lin Tao, should we pursue directly?" Zhu Lihan also emerged from the hellgate and approached Lin Tao to ask. "Perhaps we shouldn't pursue. What if that person like Pao Long Tao has created a TNT mountain? We wouldn't be able to handle it." Lin Tao pondered for a moment, took out a book and a pen and continued. "Let's write down our identities and goodwill on this, then leave it at the entrance of this passage. That should clear up any misunderstandings. But the problem is, what should we write? If we don't phrase it properly, we might not just fail to ease the situation, but we could end up becoming mortal enemies instead." Zhu Lihan, having not attended school for long, was not adept at these literary games. "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Lin Tao confidently smiled and began to write in the book. "Dear crossed out Pao Long Tao's accomplice, hello. We are hunters from a hunting organization. Due to an accident, we inadvertently killed Pao Long Tao, but we truly mean no harm. We can only blame Pao Long Tao for being too weak to speak frankly. We have no malicious intent. If possible, please let us talk face to face." Thank you. All right, done. Lin Tao put away the pen satisfied with what he had written. Lin Tao, are you sure what you wrote is okay? Shouldn't I take a look? Zhu Lihan asked with concern, having noticed Lin Tao's unusual expression. While writing, it was as if he was crafting a threatening letter. Relax. I got this. Lin Tao waved his hand to reassure Zhu Lihan but was interrupted midway by Yan Zhe. Wow. Lin Tao. You behind you. Yan Zhe trembled, pointing in terror at something behind Lin Tao. Behind me? What's wrong? Lin Tao turned to look in the direction Yan Zhe was pointing, and saw a transparent figure watching him from a distance. What the hell? What is this? Lin Tao vaguely sensed that the figure seemed to be smiling at him. What are you? Lin Tao shouted as the Muyu Ling great sword appeared in his hand. The figure in the distance did not respond, merely gazing silently at Lin Tao. Time passed and suddenly the figure turned and ran. Stop! Lin Tao switched to his drawn sword with his left hand and activated the stab skill to pursue, leaving Yan Zhe frozen in place. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Zhu Lihan slapped Yan Zhe on the back of the head, then dashed forward. Oh! Yan Zhe, feeling wronged, rubbed his head and followed. Lin Tao continually switched between running and thrusting with his sword, using this technique to cancel the recoil. As the distance between the two narrowed, the ghost became anxious, its body suddenly becoming more transparent as it crashed into the wall and passed through. Can it really pass through walls? Is this guy cheating? Lin Tao stared in astonishment at the spot where the ghost had vanished. What on earth is this thing? Lin Tao took out the Jade Spirit pickaxe and used it to enhance his digging against the wall. Bang! 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 After a series of loud noises, a large area was cleared, revealing a flat ground behind the wall. What? How can it be so fast? The ghost heard the commotion behind and looked back, only to find Lin Tao had already dug through the wall and was hot on its heels. Stop! What exactly are you? Can we talk? Lin Tao continued his previous actions, steadily closing the distance between them. Seeing this, the ghost employed the same trick again, once more passing through the wall. Tisk! Lin Tao clicked his tongue in frustration but had no choice but to dig through the wall and keep chasing. Yan Zhe and Zhu Lihan were behind, exerting all their strength to run, but they only found themselves falling further behind. Huff! Huff! Is Lin Tao never going to get tired? After taking a couple of deep breaths, Yan Zhe complained. Zhu Lihan also paused to catch his breath, grabbing Yan Zhe's hand as they continued to run forward. Come on, if you have time to complain, you might as well run a few more steps. Why are you in such a rush? Are you afraid Lin Tao can't handle that ghost? Yan Zhe was very confident in Lin Tao. Zhu Lihan was silent for a moment before saying, no matter what, we can't let Lin Tao face everything alone. All right then, since you say so, let's go. Yan Zhe motivated himself and started running again. We're almost there. Once we reach that area, we can shake it off right away. The ghost ran while observing the surrounding terrain. Something's not right. Lin Tao noticed the ghost suddenly started examining its surroundings, and his heart sank. It seemed it didn't plan to play the chase game anymore and wanted to escape directly. Want to leave? Not that easily. Lin Tao halted, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow at the ghost. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the ghost in the back. The ghost lost 9 health points from Lin Tao's arrow. Ah! How dare you attack me directly? The ghost turned its head and glared at Lin Tao before burrowing into the ground. You think you can escape like this? Lin Tao snorted coldly, arriving at the spot where the ghost had dug into the ground and using his pickaxe to dig straight down. After burrowing a certain distance, the ghost found a space and cancelled its ability to pass through walls. This ability is indeed useful, but it consumes too much hunger value. The ghost leaned against the wall, nibbling on some bread to replenish its hunger value. I've escaped underground. It shouldn't chase me anymore, right? Just as it thought this, the wall behind it suddenly crumbled and debris rained down from above. No, it can't be. The ghost stared in shock at Lin Tao descending from above, feeling a sense of unreality. I've got you now. Lin Tao smirked, teleporting in front of the ghost's sword tip aimed at it. Let's see where you can run to this time. The ghost lowered its head, unwilling to let Lin Tao see its face. Come on, lift your head and let me see what you really are. Lin Tao gestured for the ghost to raise its head. Reluctantly, the ghost lifted its head. You! The moment Lin Tao saw its face, his eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Lin Tao stood frozen in place upon seeing the ghost's face, for it was identical to his own. Who on earth are you? Lin Tao steadied his emotions and asked again. Pointing a sword at me with my own body, and you still ask who I am? The ghost did not directly answer Lin Tao's question, but instead delivered a mocking remark. What? You are the original body. Lin Tao had already formed a suspicion in his heart, but when he heard the truth, he was still taken aback. All right, since you know, I won't hide it anymore. After revealing his identity, the original body leaned against the wall and began to nibble on some bread. Lin Tao furrowed his brow and asked, "Then how did you end up like this? What do you call this situation now? Ghost? Soul?" At this moment the original body had finished eating and began to answer Lin Tao's question. "I remember I used a USB drive called Origins, then I chose a Phantom Wing clan and that's how it turned out." Origins. Lin Tao recalled remembering that he had seen this mod. He had never played it but had seen a content creator playing it in videos. The characteristics of the Phantom Wing clan are in soul mode. They can pass through any solid block except obsidian and bedrock. In soul mode, they will not be detected by other creatures. In soul mode, they will become hungry over time. In non-soul mode, they will burn in sunlight like zombies. They have 3 hearts less than the maximum health, which is 6 points. "So it seems you can't move during the day, huh?" Lin Tao said thoughtfully. "But why can I still see you in soul state?" "Well, ever since my USB drive disappeared it's been like this." The original body shrugged, helplessly expressing his frustration. "Disappeared? How can something like that just disappear?" Lin Tao remarked speechless. "Sigh, I was ambushed and killed before fury flickered in the original Boda's eyes. But I can't remember who did it." "Wait a minute." Lin Tao raised his hand to stop the original body from continuing. "Are you saying you were resurrected?" I've been resurrected once." The original body nodded side and said, "Unfortunately, every time I am resurrected Lin Tao, we're here to help you." Just then Zhu Lihan teleported down using an ender pearl, grabbed a block, and threw it at the original body. The original body, unaware, was hit and took a step back. Zhu Lihan teleported again to stand in front of the original body, swinging the great sword of Wang Ma Yuling, sending the original body back several steps. At this moment the original Boda's health was down to 2 points, and he opened his mouth to explain, "Wait a moment, I didn't." "Lin Tao. I'm here too." Yan Zhe jumped down from the pit shooting an arrow. Upon seeing this the original body immediately entered soul state and burrowed underground to evade the damage. "Hey, wait, he's not an enemy." Lin Tao snapped out of his daze and hurriedly stopped Yan Zhe and the others. "Yeah. I mean no harm." The original body also poked his head up from the ground to defend himself. "Ha, then why are you holding a sword? I thought you were about to fight." Zhu Lihan pointed at the sword in Lin Tao's hand and said helplessly. Lin Tao glanced at the sword he was holding and silently put it away. "Lin Tao, what's going on?" Yan Zhe ran over, noticing the 3 standing still without moving. "Isn't he an enemy?" No, he's not an enemy. We attacked the wrong person." Zhu Lihan walked over helplessly and patted Yan Zhe's shoulder. "Oh right, it's been so long and I still don't know your name." To ease the awkwardness Lin Tao asked the original body, "What do you say?" The original body looked at Lin Tao with a silly expression. Cough, cough. Lin Tao coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. He felt a rush of regret as his intelligence seemed to drop to 0 whenever he encountered awkwardness. Yan Zhe and Zhu Lihan found it strange why the transparent guy would say such a thing. Only then did the 2 carefully observe the original Boda's face, and upon seeing it they were shocked. Glossy black straight hair, slanted and elegant brows, sharp black eyes, and thin slightly pursed lips, all strikingly similar to Lin Tao. Lin Tao. Who is he? Why does he look exactly like you?" Yan Zhe examined the faces of the original body, and Lin Tao back and forth trying to find the differences. "I am this original body." The original body began to explain but was interrupted by Lin Tao. He used a mod USB drive and then lost his memory, that's it." Lin Tao interrupted the original body's words and quickly explained his origins. "By the way, you don't have a name yet, so how about we call you Ling?" Ling was taken aback for a moment, gave Lin Tao a strange look, then nodded as if to accept it. "So the reason you brought me here is for what?" Ling glanced meaningfully at Lin Tao before replying. "Your home has been robbed. If I didn't come to remind you, the 3 of you would eventually fall into the trap." "What? X3?" the 3 exclaimed simultaneously, not expecting their home to be robbed after just 1 day out. Lin Tao recalled and couldn't remember offending anyone. "It seems it should be someone from the Xie family." Ling said somewhat uncertainly. "What exactly did you do to provoke them? They are the largest family in Area X." "Oh, I see." Lin Tao suddenly realized. "We didn't do much. We just killed someone named Xie Ding who seemed to be from the Xie family." Pfft. Cough, what? Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Ling was shocked and choked on his own saliva. "You killed their young master. And you say you didn't do much? What? Lin Tao, you've done this before." Zhu Lihan was also startled. He had been a hunter for so long and knew a bit about the major powers in Area X. If we don't consider the hunting organization and the everlasting group, the Xie family is the biggest force. Lin Tao scratched his head in confusion at their reactions. "Is it really that serious?" "It is. How could it not be?" "Forget it, the incident has occurred. Let's think of a way to resolve it." Ling was about to curse but held back, starting to think of a solution. "Let's think of a way. Whatever comes we will fight it." Seeing the atmosphere a bit dull, Yan Zhe spoke up to lighten it. Yeah, I'm the instigator and am not afraid. What are you scared of? Lin Tao also said with a grin. If it really gets out of hand, you can always run away. Zhu Lihan stared blankly at Lin Tao, a figure appearing in his mind. So there really are people like this? He murmured. All right, since you said that, what do I have to be afraid of? Ling clapped his hands, indicating he would never abandon them, but he subtly hinted at Lin Tao. Lin Tao read this message from Ling's eyes. If you perish, want my body perish too. I won't abandon you either. Zhu Lihan snapped back to reality from his memories and said seriously, me too. I won't abandon you. TCH, really, why suddenly get so sentimental? Lin Tao awkwardly turned his head away, as he was least adept at handling such emotional scenes. Although it was a bit awkward, Lin Tao's eyes were filled with a fiery light. He finally experienced the bond of sharing both fortune and misfortune. All right, enough with this. Ling, let's talk about what the situation on the other side is. Lin Tao redirected the conversation back to the main topic. There are more than 10 of them scattered throughout the neighborhood, with 5 in your house, 1 captain, and 4 soldiers in diamond suits. Ling explained the general distribution. Lin Tao, what do you think? Should we confront them directly, or take them out one by one? Yanzhe was extremely excited, brandishing his Muyu Ling greatsword, eager to try it out. You better behave yourself. Lin Tao slapped the back of Yanzhe's head, shutting him up immediately. I have a plan. Time slipped away. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. In Lin Tao's home, Xia Hong sat on the bedside drowsy. He had been there since morning, waiting for Lin Tao to come back from school. Captain, Lin Tao's back. A subordinate burst in from the doorway, shouting. Ha ha ha, finally returned. You kept me waiting. Xia Hong sprang to his feet, drew his sword, and strode toward the door. Captain, wait, we plan to capture him alive. The young man who had rushed in to report slapped his forehead. He knew the captain was getting carried away and hurriedly tried to restrain him. Humph! Capture him alive? That brat has made me wait so long. I'll rough him up first, then hand him over to the head of the Xia family. Xia Hong snorted, venting his displeasure. Captain, that kid is a little strange. We should be cautious. Seeing Xia Hong calm slightly, the subordinate continued his counsel. Sensible. Shall Li send the word, everyone slowly encircle them, don't let him notice. When he steps through that door. Xia Hong clenched his right fist, a confident expression crossing his face. Then it will be a net from which there is no escape. Lin Tao, what are you thinking? Why didn't you tell those two the truth? Ling, residing in the ground beneath Lin Tao's feet, munched on a piece of bread as it asked. Sigh. I don't know either, but I inexplicably don't want them to learn about this. Lin Tao touched the place over his heart. He felt that if he spoke, something might happen. All right, you have your reasons, but... Ling shifted tone. I've helped you conceal something so big, how will you repay me? Lin Tao sighed. He had been mentally prepared when he told that lie. Speak, he said. What do you want? I want nothing else. Just promise that when you find a way for me to return to my body, you'll let me come back. Ling laughed leeringly from beneath the earth. Ha! Lin Tao exhaled. He had expected this, and his subconscious urged him to agree even to such a condition. Fine, I promise. If a way is found, I'll let you return. Ling chuckled, surveyed the nearby enemies from underground, and typed into the chat box. The man walking a dog to your rear left, the one sprawled in the chair at your front right, and the man behind you examining the map. Oh, these are ambushers. Lin Tao calmed himself and replied in the chat box. Can you eliminate someone without anyone noticing? No problem. I'll take out the person behind you first. Ling under the earth moved close to the man standing behind Lin Tao. Lin Tao cast a sidelong glance to his rear left, a man, a dog, trotting at his side. He kept his expression unchanged as his gaze drifted to the front right. A man lay sprawled in a chair. Though he appeared to have his eyes closed, Lin Tao could faintly make out his pupils tracking his movements. After Ling put some distance between itself and Lin Tao's back, it dug a pit beneath the ground 4 blocks deep, with only a single block still covering the top. At that moment, the man from the Xia family was only 2 blocks away from the pit, walking straight toward it. This Lin Tao won't escape this time. E-team are useless. This kid's vigilance is so poor he could be wiped out. Our Zhou team is far superior. Ah damn, I forgot to bring a shovel today. Oh well, probably won't need it. Ling listened to the man's grumbling underground, and a plan began to take shape. One person from the Xia family stepped forward, stepping onto the floating square. Now's the time. Ling's eyes brightened as he instantly dug into the square. Ah! Before the Xia family member could shout, he had already fallen into the pit. Ling, quick-witted, swiftly covered the square back up. On the road, no one noticed the disappearance of a person, except for an old man in the corner. After pulling the Xia family member down, Ling took out some sand and buried him directly into the ground. Woo-woo! The Xia family member wanted to dig out the sand, but without a shovel, he could not match Ling's speed of burying. In despair and unwillingness, He died suffocating in the wall, unaware of how he had met his end. Got one, and the spoils are plentiful. Now to find another soft persimmon to squeeze. Satisfied, Ling collected the spoils and floated lightly towards the ground. Who shall I kill next? Ling pondered, his head already emerging from the ground. What exactly are you? Did you use some mod? A voice came, startling Ling. He burrowed back underground again, turning to look behind him only to see an old man standing there staring straight at him, as if he could see him. Who is this guy? He scared me to death. Why does it look like he can see me? Ling felt his racing heart filled with confusion. What an interesting ability, you can even burrow underground. The old man began analyzing Ling's abilities. You can burrow underground, your body is almost transparent. It really resembles a ghost. TCH, even if you analyze all this, what can you do? You still can't see me. Ling said disdainfully, trying to calm his inner unease. Oh, you think I can't see you? The old man chuckled, taking out a strange pickaxe and starting to dig. Trying to trick me. As long as I keep my distance, you won't find me. Ling retreated a bit, looking down on the old man's actions. What kind of pickaxe is this? The digging speed is simply too fast. Ling was astonished to realize that the old man's digging speed was outrageous. This time it seemed the old man didn't hear Ling's words and continued digging on his own. He initially thought that Lin Tao's pickaxe was already absurdly fast, but the colorful pickaxe in the old man's hand showed him that it could be even more outrageous. The stones were destroyed the moment they touched the old man's pickaxe. It's fine, he won't discover me. Ling reassured himself. The old man stopped after digging down about 10 meters, revealing a transparent square and placing several around. In that moment, Ling was horrified to find that the old man was accurately looking in his direction. You can see me. Ling was so frightened that he kept retreating. Hee. The old man chuckled a few times, quite pleased with Ling's reaction. Let me introduce myself, my surname is Mo, everyone calls me Old Mo. Now can we talk? On the ground, even as Lin Tao tried to slow down, he finally arrived home. Ling, can you see me? If you can see me, hurry up and respond. Lin Tao called out to Ling in the chat, having been unable to reach him for the past 5 minutes. Forget it, Lin Tao, don't call out anymore, we are ready. Yan Zhe reminded in the chat. Alright, as soon as I step in, I'll head straight for the Hell Gate. Lin Tao adjusted his excited emotions, reached out, and slowly pushed open the door. Creak. The wooden door groaned open as Lin Tao stepped into his home. Silence. Profound, suffocating silence. The torches that once lit the room had vanished, leaving only the faint, eerie glow emanating from the gate of hell embedded in the floor. They shattered all the torches. To conceal something, so someone must still be inside. My spiritual sense is severed. This has just grown far more complicated. Lin Tao murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings as keenly as possible by the gate of hell's pallid light. Captain, the team is in position. 1 order. And the mission is complete. Xiao Li whispered from the window, having confirmed the operative's readiness outside. Xia Hong fixed his gaze fiercely upon Lin Tao and bellowed, "Move in! Seize him!" His shout echoed sharply. Then from 13 concealed positions the ambushers burst through walls converging from every direction. Lin Tao feigned panic, drawing his iron sword and slashing wildly at random. A single strike forced Xia Hong back. Then with desperate, uncalculated haste he bolted straight toward the gate of hell. After him. Xia Hong rubbed the wound on his arm and roared again, only to be halted mid-command by an elderly man stepping calmly through the doorway. Who dares interrupt? Do you seek death? Mo Lao. Xia Hong's temper flared violently. He had nearly captured his quarry only to be thwarted now. But the moment his eyes fell upon Elder Mo, his tone instantly softened, deference replacing fury. Captain Xia Hong, do not pursue. Not yet. That youth is no ordinary prey, Elder Mo said, coolly, unmoved by the outburst. To him, venting rage upon subordinates was sheer folly. Why not? He fled in terror. Surely if we delay now he'll vanish forever. Xia Hong bristled with frustration. Elder Mo's single remark had derailed the entire operation. Just as success loomed, the old man appeared to sabotage it. Calm yourself, Captain. Lin Tao likely sensed your presence long before entering. Yet his panic was too perfectly staged. Elder Mo, you mean he lured us into hell? Xia Hong's eyes widened. The implication struck him like lightning. Indeed. According to intelligence I verified, that is precisely the case. Elder Mo nodded approvingly. His pupil had grasped the truth swiftly enough. Yet one detail remained unspoken. According to Elder Mo's investigation, Lin Tao had ventured into the forest for hunting yesterday. Yet stood here today. That defied all logic. Then what shall we do, Elder Mo? Press the pursuit, or stand down? If we advance, we fall into his trap. If we withdraw, the mission fails utterly. No need for concern, Captain. Judging by traces left behind during the last encounter, this youth possesses uncanny mastery over his environment. Here Elder Mo produced an alchemist's satchel from which he withdrew vial after vial of shimmering liquid and handed them to Xiahong. This is fire-resistant elixir. Xiahong examined the label perplexed. Ask no questions. Only know this once consumed flame and molten lava alike will hold no dominion over you. Elder Mo cut him off. Understood, Elder Mo. Xiahong replied, then turned sharply to his men. Gather here. 2 vials per person. Drink 1, then descend into the netherworld immediately. Yes, Captain. In the netherworld, Lin Tao stood motionless at the rim of a seething magma pit. Waiting. Suspended directly above the molten pool loomed the gate of hell. Why haven't they arrived yet? It shouldn't be like this. According to Ling, how could someone with such a volatile temper as the captain endure for this long? Lin Tao looked at the still hell gate, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart. The magma churned in the pit, mirroring the turmoil within Lin Tao's mind, unable to find peace. This pit did not originally exist. He had instructed Yan Zhe and another person to dig it, intending for everyone who emerged from the gate to swim in the magma. Lin Tao, have they come? Yan Zhe asked in the chat box. We are ready on our side. Lin Tao stared intently at the hell gate, afraid to miss any detail. Not yet. Wait, they are here. Lin Tao's expression immediately tightened. I hope we can kill a few more, or otherwise it will really become troublesome. Shadows began to emerge from the hell gate, but the square could not hold so many people, so they fell into the magma one after another like dumplings. Few seeing this scene, Lin Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the Xia family members would not fall into this pit. As long as they did, his entire plan would be halfway complete. Why is there magma? Most of the Xia family members panicked after falling into the magma, but soon they realized that after drinking the potion, the magma could not harm them. Lin Tao stood at the edge of the pit, his brows furrowing in confusion. Strange, these Xia family members seemed not to be losing any blood. But how could that be? Only fireproof potions could achieve this, yet how could anyone in this world refine potions? However, time was pressing, and a small number of people had already swum within 5 meters of the pit wall. There's no choice. I can only rely on the bow now. Lin Tao drew his bow, aiming at the person in front, and shot an arrow. With a sound of thud, the foremost Xia family member was knocked back. Immediately, some people raised their bows to prepare for a counterattack. Everyone hold off on attacking. 5 of you go secure the path, the rest of you counterattack near the pit wall, and the others hurry and swim over. Xiahong commanded loudly. Lin Tao was extremely anxious. There were too many people, and there was no way to stop them. Forget it. Even if I can kill one, it's worth it. Lin Tao ignored everyone else and focused on the first person to shoot an arrow. Even though that person was fully armored after taking 6 of Lin Tao's arrows, he still had his health bar emptied and died in the magma, with all his dropped items being destroyed. Lin Tao continued with the same method, killing another person with 6 arrows. Just as he was about to kill another, the crowd below finally swam close to the pit wall and began to counterattack. Lin Tao took out a combat token, blocking all the arrows that fell from above and rebounding them. However, the hit rate of the rebounded arrows was quite disheartening. Out of the 12 arrows shot, only 1 hit the enemy. At this moment, the path upwards was nearly complete and the enemy was about to come up. Damn it! I can't care anymore. Let's fight it out. Lin Tao gritted his teeth and bought several beds from the transformation table. Here he aimed to reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible. The traps prepared by Yan Zhe and the others couldn't handle too many people. While Lin Tao was buying beds, someone had already climbed out of the magma pit. Surrender, Lin Tao. You can't escape. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Tao standing still, the person laughed loudly, intending to capture Lin Tao directly. Lin Tao couldn't be bothered with him, using the Mayu Spirit Great Sword to knock him back, then placed a bed on the ground and gently touched it. With a bang, the bed exploded, sending Lin Tao back a distance, while that Xia family member who had just climbed up was even worse off, being blown back into the magma pit. Get up there, hurry up. Xiahong commanded his subordinates while submerged in the lava. The sudden explosion startled everyone in the pit, and they soon saw the person who had just climbed up being blasted back. The person fell from the sky and collided with another who was drawing a bow to aim. Both individuals lost 4 points of health simultaneously upon impact, and then sank into the lava pool, resurfacing only after a while. During this time, Lin Tao was not idle. He set up a bed, intending to blow up the path they had just ascended. However, before he could detonate it, arrows flew in, forcing Lin Tao to pick up the battle banner again to defend himself. Due to the angle, all the arrows rebounded towards the bed Lin Tao had just placed. With a loud bang, the bed exploded. What's going on? I didn't ignite it. Lin Tao was quite puzzled. He clearly hadn't set off the bed, so why did it explode? But time did not allow him to ponder further, as the arrows reflected back towards him due to the explosion. The arrows that had been blasted back fell from the sky, and even if they rebounded, they were ineffective. Therefore, Lin Tao drew his sword and shattered the arrows. While Lin Tao dealt with the arrows, the Xia family had already rebuilt the path leading up. Want to come up? It's not that easy. Lin Tao employed the same tactic again, igniting another bed and sending the first person who climbed up back down while also blowing up the path once more. This won't do. Lin Tao glanced at his health bar, which had been reduced significantly. If he detonated 2 more beds, he would be in danger himself. I need to move quickly. If I linger any longer, I won't be able to protect myself. But before I go, I must leave them a little gift. Lin Tao looked around and a plan surged into his mind. Captain, the path is laid out again. Someone reported to Xia Hong. Send someone up to test it. If they get blasted back again, well, dig up. Xia Hong commanded viciously. Yes, Captain. After a while, as expected, there was a loud explosion and another person flew back. Dig up for me. Xia Hong ordered directly. Lin Tao speculated that after a few explosions, given Xia Hong's temperament, he would indeed resort to digging instead of trying again. Can this bed be shot and exploded with a bow? What principle is this? Could it be caused by some mod? Lin Tao pondered while placing blocks beneath him. Forget it, I won't think about that anymore. Based on the depth of this pit, this area is likely where they will dig out the most. Lin Tao placed a bed above his head, then laid down a path to the right outside the explosion radius of the previous bed, and placed another bed. Surrounding the bed, Lin Tao placed as much TNT as possible. By the time he had laid down nearly 2 stacks of TNT, the Xia family members had finally dug through to the passage above. Oh no, there's no time. Lin Tao saw the opening of the hole in the air, his heart tightened, and he immediately stopped placing TNT. He relied on his sword and floated down from above. At that moment, someone had already poked their head out of the pit. Go back. Lin Tao swung his sword down on that person's head, knocking them back into the pit. In an instant, Lin Tao switched items with the TNT appearing in his hand, directly blocking the hole and lighting it with flint. After completing this series of actions, Lin Tao hurriedly retreated. With his current health, if he took the damage from this explosion, he would undoubtedly die. After stepping back, he turned to the pillars he had just built. He needed to dig out these pillars. They were far too conspicuous, and he needed to divert the enemy's attention so they wouldn't notice the TNT. With a loud bang, the TNT exploded, leaving a large pit in its place. A roar of utter fury erupted from the pit advance. Attack now. Xia Hong was seething with rage. Since entering the infernal realm, his group had not even laid eyes on Lin Tao. Instead, they'd been blasted haphazardly across the terrain. Now the duration of their fire resistance potions was nearly exhausted, yet they had only just clawed their way out of the pit. Lin Tao calculated the time. 7 minutes had passed since the Xia family entered the infernal realm. Judging by the longest-lasting fire resistance potion, he needed only to stall for 1 more minute. Then their flame immunity would vanish. Before that, I must reach the isle adrift in the magma lake. Lin Tao's gaze shifted beyond the cave mouth to a small island suspended amid the churning lava. The portal to the infernal realm had manifested inside a towering cavern, its entrance looming directly over a vast expanse of molten lava. Boy, where will you run this time? Xia Hong strode forward, flanked by his subordinates, and confronted Lin Tao. Heh. He honestly wonder why you're hunting me down. Lin Tao spoke casually even as he set down a crafting table. What need have you for idle chatter? Once we seize you, all will be revealed. So surrender now. Xia Hong sneered coldly and issued the order to apprehend Lin Tao. Lin Tao, their objective is to capture you alive, to extract every secret you hold. Suddenly Ling's voice appeared in the chat interface. Lin Tao glimpsed the message instantly. He set aside for now any question about where Ling had been, and instead retreated several paces to stand at the very edge of the magma lake. Stay back. Come any closer and I'll leap straight into the magma. You'll gain nothing. Lin Tao wielded his own life as leverage, buying every second he could. Boy, do you truly believe your life means anything to us? Xia Hong did not halt his men. But the moment Lin Tao spoke, his lips involuntarily parted in a subtle twitch. His subordinates, however, faltered, slowing their advance uncertainly. Lin Tao's confidence surged. He casually arranged wooden planks and a shovel upon the crafting table and asked, truly indifferent, "Enough talk. Seize him now. What are you waiting for?" Xia Hong barked orders, urging his men forward. No need to rush so. Lin Tao leisurely crafted a dozen boats, then drew his bow and waved it before Xia Hong's eyes. You seek knowledge only I possess. Well, watch closely as I demonstrate it now. Before Xia Hong could reply, Lin Tao continued, I shall fire 2 arrows skyward, and before they strike the ground, I'll cross this entire magma lake. Do you believe me? Xia Hong bristled at Lin Tao's words. So flustered, he abandoned commands altogether and charged forward himself, sword drawn. Seeing Xia Hong surge ahead, Lin Tao smiled faintly, loosed 2 arrows toward the floating bed above, then whirled, and leapt headlong into the magma lake. Xia Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't imagined Lin Tao would dare leap. Lin Tao deployed a boat upon the magma's surface, vaulted off it moments before it burned away, then dropped another just before plunging. Repeating the maneuver again and again. On the 13th boat, he finally reached the isle. Xia Hong stood speechless, stunned by Lin Tao's audacious feat, when suddenly a sharp sizzling hiss pierced the air above. He looked up to see countless TNT blocks plummeting from the sky. Xia Hong's throat felt dry. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but the overwhelming fear rendered him speechless. His subordinates looked up, noticing their captain's hesitation to lower his head. Countless TNT blocks fell from the sky, landing just a few meters away from them. Run! Run! Finally someone reacted and jumped into the magma lake. However, 8 minutes had already passed and the fire resistance effect had worn off, so the person floundered in the magma for a few moments before disappearing. Don't jump into the magma. The fire resistance effect has expired. Xia Hong snapped back to reality and hurriedly tried to stop them, but it was too late. Two more jumped into the magma. Xia Hong wanted to run back, but he could not escape the explosion range of the TNT. The path back was completely blocked. He wanted to drink the fire resistance potion, but there was no time. The only option left was, everyone, jump directly into the magma. Drink the fire resistance potion while in the magma. Xia Hong shouted loudly. In a moment, members of the Xia family jumped into the magma, drinking the fire resistance potion before being burned alive, but this also reduced their health by more than half. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosions brought a sigh of relief to Xia Hong and the others, but the shockwave from the TNT propelled some TNT towards them. Amidst the explosions, 3 more people fell into the magma. Xia Hong looked at the 8 remaining beside him, his anger having reached its peak. You guys seem to have quite the luck, huh? Lin Tao observed the last 9 people, now ready to lead them into the trap of Yanzai. Lin Tao, the Xia family will definitely capture you. Xia Hong threatened from the magma lake. Capture me? Then what are you here for? Let me think. Lin Tao pretended to ponder and then exclaimed with an enlightened expression. Oh, I remember now, you all seem to be here to capture me, huh? How did it come to this? Ha 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 ha. Facing Lin Tao's mockery, Xia Hong's face twisted in rage as he drew his bow and shot an arrow at Lin Tao. Lin Tao didn't even flinch, directly deflecting the arrow with his battle card. Then goodbye, everyone. Lin Tao tossed an ender pearl towards the distant land, waved his hand gracefully, and disappeared before Xia Hong. Captain, what do we do now? Should we continue the chase? Chase? After losing so many people and still not capturing a single student, going back now would mean death as well. With that, Xia Hong swam towards the direction Lin Tao had vanished. But we don't know where he went. If we don't know, then we search. If we can't find him, then we wait here. I refuse to believe he would abandon this home. Xia Hong shouted frantically. Yes, Captain. Phew, that was close, almost got in over my head. Lin Tao sat on a block of hellstone, reflecting on the earlier battle. This world seems more complicated than I imagined. There are still people who possess many synthesis methods. Lin Tao analyzed. I can't be so reckless anymore, I need to be more cautious. Xia Hong won't give up. I need to think of a way to lure him into the trap of Yanzai. Lin Tao gazed at Xia Hong, who was struggling in the magma, lost in thought. Yanzai asked in the chat whether Lin Tao had taken care of things on his side. Lin Tao watched Xia Hong slowly approaching and answered that it was handled but not completely, then asked where they were so he could come to them. They replied that they were here. Lin Tao, wearing a wry expression, asked where exactly that was and scolded Yanzai to stop joking and speak plainly. At that moment, Zhu Lihin joined the chat and said that according to the map, Lin Tao should head west, where a cave would appear. Passing through it would bring him to them. They warned that the cave was rather dark, and to avoid exposing themselves, they had not placed any torches, so Lin Tao should be careful. Lin Tao saw the cave and fell into thought again. Elsewhere, Ling sat up on the bed in TNT Mountain. Ling glared toward the distance, cursing the old man who had slain him with a single sword. He wondered bitterly how many more memories he had lost this time. Rising from the bed, he looked at his backpack and sighed over his lost possessions, then worried about Lin Tao and whether the warning he had sent earlier had any effect. Suddenly Ling recalled that there had been something else he meant to warn Lin Tao about. He paced the room and noticed a chest beside the bed. The chest stirred his memory. Perhaps it contained the things he had lost. Ling approached it, striving to summon more recollection, and muttered in frustration at his predicament. He flopped back onto the bed and thumped the mattress in irritation, thinking that if he could recover the items from his backpack, he might be able to remember. Meanwhile, it was reported that Captain Lin Tao had teleported to this location. Xia Hong ordered his men to search the vicinity for any passages, his face dark with resolve. His subordinate replied affirmatively. Xia Hong swore that this time he would catch Lin Tao. As they searched the nearby mountains for a passage, they refrained from forcibly breaking the rock. There was no way to excavate a tunnel in so short a time. At last their diligence paid off when someone discovered an anomaly in the western slope. A subordinate called out to the captain that there was something amiss. Hearing this, Xia Hong rushed over. His subordinate announced that there was a cave there and that torches were burning inside. Xia Hong arrived and found a dugout cave. The subordinate said this must be where Lin Tao had fled, explaining that Lin Tao had sealed the spot with infernal rock, and that he himself had dug it open. Xia Hong demanded why the subordinate had chosen to dig in that exact spot, asking why he had not excavated any of the many other places instead, and why this particular hole had revealed a cave. Such coincidence was too suspicious. Xia Hong, still smarting from previous tricks by Lin Tao, was convinced it was a trap. The subordinate stammered that the ground had not been completely filled, and that he had seen a glint, so he had dug to investigate. Xia Hong echoed in disbelief that it had not been filled. Xia Hong exhaled, and now certain it was a trap, mulled over their options. He remarked with a bitter half-laugh that it was a bold ploy and hesitated whether to proceed. He pounded his head in frustration. Despite knowing it was likely a trap, he felt compelled to act. Neither they nor Lin Tao intended to show mercy to the other. Lin Tao, why did it take you so long? Yan Zhe asked upon seeing Lin Tao. And didn't you say that no one could break through your trap? About that, Lin Tao scratched his head awkwardly and said, I made a small mistake. By the way, where's Zhu Lihen? Zhu Lihen popped his head out from behind a piece of hell rock and shouted, Yo Zhu Lihen, what are you doing? Lin Tao ignored Yan Zhe's provocative gaze and walked towards Yan Zhe. It's done. This makes it even safer. Zhu Lihen clapped his hands in satisfaction and said this trap has fewer restrictions, and it can even leave behind spoils of war. Lin Tao glanced at the large pit beside him and teased, will anyone really jump into such a big pit? Hee, that will depend on your skills. Zhu Lihen raised an eyebrow at Lin Tao, looking at him approvingly. By the way, tell me what happened just now. Lin Tao then recounted everything that had just happened to Zhu Lihen. A fire-resistant potion. Indeed, it's a tricky thing, Zhu Lihen pondered after hearing Lin Tao's experience. But according to your story, you could have easily killed a few of them with your bow while they fell into the magma lake and were at less than 30 health. But you... Lin Tao glanced away, feeling guilty. Oh, I get it, you're tempted by those spoils of war, right? Zhu Lihen, being an experienced veteran, could see through Lin Tao's little thoughts at a glance. Although Zhu Lihen usually appeared to be the same age as Lin Tao and Yan Zhe, he had been in society for 3 years. Despite Lin Tao seeming mature to Zhu Lihen, he still seemed a bit naive. You've seen through me. I admit I did suffer a bit during this counterattack, which is why I set my sights on them. Lin Tao, realizing his thoughts were guessed, did not hide it, and acknowledged it openly. Aren't you afraid of being too greedy and getting into trouble? Zhu Lihen looked at Lin Tao seriously. Fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. Lin Tao said with a smile, revealing his answer. Good. Zhu Lihen laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Lin Tao's response. In their line of work as hunters, wealth and danger always went hand in hand. If you don't take a risk, how can you succeed? In that case, Yan Zhe and I will hide to set up an ambush. Unless something unexpected happens, we won't come out. Zhu Lihen pulled Yan Zhe to hide. Lin Tao, good luck. Yan Zhe peeked out from his hiding spot to cheer on Lin Tao. Come back. Zhu Lihen pressed his palm down on Yan Zhe's head, pushing him back. Lin Tao smiled at Yan Zhe. The encouragement from Yan Zhe had indeed eased his mood considerably. Phew, as long as I keep provoking Xia Hong to make him lose his rationality, it will be fine. Lin Tao confirmed the battle plan for later. After making all the preparations, he walked to the exit of the cave, waiting for Xia Hong's arrival. Captain, there seems to be a person ahead. Xia Hong looked closely and saw a young man who was their target, Lin Tao. Captain, should we rush in directly or dig in from the side? Let's go directly. He should have already seen us. Xia Hong took the lead and strode towards Lin Tao. Just walk straight over. Aren't you afraid of traps? Lin Tao gazed at Xia Hong, his tone light and casual, as if chatting with an old friend. Even if it is a trap, I won't know unless I leap in myself. Xia Hong snorted coldly, dismissing Lin Tao's remark with open contempt. This phrasing makes it sound as though I'm the villain, Lin Tao murmured, suddenly feeling like the antagonist himself after Xia Hong's retort. Enough of these petty games. Fight me now if you dare. Xia Hong bristled at Lin Tao's evasive banter, yet hesitated to strike, outright wary of hidden snares. Oh, no need to rush. Lin Tao waved idly, then added, come sit down. We'll have a proper talk. Tell me, why did you come for me? What trickery is this? Xia Hong's face twitched with fury. To propose a calm discussion was to treat him as utterly non-threatening, to render him invisible. Where shall we begin? Lin Tao feigned thoughtfulness, stroking his chin. I've got it. Do you know why I spared you all earlier beside the magma lake? Empty boasts. You. Xia Hong began to retort, only to be cut off by Lin Tao. Boasts? You're hardly unaware of your own predicament just moments ago. Lin Tao teased, eyes glinting with quiet mockery as he regarded Xia Hong. Does that even matter? Sparing my life? To humiliate me? But I never said that. That was your interpretation. Don't get angry now. Lin Tao danced gleefully along the razor's edge of Xia Hong's patience. Arg! Xia Hong threw back his head and roared, his features contorted with rage. Attack! Kill him now? But Captain, the Patriarch's orders. I command you to kill him. Xia Hong bellowed, veins blazing crimson as he turned on his subordinate. Watching this unfold, Lin Tao's lips curled upward. His plan was already half realized. At that very moment, bang, one of Xia Hong's armored subordinates clad in diamond-plated armor swung his club hard against the back of Xia Hong's skull. Ack! Xia Hong cried out in pain and slumped into unconsciousness. Ha! Lin Tao froze stunned. What on earth was this? A mutiny? Humph! Lin Tao. You're quite impressive, provoking our captain to such fury, but you'll have no second chance. We will see him crushed. Wait. What are you talking about? Your captain's just been knocked out cold. Do you really still expect him to act? Lin Tao blinked, utterly bewildered by the absurdity. Ugh! Xia Hong rose slowly from the ground. His expression eerily serene, a stark contrast to his earlier volcanic rage. Ah! It's been so long since I last emerged. Let me see. Who pushed little Hong to such extremes? Though inhabiting the same body, his demeanor and cadence unmistakably signaled another consciousness entirely. Wait. Seriously, did he snap under pressure? Lin Tao studied the transformed Xia Hong, warily, senses sharpening. Let me recall. Xia Hong closed his eyes as if sifting through fragmented memories. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Xia Hong opened his eyes and locked them onto Lin Tao. In that instant, Lin Tao felt the chilling gaze of a venomous serpent. If the earlier Xia Hong had been a sword, it was but a wooden practice blade. This Xia Hong, however, was a steel blade drawn from its sheath. Formidable, sharp, yet not yet lethal. Who are you? Ha, me. Xia Hong grinned wide and unsettling. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xia Lang, the second self of Little Hong. Xia Lang. Lin Tao looked at Xia Lang with confusion. How were you born? Do you wish to know? Very well, I shall tell you. Xia Lang moved his hands, realizing that controlling his body was somewhat difficult. Now is a good time to familiarize myself with this body. Xia Lang muttered to himself. 25 years before entering the Square Era, our mother gave birth to a pair of twins, but unfortunately only one survived. It was at that moment that my consciousness entered Xia Hong's body. Xia Lang paced back and forth, speaking candidly about his past. However, during the Round Era, my consciousness remained in a deep slumber. It wasn't until after the Square Era that my consciousness became digitized. I found that when Xiao Hong's emotions reached an extreme, I could take control of the body. As he spoke, Xia Lang paused and looked at Lin Tao. Speaking of which, I owe my emergence to you. Hey, what kind of bizarre setup is this? This kind of story sounds like a typical protagonist template. Although I am grateful for your assistance in bringing me out, you made Xiao Hong so angry that I still need to teach you a lesson before capturing you. Xia Lang raised his hand, intending to command his subordinates to take Lin Tao down. Hey, wait a moment, I have a small question. Lin Tao gestured with his thumb and index finger to indicate something very small. Oh, what do you want to ask? Are you a man or a woman? Am a man. Ah, is that so? Lin Tao shook his head in disappointment. Xia Lang's mouth twitched. What's with that expression of yours? That looks like you've just lost something. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and laughed, still trying to provoke me. I'm not as irritable as Xiao Hong. Haha, just kidding. Lin Tao laughed heartily, but this time how do you plan to capture me? Humph, let me guess what kind of trap you've prepared this time. Xia Lang closed his eyes, as if listening to something. Ha, I'm joking. Do I really need a trap to deal with you guys? Lin Tao deliberately raised his voice, trying to disturb Xia Lang. A lot of pig noises. It seems there are zombie pigs. Xia Lang opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as he looked behind Lin Tao. Is it a trap involving zombie pigmen? Not a bad idea. Lin Tao furrowed his brows slightly. This Xia Lang was indeed not simple. The trap prepared by Yan Zhe and the others was indeed a pigman trap. So what? Lin Tao's body tensed. He was ready to start fighting. Go. Xia Lang waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to advance and engage Lin Tao. You must have a way to cover up this noise, right? Like the magma that can be found everywhere in hell, but you didn't do that because of the equipment we're wearing. So does that mean you didn't finish us off in the magma lake for this reason? Xia Lang analyzed Lin Tao's actions while watching him clash with his subordinates. In the midst of the battle, Lin Tao was startled when he heard these words. This Xia Lang almost guessed his thoughts completely. Ah, what a terrifying guy. Lin Tao pushed back one of the subordinates with his sword, glancing at his unhealthy blood level, feeling somewhat troubled. While Xia Lang was analyzing, Lin Tao had already been fighting with his subordinates for quite some time. At the outset, someone swung a sword straight at Lin Tao, but he parried it with his battle token. Moreover, Lin Tao's battle token could reflect 200% of incoming damage. Combined with the Ma Yuling greatsword in his right hand, a 400% rebound struck that man. A red damage number flared. This reflection severed 9 points of the opponent's health while Lin Tao remained unscathed. Yet the battle token was not omnipotent. It could not stop attacks from directions it did not face. So after Lin Tao reflected one man's blow, an arrow struck his back and took 3 health points. Seeing his abnormal reflected damage, the Xie clan immediately widened the distance and began firing with bows. Arrows flew in from all sides, completely denying Lin Tao the chance to rely on his battle token. With no other choice, Lin Tao drew his unsheathed blade, cut through the arrows on one side, then executed a swift dash to the archer. He shifted weapons and the Ma Yuling greatsword slashed out, forcing the man backward. At that moment, Xie Lang's voice reached him, causing Lin Tao to hesitate for an instant. Just then 7 arrows streaked toward his back. 2 arrows struck his back at once, making him involuntarily lunge forward a few steps, which fortuitously let him avoid the 4 arrows that followed. But those few steps carried Lin Tao straight before the subordinate he had just driven off. The man was quick-eyed and quicker-handed. A sword bit into Lin Tao. Lin Tao had no time to guard and was pushed back several paces. The subordinate fared poorly, as well struck by Lin Tao's blade, and by the reflected damage his health fell to only 6 points. As Lin Tao retreated, he collided squarely with the final arrow. Likewise, the 3 who had hit him did not fare well. The reflected damage shaved 14 points from their health. Such formidable counter-damage. This is indeed troublesome, but how much longer can his health hold? Xie Lang analyzed Lin Tao's tactics once more. Everyone, do not fight him in close quarters. Keep your distance. Wear him down with bows. As soon as each of you lands a single arrow, stop attacking and wait for his health to recover. Yes, Captain. For a moment 5 more arrows flew from different directions. Lin Tao could only swing his drawn blade without cease. Whenever he tried to break through to kill someone, the arrows always forced him to halt. Damn it. This cannot continue. Lin Tao glanced at his steadily falling satiety and felt acute panic. If he did not change course, he would either starve or be torn apart by the barrage of arrows. Lin Tao, can you hold on? Zhu Lihan asked anxiously in the chat box. No problem. Just toss a fishing rod into the pigment pit and I can handle the rest. Lin Tao replied in the chat as he parried the incoming arrows. Alright, give us 1 minute. Zhu Lihan and his companion rose from their hiding place and dashed toward the trap. Xie Lang, scanning the surroundings, looked toward the 2. Strange. I thought I just saw a figure. Wait. Yanzei. Zhu Lihan grabbed Yanzei, who was already poking half a head out from behind cover. What is it? Lin Tao is in danger. Yanzei asked, puzzled, looking at Zhu Lihan. Xie Hong spotted us. Zhu Lihan pressed a finger hard against Yanzei's mouth to signal him to be quiet. What should we do now? Yanzei whispered, hurry up and make the fishing rod. I will use the ender hand to get over. Okay. Yanzei began to frantically craft the fishing rod. Xie Lang spotted them as Yanzei poked his head out. I didn't expect to have teammates. There should be at least 2. Alright, Zhu Lihan, take this. Yanzei shoved the freshly made fishing rod into Zhu Lihan's hands. Good, you stay here and don't run around. Zhu Lihan stowed away the fishing rod, aimed in the right direction, and teleported. What is that? Xie Lang widened his eyes, staring at the purple mist that suddenly appeared between 2 stones. Now I have to go check. Maybe I can threaten his teammates. After confirming that Lin Tao was temporarily safe, Xie Lang turned to the cover where Yanzei was. Lin Tao, done. Zhu Lihan said in the chat box. Got it. Get out of there quickly. Lin Tao slashed at the incoming arrows again, jumped in place, and used the upward force generated by swinging his sword to rise into the air. Him flying. Quick, keep shooting, don't let him break through. Yes, Vice Captain. Lin Tao rhythmically swung his sword in the air, keeping himself afloat. The Xie family members weren't idle either. Arrows were continuously shot at him, but they were all blocked by the sword. Faster. Lin Tao anxiously watched his hunger value drop to 3. In this state, he could no longer run, but if he stopped swinging his sword, he would be shot down by a rain of arrows. Maintain formation. Don't get disordered. Almost there. Lin Tao stopped swinging his sword and threw an ender pearl towards the trap. As he halted his movements, he couldn't help but fall towards the ground. He's falling. Quickly. After throwing the ender pearl, Lin Tao no longer swung his sword, and instead took out a piece of bread to eat. With a thud, Lin Tao fell to the ground. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of 7 arrows slicing through the air rang out as 7 arrows flew towards Lin Tao. Creak, creak. Lin Tao ignored the arrows and continued eating his bread. Beneath Lin Tao's feet, a person opened his eyes, but Lin Tao did not notice him. However, the person beneath Lin Tao reacted, took out a bow, drew it back, and shot. Lin Tao felt something moving beneath him. When he looked down, an arrow struck his forehead. Oh no. Lin Tao's eyes widened. He hadn't dodged the arrows earlier because he calculated that he could land before being hit by them with the ender pearl. Now being hit by an arrow, the remaining 3 points of health were simply insufficient to withstand the impact from teleporting with the ender pearl. The person beneath him tried to attack again, but was met with 3 consecutive slashes from Lin Tao, resulting in his death. At that moment, the arrows had already reached Lin Tao. With a swish, Lin Tao vanished from his spot, and the 7 arrows missed. He disappeared. Did he use the Ender Pearl again? Vice Captain, Xiaowu, there's no time for that. Hurry, chase after him. Yes, Vice Captain. He achievement unlocked fear of death. Lin Tao slowly got up from the ground, still muttering self-deprecating remarks. In the moment before being teleported, he picked up the resurrection totem, avoiding the fate of death. This time I truly suffered a tremendous loss. If this group does not provide me with something valuable, it would be an affront to my dignity. Lin Tao picked up his fishing rod, and using his sword directly leaped over the pigman trap, arriving on the opposite side to eat some bread. Lin Tao, your health is running low too, right? Hurry up and surrender. Don't force us to kill you. Lin Tao glanced at his health bar and couldn't help but smile. After gorging on 3 pieces of bread, just now his health was now full. In that case, I really should surrender. Lin Tao slowly approached the edge of the pit. The members of the Xia family also gradually moved closer to the pit's edge. Just as Lin Tao reached the edge of the pit, he suddenly swung out his fishing rod, hooking towards the members of the Xia family. What is that? Quickly dodge. The person standing at the front managed to evade, but those at the back suffered the consequences. Lin Tao's hook caught a man clad in iron armor. Ah, what is this? Reel it in. As Lin Tao pulled his rod, the hooked person was uncontrollably dragged into the pigman trap. HMH. The pigmen in the pit were knocked by the falling person, and for a moment the hatred of dozens of pigmen shifted onto that individual. Ah, don't come over here. Lin Tao, do you really want to die? Even if I die, I won't let you catch me. With that, Lin Tao lunged at the remaining 7 with his sword. Fire the arrows. Of course, these arrows would not harm Lin Tao. However, these arrows seemed to disrupt Lin Tao's rhythm, failing to land on the edge of the pit, and instead falling against the wall of the pit. He fell due to a mistake. Seeing Lin Tao fall, the members of the Xia family quickly leaned over the edge of the pit to check. Just kidding. Lin Tao stood on the newly placed ground, the hell rock, and grinned up at the few people above. He swung the fishing rod again, randomly hooking someone, pulling it in, and eliminating another person. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The vice captain was the first to back away from the pit's edge. After a few retreated a short distance, a fishing hook flew up from below the person, thinking to pull another down. Fool. Do you think we would make the same mistake twice? But while the group's attention was on the fishing hook, an ender pearl shot out rapidly from the pit, landing behind the 6 individuals. The sound of teleportation made the vice captain turn around first, but a foot came flying towards him, knocking him off balance and onto the edge of the pit. Lin Tao drew his bow and fired an arrow, sending the vice captain directly into the pit. At that moment, the other 5 turned around and noticed Lin Tao behind them. What? When did he get here? At that moment, Lin Tao swung out his fishing rod, hooking a man in iron armor, and reeled him in. The man was uncontrollably pulled towards Lin Tao, who quickly switched weapons, wielding the Yuling great sword to strike him back a few steps before using the fishing rod to pull him closer again. The man reacted and countered with an iron sword. Lin Tao raised his battle standard, reflecting 9 points of damage. He kicked the man back a few steps and sliced through the incoming arrows with his sword. He took a few steps back to gain momentum, leaped high, and with a single strike ended the opponent's life. Only 4 left. Lin Tao once again swung his sword, shattering the flying arrows. This kind of strength. One of the armored individuals stepped back in terror. Can we really capture him? A guttural roar erupted from the monster, intensifying the already taut tension. The evil soul's voice. Lin Tao glanced up, puzzled, but saw no trace of it. So it must be behind him. Instantly he whirled and fled. A fireball erupted from the evil soul's maw. Lin Tao rolled forward, dropped to one knee and spun, loosing an arrow straight at the blazing projectile. The arrow struck the fireball, deflecting it toward the 4 remaining members of the Xia clan. Simultaneously, Lin Tao hurled 2 ender pearls. One toward the loot left by his slain foe, the other directly above his own head. Before the fireball struck, the first ender pearl hit the ground. With lightning speed, Lin Tao snatched as many items as he could. Witnessing this, the 4 Xia clan survivors, who had just escaped the blast radius, stared in utter fury, eyes blazing with rage. Calculating the fireball's trajectory in his mind, Lin Tao ceased looting, then swiftly placed 2 TNT blocks, ignited them, and laid a bed precisely between them. Art is explosion. Lin Tao flung his arms wide, body splayed like the character Big, and at the very instant the fireball grazed his back, the second ender pearl struck the ground, teleporting him away in a flash. With a thunderous triple detonation, boom, 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 the fireball exploded, igniting both TNT blocks at a slight interval, and the blast instantly set the bed ablaze. The bed's violent explosion hurled the 2 TNT blocks toward the Xia clan. Their subsequent detonation sent shockwaves that blasted the 2 nearest Xia warriors, already standing close to the piglin trap, straight into its pit. Only 2 left. Lin Tao surveyed the last pair with quiet satisfaction, then chose one at random and charged without hesitation. He sprinted, leapt, and brought his sword down in a vertical cleave upon the man's skull, sending him staggering backward, then lashed out with a sweeping kick, hurling him sideways into the flames. By now his fire resistance effect had long expired. The man staggered out of the inferno, drew his bow, and loosed a single arrow, striking Lin Tao square in the chest. Lin Tao made no attempt to block it. He intended a trade, accepting the wound to trigger his formidable retaliatory damage. Drawing his bow in return, he fired. He lunged again. The man, undaunted, gripped his diamond sword and charged headlong. Both leapt, meeting midair in a violent collision. With a sharp crack, the man recoiled in disbelief, just as their blades were about to strike home. At the last instant, Lin Tao dropped his sword and raised his shield, parrying the blow. The man tried to speak, but the flames consuming him allowed no final word. Burned alive, Lin Tao remarked coldly, his tone edged with mockery. Yet his own health was perilously low. Damage from the ender pearl fall, the chest-shot arrow, and a stealthy arrow from the last survivor during landing had taken their toll. Only 9 points of vitality remained. Lin Tao turned his gaze toward the final survivor, the one who had retreated farthest. What are you going to do? The man stumbled backward, paralyzed with terror. Lin Tao said nothing, merely lifted his sword, its tip scraping the ground with a grating whisper as he advanced step by deliberate step. Don't come near me. The man's courage had shattered utterly. He failed even to notice he was retreating straight into the piglin trap. Lin Tao, halt, or I'll slit your teammate's throat. Xiaolang emerged from behind him, pressing a diamond sword against Yanzai's neck. Lin Tao slowly turned around and saw Yanzai despondently held at sword point by Xiaolang. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I can't beat him. Yanzai shrugged helplessly. If you don't want anything to happen to your teammate, do as I say. Shao Si, come here. Xiaolang summoned the last remaining subordinate to his side. Drink this. Xiaolang produced a vial of potion and tossed it in front of Lin Tao, signaling him to drink. Poisonous potion too. Lin Tao picked up the bottle, incredulously staring at the liquid in his hand. How is this possible? How could anyone in this world understand alchemy? He had suspected this ever since the Xie family member drank the fireproof potion, but seeing the reality laid out before him was still shocking. After all, even if someone accidentally discovered the synthesis method for an alchemical potion, they would still need hell's warts to refine crude potions and spider eyes to create a poisonous potion. Even if such a coincidence existed, the effect of poison too would require the addition of fluorite. This was not impossible to experiment with, but 10 years was too short, as that time was not solely dedicated to alchemy. Only a superpower could have researched such things. A family like the Xie family, which was merely the strongest in the region, would definitely not be able to uncover this. What are you waiting for? Drink it. Xiaolang urged impatiently. Why the hurry? Lin Tao decided to stop overthinking, tilted his head back, and downed the entire potion. As the potion went down, Lin Tao's health began to plummet rapidly until it reached 1. I drank it. What more do you want? Lin Tao's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Xiaolang. Shao Si, go. Empty his backpack. Yes, Captain. Shao Si stepped forward to check Lin Tao's backpack, which actually meant taking out wooden pickaxes equal to the number of slots in Lin Tao's bag. Yanzai, how much health does he have left? Lin Tao asked Yanzai in the chat box while cooperating with Shao Si to check the backpack. I just hit him 5 times. He should still have 7 points left. Yanzai replied uncertainly. Alright, I will make my move shortly. Use the combat badge to block when he tears the ticket. Remember to also wield the Muyu spirit sword in your right hand. Yet this fatal strike was blocked by Yanzai's combat badge, sending 6 points of damage ricocheting back onto Xiaolang. At that very moment, an arrow shot forth from behind him, piercing his back with lethal precision. Ah! Xiaolang screamed in agony before collapsing into a pile of loot. Ah, Captain! Shao Si recoiled in shock at the sudden turn of events, then bolted wildly away from the two figures. Paralyzed by terror, he failed to notice he was sprinting perilously close to the edge of the pigman trap. From afar, a block hurtled toward him, striking true and plunging him straight into the pit. Zhu Lihan, excellent work! Lin Tao grinned as Zhu Lihan materialized beside them. The arrow that felled Xiaolang, and the block that crushed Shao Si, both bore Zhu Lihan's unmistakable hand. Phew! So all our enemies are finally eliminated. Yanzai exhaled deeply, as if he'd just borne the weight of battle itself. What are you panting for? You didn't lift a finger. Lin Tao smacked Yanzai across the head with a chuckle. Ah, Lin Tao. I did contribute. Yanzai huffed indignantly. Oh right, we haven't collected the spoils yet. At the mention of loot, his spirits soared instantly. Still, most of the loot lies buried within the pigman trap. What shall we do about the pigmen inside? Zhu Lihan gazed thoughtfully at the pit, voicing his concern. Just slaughter them all. We'll gain even more spoils. Lin Tao shrugged nonchalantly. But won't that be overwhelming? we might not stand a chance. Zhu Lihan voiced his apprehension. No problem at all. We've got the combat badge. Lin Tao proudly brandished it. Against minor foes like these it was exceptionally effective. As the three conversed while walking, carnage still raged within the pigman trap. Xiao Si slashed back a zombie pigman with one fierce stroke, then gasped for breath. His health bar dwindling dangerously low. Damn it! I'm not ready to die. Xiao Si roared in raw defiance, clinging fiercely to life. An exit. Where is the exit? He frantically scanned every direction, searching for a way out, but towering walls encircled him on all sides. Too high to dig up in time. Except for one place. There. With desperate hope, Xiao Si sprinted toward the trap's soul breach. The very gap blasted open by the fireball. He drew his diamond pickaxe and began digging furiously, determined to escape this accursed pit. In truth, the pit was shallow, only 6 blocks deep, but escaping under relentless pigman assault proved nearly impossible. At the pit's rim, Lin Tao stood lost in quiet contemplation. This trap was hardly ingenious. Any seasoned MC player, given a few blocks, could dismantle it effortlessly. Yet the people of this world seemingly hadn't yet discovered that jumping and placing a block beneath one's feet was a supremely effective escape tactic. Lin Tao, what do you think of this plan? Zhu Lihan nudged Lin Tao's arm, jolting him from his reverie. What? Sigh. Honestly, no one ever listens. Zhu Lihan sighed helplessly, then paused mid-breath, blinked, and shook his head with a wry, rueful smile. Let me explain. Yan Zhe beamed as he launched into his strategy. So in essence, it's about isolating and eliminating them one by one. Lin Tao summarized succinctly. That's not inaccurate, but it wastes time. I say, jump straight and corner yourself against a wall, raise the combat badge, and let them come. Let them die. Lin Tao offered his own bold proposal. That's rather reckless. Zhu Lihan began to object, when suddenly the block beneath his feet crumbled, sending him tumbling headlong into the pit. Zhu Liya! Yan Zhe lunged forward instinctively, only for the ground beneath him to give way and he too plummeted into the abyss. What in the world? Lin Tao hurried to the edge where Zhu Lihan had fallen, bewildered. Zhu Lihan! What's happening down there? Lin Tao shouted into the darkness. Lin Tao! 2 of them are still alive. They're still breathing. Zhu Lihan's voice echoed up from below. 2 survivors. Lin Tao, your health is critically low. Don't jump down. This one's on us. Yan Zhe's voice rang out from another pit. You, all right, I'll wait for you both to return. In the pigman trap, Yan Zhe and the others held up their battle signs, fending off the omnipresent pigmen. This trap has really backfired on us. Yan Zhe exclaimed as he blocked an attack from a pigman. Indeed, we need to think of better traps in the future. This type of trap is ineffective against enemies with high defenses. Zhu Lihan said leisurely. Although there are many pigmen now, the 2 stood safely in a corner, holding their battle signs high. Zhu Lihan, where do you think those 2 are now? How would I know? Once all these pigmen are dead, we can use the digging enhancement that Lin Tao mentioned to excavate this area. Bang, bang, bang. A series of block-shattering sounds echoed. The wall behind Yan Zhe and the others vanished. It's you guys. Yan Zhe pointed at the 2 individuals clad in diamond armor. Xiao Si and the others had dark expressions. They were merely eavesdropping on the conversation next door, while expanding their space, having heard the term digging enhancement, which echoed in their minds. As a result, this awkward situation arose. For a moment, the atmosphere among the 4 was tense. However, the zombie pigmen would not give them the chance to wait. Humph, humph. The pigmen roared as they charged at the 4. All 4 had attacked pigmen before. Yan Zhe and his companion reverted to their old tactics, standing against the wall with their signs. Xiao Si took out a diamond pickaxe, digging into the wall, trying to escape. Yan Zhe, cover me. We can't let them get away. Zhu Lihan fended off a pigman and chased after the direction where the others were escaping. All right, be careful. Yan Zhe followed Zhu Lihan, blocking some pigmen. Zhu Lihan reached the spot where Xiao Si and the others were fleeing, striking down with the digging enhancement, revealing the 2 hidden beneath a large area of hellstone. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of hitting lava? Xiao Si shouted in terror. They were in hell. Lava was everywhere and one wrong move could lead to a fiery demise. Humph. If you try to escape again, it'll dig more. I don't believe your luck is so good that you won't hit lava. Zhu Lihan glared ferociously at the 2. TSK, Xiao Si, let's fight them. The vice captain exclaimed, charging at Xiao Si. Want to go head-to-head? That's not my plan. Zhu Lihan leaned against the wall, raised his sign, blocking the attacks of the 2. At that moment, the pigmen also rushed over, surrounding the 3 and attacking. While Xiao Si and the others were getting beaten severely, Zhu Lihan remained unharmed. All the pigmen attacking him were killed by their own backlash. Vice Captain, we can't continue like this. Xiaoxi looked at his health, which was down to 3 points. TSK, let's take a gamble and dig deeper. You think digging down will prevent me from using the digging enhancement? Dream on. Zhu Lihen grinned, replacing the hellstone under his feet with cobblestone. He then used the digging enhancement again, excavating a vast area. This time Xiaoxi and the others were not so lucky. Beneath the hellstone was lava. Ah! They turned to dust amidst their screams. Phew! That should be the end of it, right? Zhu Lihen slowly squatted down, sitting on the ground. This hell is really hot. Zhu Lihen, have you sorted it out? Yan Ze's voice came from afar. Zhu Lihen lay down on the block, not fearing the magma below, staring blankly at the ceiling while murmuring to himself. Old Wang, I've encountered 2 decent fellows. I wonder if you're still alive. If only I had. Lin Tao exclaimed as he returned. Yan Ze dug his way up from the ground, excitedly jumping in front of Lin Tao. Why did you come up alone? Where's Zhu Lihen? Lin Tao asked while munching on bread. He said he would stay down for a while and wanted me to come up first to report back. Oh, I see. Lin Tao nodded thoughtfully. Hey Lin Tao, what did that Xielang give you to drink? Why did you start bleeding right after? Yan Ze recalled what had just happened and asked. You mean the poisoned liquid? Lin Tao's thoughts returned to his previous reasoning. Since the Xie family couldn't have developed the potion, there could only be one possibility. Lin Tao's eyes lit up at this thought. There are many mods in MC, and similarly there are numerous mods that allow for checking synthesis tables. It seems the Xie family has gotten hold of something remarkable. Lin Tao remarked. What? No, Lin Tao, what makes it so remarkable? Yan Ze looked at Lin Tao's bewildered expression, utterly confused. He had just seen Lin Tao's face change color, then suddenly look enlightened. It's nothing. By the way, why hasn't Zhu Lihen come up yet? Hey Lin Tao, I've been standing here for ages. Zhu Fuhan stood next to Lin Tao, looking displeased. Oh, you're here. Lin Tao chuckled awkwardly and said, Where are we going now? Should we continue hunting or head back? Let's continue hunting. It should just be the morning of the 2nd day, and we still need to hunt for 2 more days, Zhu Lihen suggested. Alright, let's return the way we came. Wait, do you guys even remember the way? Lin Tao was about to say to return, but suddenly forgot the way back. I don't remember. The 3 of them exchanged glances and the atmosphere fell silent. By the way, do you remember why we came here? Zhu Lihen was the first to break the silence and asked. I think it was to hunt someone down, but we ended up discovering it was an ally. Yan Ze added. So we forgot about Ling. Lin Tao summarized. But where is he? Just ask in the chat box. Lin Tao said nonchalantly. Don't ask him right here. Ling walked over from a distance, his face filled with helplessness. These 3 guys, really, I died once already. I was completely forgotten. Ling silently cursed in his heart. Ah, Ling, you're here. Where did you go earlier? Yan Ze casually draped his arm over Ling's shoulder. I was killed by a strange old man just now. After I respawned at TNT Mountain, it took me a while to get here. Oh, so you were killed. Wait, you got killed. Yan Ze stepped back in shock, distancing himself from Ling. Are you a person or a ghost? Ling rolled his eyes, ignoring Yan Ze, and turned to Lin Tao saying, Let's go to TNT Mountain. We can talk about the rest on the way. Okay, I just wanted to ask you something too. After the 4 had collected all the spoils, they left the area. Once they departed, a figure clad in iron armor emerged from the ground. How terrifying. They actually killed the captain and the others. I must return to report to the family head. Xiao Li exclaimed in terror as he ran back in the direction they came from. He was a member of Team 9 and the last survivor of the team. In the main world, he was the first to enter the gate of hell. When he fell into the magma trap, he was pushed to the bottom of the pool by the others and lost consciousness. After struggling to regain awareness, just as he resurfaced, he was shoved back down. Later, when the TNT was detonated, he had just crawled out of the pit only to be blasted back into the magma by the explosion. He was not naturally bold, and this situation caused him to shrink back into the magma pool in fear. It was only when the effect of the fireproof potion wore off that he managed to crawl out of the magma pool. Then he followed Xie Hong from a distance to this place to witness everything that transpired. I must tell the family head. We absolutely cannot send anyone to capture Lin Tao again. Ling, did you see anyone when you returned to TNT Mountain just now? Lin Tao asked as he walked, recalling that their initial purpose for coming to hell was to pursue the companions of Pao Long Tao. I did encounter someone, he said. His name was Su Haiyang, and he is being hunted by the Yongshi group. Ling recounted the earlier events. Being hunted? Did you ask him why he was being pursued? Lin Tao asked, excitedly, believing that the reason Su Haiyang was targeted might align with his previous suspicions. I asked, but he said since I had taken Pao Long Tao's diary, there was no need to elaborate on what I already knew. Ling said with some frustration, but that diary is lost. Ah, how did it get lost again? Lin Tao looked at Ling with a face that said, "Are you kidding me? Ahem, it was taken by that old man earlier and then everything in my backpack disappeared so." Ling awkwardly coughed. "Sigh, forget it, let's go find that old man later. By the way, did Su Haiyang say anything else?" He also mentioned that if we are ever hunted by the Yongshi group we could seek him out, after saying that he just left. What a mysterious fellow, Lin Tao remarked. But speaking of which, you really are terrible. Upon hearing Lin Tao's words, Ling jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How can you say that? That old man was very strange. How strange. I think you're just too weak. Lin Tao teased. No way. Just listen to me. Old Mo, what do you want? Ling slowly backed away, trying to slip away unnoticed. Little friend, don't be so unruly. Old Mo brandished his colorful pickaxe towards Ling. Seeing Old Mo chase after him, Ling immediately turned and ran. Want to escape? Can you outrun me? Old Mo grinned confidently as he took out a vial of potion and drank it. In just a matter of seconds, Ling was caught. Damn it. If it weren't for my state-consuming hunger points too quickly, you would never have caught up to me. Ling yelled in frustration. Hee, little friend, can we talk now? Old Mo still wore a smile, looking at Ling with a gentle demeanor. What do you want to say? Ling's face twitched. Although Old Mo's tone was gentle, the sword pressed against his neck was anything but. What is your relationship with Lin Tao, Mr. Mo posed his first question. Hey, what does it have to do with you? Ling replied disdainfully, completely unafraid, as he could be resurrected at the cost of losing a bit of memory. Oh, so your mouth is quite tough. Do you have any trump cards? Mr. Mo chuckled with interest. Do you think you can slip away from me, or believe you can counterattack me? Humph, if you have the ability, just kill me directly. Ling said dismissively. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Let me ask another question. Mr. Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully observed Ling's expression. Did you use a mod USB drive for this ability? Ling raised an eyebrow. Do you want this mod? How arrogant. It seems you didn't bring your USB with you. Oh, and so what? Can you spare me? Little friend, no need to rush. You won't be able to go back to help them. If you want, let me help them. It seems you are from the Xie family. What is your purpose this time? Ling quietly placed his hand behind his back. Purpose? Don't worry, your little friends will be fine. After all, what I want is the knowledge in his mind. I understand now. Ling's right hand quickly drew out a steel sword from behind and stabbed it towards Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo did not dodge directly, ignoring Ling's attack. The steel sword pierced Mr. Mo without hindrance, but... What? Why didn't you bleed? You clearly weren't wearing any armor. Ling looked at Mr. Mo in horror as he saw the faint outline of equipment on him. Do you really want to die this much? Mr. Mo's originally gentle smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a chilling, murderous intent. What do you have to be so arrogant about? It's just relying on a mod. Without the mod, what are you worth? Ling taunted recklessly, knowing he was doomed, so he decided to mess with someone else's mentality before he died. Mr. Mo's face twitched, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, as if suppressing the rage within. Without the mod, what am I worth? I don't need you to evaluate me. Saying this, he swung his sword down on Ling in a fit of rage. Just one swing, a mere ordinary strike, and Ling was instantly killed, turning into dropped loot. So that old man is really too strange. Were you at full health back then? Zhu Li asked with a frown. I was at full health, a full 14 health points, and then just one strike took it all away. Ling replied incredulously. The pickaxe with a colorful head, super-fast digging speed blocks that can be seen through nearly transparent equipment and weapons. Lin Tao murmured to himself. These features all pointed to a certain mod. Super tool, huh? Lin Tao recalled this mod in his mind. A very powerful mod. This was Lin Tao's assessment of it. It is considered strong because the equipment added in this mod is exceptionally effective against regular monsters. The defensive power it provides is incredibly robust. Take the X-ray shoes, which have the lowest defense yet provide equivalent protection to an entire set of iron armor. The weakest weapon, the X-ray sword, has a damage of 19, which is quite absurd. The slowest digging X-ray pickaxe can still mine 3 or 4 blocks of stone at a time. Even the worst equipment has such effects, not to mention that on top of that there are super X-ray equipment, super gear, and ultimate equipment. Moreover, obtaining X-ray blocks is very easy. Their generation probability is similar to that of coal, and they are very easy to mine, even collectible by hand. The most absurd part is that the durability of this equipment is also very high. Lin Tao. Hey, what are you thinking about? Yan Zhe jolted Lin Tao out of his reverie. Lin Tao shook his head, dismissing the matter of the super tool mod. After all, he wouldn't encounter that old man anytime soon, and even if he did, he could always douse him with potions or scald him with lava. Options were plentiful. I agree, Ling nodded thoughtfully. He seems to know exactly what Xie Hong and the others intend. Almost as if he's the one issuing orders. By the way, do you still remember what was written in the diary? Lin Tao steered the conversation back to the journal. I don't recall. Ling tapped her temple in frustration. Each time I resurrect, I lose fragments of memory. This time it's likely whatever pertains to him. No use straining over it. When we meet that old man later, we'll simply take it back by force. Lin Tao reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Say, Lin Tao, shall we return to that forest for hunting again? It's dreadfully dull. And Yanzai, as it happens, I do know a far more intriguing place. Zhu Lihan spoke with theatrical secrecy. Rumor has it east of that forest lies a mist-shrouded marsh, within which stands a naturally formed cottage. An ancient which dwells there said to brew potent potions capable of bypassing armor entirely. Terrifying truly. What? Really? Let's go now. I live for thrills. Yanzai seized Zhu Lihan's arm and dashed off exhilarated. Lin Tao watched them depart with a quiet, knowing smile. A witch's marsh cottage. Fascinating. Perhaps I'll even tame a little cat there. And, Lin Tao, you two go ahead. I'll head back to TNT Mountain to find Su Haiyang and ask him precisely what he meant. Ling bade them farewell with a light laugh. And be careful, Lin Tao cautioned. And, shouldn't you be hoping for my demise? She teased, then vanished without another word. Clan Master. Terrible news. Xiao Li burst breathlessly into the main hall of the Xie residence. Xie Wenbo sat aloft upon his elevated seat, eyes narrowing in displeasure at the intrusion. Are you from Unit 9? What is this unseemly clamor? NC Clan Master. Unit 9 has been annihilated. Xiao Li stammered, trembling uncontrollably. What? Are you all incompetent fools? Xie Wenbo shot upright, fury blazing. To fail in capturing a mere student and suffer such catastrophic losses. C Clan Master. Lin Tao is too strange. Xiao Li's terror of Lin Tao had burrowed deep into his marrow. Cease making excuses for your failure. Guards, take him away. From today onward he labors in the ore mines. Xie Wenbo decreed Xiao Li's fate without hesitation. And no. Clan Master, I speak the truth. Xiao Li screamed in abject fear, yet was dragged out nonetheless. Unit 10, dispatched to apprehend. Clan Master Xie, there's no need to send anyone after Lin Tao. At that moment Elder Mo entered from the doorway, halting Xie Wenbo's command. And why, Elder Mo? You were the one who demanded Lin Tao's capture, and now you forbid it. What then is your true intention? Xie Wenbo's gaze turned glacial. And there's no need for such suspicion, Clan Master. I've already investigated Lin Tao thoroughly. He will inevitably fall into the hands of the Eternal Corporation, and our influence ends there. Elder Mo remained unruffled, serene as ever. The Eternal Corporation. Does that boy know the synthesis formula for the Transmutation Table? Even so long as he conceals it during the exam, he won't be apprehended. Yet the cost of bypassing the exam is devastating. Few can bear it, even if Lin Tao himself endures it. His friends may not. Elder Mo's words hung with quiet implication. Then Elder Mo, our agreement, Clan Master Xie, Lin Tao. Elder Mo replied, a faint enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Understood, Elder Mo. Please withdraw. Xie Wenbo suppressed his seething anger and issued the dismissal without restraint. Clan Master Xie, the terms of our agreement remain eternally binding. Ha ha ha. Elder Mo departed the main hall, laughter lingering in the air. On a mountain near TNT Mountain, Ming Haiyang sat atop, gazing sorrowfully at TNT Mountain. Senior Pao Long Tao, your death is truly unjust, having not perished at the hands of the Eternal Group, but instead by a few youngsters. How ironic. Yet I am powerless to avenge you. They acted without malice, and perhaps death is a release for you. At this point Ming Haiyang's gaze suddenly turned resolute. You saved me from the Eternal Group, and I cannot repay your kindness, so I must rescue more people from their clutches. The sound of slimes bouncing came from a distance. Lin Tao, we are about to reach the swamp. Shall we just go in? Zhu Lihan asked Lin Tao for his opinion. Wait a moment, I haven't caught any fish yet. Lin Tao sat by the small pond with his fishing rod beginning to fish. After a while Lin Tao looked at the heap of junk he had caught, lost in thought. Leather helmets, leather chest plates, leather pants, leather shoes, a nearly exploded bow. There were no fish, not even a pufferfish. Wow, Lin Tao, you're amazing. You haven't caught a single fish. Yanzai said with admiration. A vein twitched on Lin Tao's forehead. Although Yanzai was praising him, he really wanted to punch him. Yanzai, why don't you give it a try? Lin Tao restrained his urge to strike and handed the fishing rod to Yanzai. Alright, I want to catch a bunch of good stuff. Yanzai enthusiastically sat by the pond. Lin Tao fixed his gaze on Yanzai's hook, eager to see what he would catch. Hey Lin Tao, don't be like this. Zhu Lihan helplessly approached Lin Tao. It's just that you haven't caught any fish. No, this isn't just about not being able to catch fish. Lin Tao said seriously. You. Zhu Lihan was about to say something. Swish. I've got a fish. Yan Zhe excitedly took the fish off the hook, but upon seeing the raw fish his expression fell. I refuse to accept this. Yan Zhe swung the rod again. The result. Raw salmon. No, let's try again. 10 minutes later Yan Zhe lay despairingly among the pile of fish. Why are there only fish? Lin Tao, I will never fish again. Lin Tao twitched his lips and collected some fish to sell at the conversion table. Here. Lin Tao, hey, race your rod back. I'm gonna check out where that pata sound is coming from. It must be that sound affecting my luck. Yan Zhe huffily tossed the fishing rod into Lin Tao's hands and turned to rush toward the swamp. What a childlike temper. Lin Tao sighed and put away the conversion table, slowly following after. Lin Tao, I was just about to ask, why did you suddenly stop to fish? Don't tell me it was a whim. You wouldn't do something so boring. I heard there are kittens in that little house over there. Lin Tao smiled brightly as he gazed into the distance. Cats? Zhu Lihan frowned in confusion. If you were raising dogs you could at least fight monsters, but cats? Hee, you wouldn't know this. Lin Tao smiled mysteriously. Have you noticed that dogs don't attack creepers? Wait, creepers? What is that? Zhu Lihan interrupted Lin Tao, voicing his curiosity. It's what you usually call a crawler, that green explosive stick-like creature. It's just a crawler, can't you say it in a more personal way? Zhu Lihan retorted helplessly. And you Yan Zhe, don't you also have a child's temper? Lin Tao shot a dangerous glance at Zhu Lihan. Cough, never mind, continue. This cat can drive away the nearby creepers. Lin Tao had intended to keep it a secret, but Zhu Lihan's interruption made him lose interest. What? Wei Lihan's eyes widened in disbelief. You should know that these creepers not only deal high damage, but can also destroy large areas of terrain, making the initial construction of the city immensely difficult. Moreover, other monsters appear at night and get sunburned during the day. But these creepers don't. This cat is so useful. Zhu Lihan asked dully. But how do you know, Lin Tao? I heard it from others. Alright then. Seeing Lin Tao respond that way, Zhu Lihan didn't ask further. Everyone has their secrets, and there's no need to dig deeper. What is this thing? At this moment Yan Zhe's voice called from afar. Not good, something happened to Yan Zhe. Lin Tao and Zhu Lihan exchanged glances and rushed towards Yan Zhe. 5 minutes earlier Yan Zhe rushed to the edge of the swamp, holding a battle sign and the Maya spirit sword. Wow, monster! Give me your life! Yan Zhe jumped high, pointing his sword at a large slime bouncing in place. Pata. The slime jumped around, seemingly confused. Hey, monster! You're the one who made me catch a bunch of fish. Yan Zhe waved his sword in front of the slime. Hey, monster, don't run. I'm going to chop you. Seeing the slime ignore him, Yan Zhe shouted and slashed down with his sword. From a large slime it transformed into 2 medium-sized slimes, crashing directly into Yan Zhe as if venting their anger. Yan Zhe instinctively raised the sign to block the 2 slimes' impact. Bang bang, with 2 sounds the 2 medium-sized slimes split into 7 small slimes. Pata. The 7 slimes rubbed against Yan Zhe's shins in dissatisfaction. This isn't my fault. I didn't do anything. Yan Zhe awkwardly scratched his head. Pata. The small slimes forcefully bumped into Yan Zhe's shins, but to him it felt like they were just rubbing against him. You don't seem that bad after all. Yan Zhe bent down to touch one of the slimes. To his surprise it felt quite nice. QQ, bouncy, cool and slippery. The texture is indeed great. Hey, this feels really good. Yan Zhe enjoyed petting the small slimes with both hands, a lewd expression appearing on his face. Gug. The small slimes squirmed uncomfortably, trying to slip away from Yan Zhe's grasp. Little guy, why are you running? Yan Zhe held on tightly, not letting it escape. But he accidentally squeezed too hard and killed the little slime. Pata. The little slime stopped, moving its eyes wide as it stared at Yan Zhe. I didn't mean to. Yan Zhe stepped back a few paces, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The slimes began to jump up one after another, stacking on top of each other. And wait, don't come over. He'll fight back. Yan Zhe retreated step by step, leaning against the tree behind him. And it wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but this little slime had no attack power, and its appearance was adorable with a delightful texture. Yan Zhe truly couldn't bring himself to kill it, and gooey. A slime launched itself in a dash, and the one on top directly collided between Yan Zhe's legs, delivering a violent strike. Oh, Yan Zhe clutched his vital area, rolling on the ground in pain. It's killing me. And although Yan Zhe was in agony, he didn't actually lose a drop of blood. The remaining 6 small slimes, bouncing around, disassembled from their stack beside Yan Zhe. It'll take you down. Yan Zhe endured the pain getting up from the ground. Before he could steady himself, a large blue slime fell from the sky, knocking Yan Zhe down again. What is this thing? Yanzei swung his sword wildly, slashing down the two medium-sized blue slimes that had split off. Phew, that scared me to death. Yanzei wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. So it's just a slime, and hey! Yanzei, are you alright? Lin Tao and Zhu Li hurried over from a distance. And I'm fine. Yanzei was about to say he was okay when those blue slimes started bouncing crazily in front of him. Lin Tao took one look and gasped, "Blue slimes? What a prize." And Yanzei, "I'm here to save you." Lin Tao used his sword-drawing technique to rush towards Yanzei. Lin Tao, don't. Yanzei tried to stop him, but Lin Tao's sword was much faster than his words. And swish, swish, swish. Lin Tao swiftly dispatched the blue slimes, even cutting down a few regular slimes in the process. And Lin Tao, wait. They don't mean any harm. Yanzei desperately shielded the last 3 small slimes, but it was too late. When Lin Tao eliminated the previous few slimes, he raised his score to an A, and as he sheathed his sword, a wave of purple sword energy shot towards Yanzei. Yanzei closed his eyes, preparing to brace for the attack, but after a moment he felt nothing. And when he opened his eyes, his health bar hadn't dropped. Looking down, there was only a trembling slime and a few gelatinous balls left. Yanzei, I'm really sorry I couldn't control my sword. Lin Tao hesitantly consoled him. Don't be too sad, after all, they're just data, very quietly. And sigh. Yanzei sighed, getting up from the ground. Looking at the trembling slime, he gently reassured it. I'm sorry I couldn't save your companions, but you're safe now and gooey. The little slime lifted its head or body, its 2 beady eyes staring at Yanzei. Yanzei felt uncomfortable under the little slime's gaze. He awkwardly said, "Let's go find a safe place, and gooey." The little slime lowered its head, hesitating for a moment before turning and hopping away. "Little one, goodbye, take care of yourself." Yanzei waved, continuously looking reluctant. "And if you're so reluctant, why not keep it?" Lin Tao came up beside Yanzei, patting his shoulder in resignation. "And it's not like I can keep it." Yanzei shook his head and sighed. I could see the distrust of humans in its eyes. It must have been hurt by humans before. Lin Tao looked utterly speechless, a dozen complaints gathering on his tongue. The slime's eyes are nothing but 2 pixels. How on earth did you read its expression? Besides, from its posture, that slime must have just spawned. How could it already have been harmed by humans? And even if it had been hurt, it would have been by you, wouldn't it? Ahem, Zhu Lihan, did you see the slime's expression? Lin Tao approached Zhu Lihan and asked in a low voice. I did, Zhu Lihan answered softly. Lin Tao was suddenly bewildered. Had his own eyes gone wrong from too many games gone myopic? Zhu Lihan. Let's go to that witch's cottage you mentioned, Yanzei said, his tone tinged with disappointment. I can't take you there. Zhu Lihan shrugged helplessly. I only know there's a witch's cottage somewhere nearby. I don't know the exact location. Are you teasing us? Yanzei complained mercilessly. But I heard there's a merchant nearby who sells maps. We could buy one. Zhu Lihan suggested this. You sell maps? I've got one. A voice announced, and a stranger suddenly appeared at their side. I want to buy a map of this area. Do you have one? Yanzei asked without much thought about how the man had appeared. Give me a break. Lin Tao dismissed the matter of gazes and slapped the back of Yanzei's head. We're hunting to earn money. What use is your map? Wha? Lin Tao, why did you hit me again? Yanzei whined, clutching his head. Zhu Lihan watched the map merchant warily. Are you the map seller? Indeed. I am employee 0727 of the Huanqiu Group. The map merchant declared proudly. So will you buy a map? I'll buy out. Yanzei's hand had barely risen when Lin Tao struck his head again and pushed him down with his palm. Wait a moment. About the price for the map in this area. The price is negotiable. Only 1,000 ENC. How about it? Hey customer, wait, don't go. The price is negotiable. The moment Lin Tao heard the figure, he dragged Yanzei and began to leave. Hey! Don't go, sir, the price is negotiable. The map merchant reappeared in front of them. You? Lin Tao's eyes widened and he took a cautious step back. Did you teleport just now? Strictly speaking it's transmission, but... Customer wanna buy a map. Go away. Lin Tao lashed out with his sword at the map merchant. He was not reckless by nature, but the man's uncanny tricks filled him with a deep unease. Sir, let's talk this through. There's no need to strike so quickly. The map merchant vanished from where he stood and appeared behind Lin Tao. What do you want? Lin Tao stared at the map merchant with mounting tension. The merchant sighed. Customer. I did tell you from the start, do you want to buy a map? The map merchant said helplessly. Too expensive, I won't buy it, Lin Tao replied coldly. No problem, no problem. The price is negotiable. The map merchant smiled lecherously, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. 100 EMC. Sir, if you don't add a bit more, 100 EMC won't even cover the cost. The map merchant's grin suddenly froze. You have a point. Lin Tao lowered his head, pondering, and instantly lost the desire to buy. Forget it, why buy it at all? Wait, customer, why are you leaving again? The map merchant suddenly teleported in front of Lin Tao again, saying don't go. I can sell it for a cheaper price, just 500. No wait, only 250. Just 250 EMC, and you can take home a 1000 EMC map. Go to hell. You think it's only 250? Lin Tao retorted angrily. Unless you sell it for 144 EMC, I won't buy it. Ah, customer, you can't bargain like that. If you do, how will we make a profit? The map merchant replied anxiously. So hurry up and move aside. Lin Tao waved dismissively at the map merchant. Ah well, never mind, customer, I see there's a connection between us, so I'll give you my contact information. Without waiting for Lin Tao's response, the map merchant continued, from now on, if you want to contact me, just write 0727 on the ground and I will come. Well then, goodbye dear customers. After saying this, the map merchant vanished from sight. Did he leave? Lin Tao frowned. Lin Tao, are you being too serious? Yan Zhe patted Lin Tao's shoulder, helplessly saying, everyone from the global group has this ability, no need to be so nervous. Is that so? Lin Tao relaxed and bought a map from the conversion table, saying there's no need to buy a map from him. We can just draw one ourselves. But isn't that a waste of time? Julie frowned and asked. We're not in a hurry. Let's earn money while we go. Lin Tao opened the map and casually chose a direction to walk in. However, the three of them did not notice a small slime following them from a distance, slowly wandering under the shade of the oak tree. Sigh. This state is truly troublesome. One misstep could lead to being burned alive. Ling took every step cautiously, fearing that one mistake might cost her life. What brings you here? Are you being hunted by the Eternal Group? Ming Haiyang approached from a distance, asking with an annoyed tone. Though he was determined to save more people from the Eternal Group, he still harbored resentment towards those who had killed Paolong Tao. Oh, it's you, Su Haiyang. I want to ask why you and Paolong Tao are being hunted. Ling asked earnestly. Ming Haiyang frowned and replied, did you not read Paolong Tao's diary? Well, that? Ling hesitated, unsure whether to reveal her ability to resurrect, saying, actually I lost that diary. After thinking for a moment, Ling ultimately decided not to reveal her trump card. What? Ming Haiyang's expression turned furious. You lost the relic of Paolong Tao? No, I didn't. I didn't mean to. Someone killed me. Ling wanted to explain but couldn't find the right words. Continue explaining. Ming Haiyang said coldly. This? That? Ling showed a distressed expression, unsure how to explain. Previously, someone stole the diary from me. Enough. Do you take me for a fool? Ming Haiyang was furious, panting as he struggled to suppress his anger. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ling deeply bowed, hoping to express her apology. Huff, huff. Ming Haiyang's right hand clenched and relaxed, repeatedly fighting the urge to draw his sword. Get lost. Get out of my sight. Until you find the diary, every time I see you, it'll be a beating. Ling wanted to say more, but seeing the murderous look in his eyes, she dared not say anything else and turned to leave in disgrace. Huff. Paolong Tao, am I really doing the right thing? A look of confusion appeared on Ming Haiyang's face. Sigh. Was I really not supposed to come this time? Ling said, dejectedly, feeling like he had offended the other party completely. Ling arrived at the cave of TNT Mountain and immediately lay down on the bed, his face full of sorrow. It's all that damn old man's fault for causing a rift between Su Haiyang and me. I need to find a way to retrieve the diary. What are you doing, Lin Tao? Yan Zhe asked, puzzled, as he received the map from Lin Tao. I suddenly remembered something. You all go ahead and look for it. Just remember to call me in the chat box when you find it. Lin Tao waved his hand, signaling the two to leave first. Lin Tao, if you have something to do, go ahead. Yan Zhe and I will start mapping the area. Julie held back Yan Zhe's movements and said instead, alright, be safe you too. Lin Tao waved goodbye to them. Phew. Lin Tao exhaled. Finally managed to send Yan Zhe away. He had just remembered the blue slime, which certainly wasn't something that could be generated in any ordinary place. This blue slime could only appear on the Slime Sky Island of the Craft Soul mod. More than just sending Yan Zhe away, it was also because he knew Yan Zhe's previous attitude towards slimes. It truly wasn't suitable for him to hunt blue slimes on the Sky Island. Lin Tao returned to the spot where the blue slime had fallen, looking up into the sky. It's really high up. Lin Tao squinted and he vaguely saw a black dot. Wait a minute, that black dot seems to be getting bigger. No way, that's a slime. Lin Tao rolled to the side to dodge the slime's attack. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tao drew his sword and struck down the blue slime with several swift blows. It seems there really is a Slime Sky Island here. Lin Tao gazed at the Sky Island, momentarily troubled. For now, using blocks to build up was the only solution, but Lin Tao didn't want anyone to see this method, as it was his only trump card apart from the synthesis method. This is quite troublesome, Lin Tao said, irritably ruffling his hair. If only I had a wind ring. But thinking about this now is just wishful thinking, or after all I'm still poor. He glanced left and right before finally fixing his gaze on an oak tree. Wood will do. If I set fire at the bottom, it will be very convenient to destroy this pillar. Lin Tao contemplated the feasibility of this method. But there's one major drawback: it's too expensive. One wooden plank costs 80 MC, and I have no idea how high the Sky Island is. The cost of going up once is really quite significant. Lin Tao shook his head, rejecting this plan. However, he looked at the leaves swaying on the tree trunk in the wind, and his eyes brightened. Leaves. They burn quickly and are cheap. Each one only costs 1 EMC. Without hesitation, Lin Tao took 2 iron ingots, made a pair of scissors, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of oak leaves fell to the ground. Looking at the fallen items all over the ground, Lin Tao fell silent, mainly because picking them up was too troublesome. If it weren't for the real item drop mod, he could have just walked over to collect most of the dropped items. But now he had to bend down to pick them up one by one. If only I had a black hole ring, Lin Tao complained softly, then resigned himself to picking up the items one by one. He knew very well that thinking about these things now was just a dream. I still need to make money, Lin Tao mused while picking up items. If I want quick cash, brushing the railway is indeed a good method, and the enchanted equipment synthesized in the twilight is also a solid approach. Of course, after elevating a few blocks, Lin Tao struck a flint to ignite a fire to destroy the pillar. However, unbeknownst to him, his series of actions had been clearly observed by employee number 0727 not far away. Hey, why didn't you let me ask Lin Tao what he was up to earlier, Zhu Lihan? Yanzai asked dully. It's unnecessary. Even if you asked, it wouldn't change anything. If he doesn't want to say, your question would be pointless, Zhu Lihan replied, engrossed in the map. TCH, don't act like you know him well. I was the one who met Lin Tao first. Yanzai said, visibly irritated. Zhu Lihan did not respond, merely shaking his head as he continued walking. Huff, this floating island is truly absurdly high. I've already used up a set and a half of leaves, yet am still short by so much. Lin Tao wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and glanced down. The speed is a bit slow. Should I add some more fire? Lin Tao pondered for a moment before deciding to add more fire. Just as he set the flint down, a blue slime jumped off the floating island, directly colliding with the unsuspecting Lin Tao. Lin Tao cursed as he tried to get closer to the pillar in midair, placing a block on the side before swinging his sword, barely managing to stop on the block. That was close, Lin Tao exclaimed as he fell from a height of 10 meters. I finally made it up to this height, and you just knocked me back down so much. Sigh, forget it, let's build back up. After cursing for a while, he could only shake his head and start climbing up again. Finally, after being knocked down by the blue slime 5 or 6 times, Lin Tao reached a height level with the floating island. It really is a blue floating island. Too bad it's not purple. Otherwise, I could have obtained some slime metal. But blue is also good. It can be used for engraving. Lin Tao swung his sword and floated onto the floating island. Swish, swish, swish. With a swift stroke, all the slimes on the island were instantly eradicated, leaving behind only a pile of blue slime balls. Humph, did you enjoy being arrogant earlier, huh? Lin Tao retaliated with a flurry of slashes. Not bad, not bad. After collecting 3 sets of blue slime balls, I'll go find Yanzai and the others to regroup. Lin Tao picked up the slime balls on the ground and in the water, setting a target in his mind. While waiting for the slimes to respawn, he spotted 3 slime trees. And these slime trees take them all, and the soil take it all. Lin Tao's eyes lit up as he gathered all the valuable items from the island. This floating island is quite nice. I wish it could follow me, Lin Tao thought whimsically while slashing at the blue slimes. Wait, it could follow me? Lin Tao paused, recalling a mod that could do this. For wooden planks, 4 sticks and an iron ingot. Lin Tao placed several blocks to surround himself, preventing the slimes from disturbing him. On the workbench, he arranged the materials as follows: wooden plank, stick, iron ingot, stick, ships, wheel, wooden plank, stick, wooden plank. Oh my, this mod actually exists! Lin Tao exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the helm in his hands. After dispatching a few more blue slimes that had just respawned, Lin Tao casually found a spot to place the helm on the ground. After clicking on the helm, a new interface appeared before him, and Lin Tao felt a surge of excitement, even forgetting to check the ship's data. Assemble the ship body. Lin Tao clicked on the assembly option, and in an instant the entire floating island transformed into a unified whole, shifting from numerous blocks into a new entity. Woohoo! Lin Tao shouted with exhilaration. Previously, while playing games, he never felt much excitement. After all, his equipment was subpar, and the ship moved in a choppy manner, let alone enjoying the scenery. But now, stripped of devices and networks, this was a real world, and from such heights looking down to the ground was a breathtaking spectacle. Wow, this feeling of overlooking everything is truly amazing. Lin Tao excitedly maneuvered the ship forward. Wait, why do I feel like I'm getting shorter? Lin Tao squinted, closely examining his surroundings, and soon he discovered the towering pillar that was slowly ascending. No, wait, I'm the one descending. Lin Tao suddenly realized, quickly correcting the ship's direction, and then disassembling the ship. Fortunately, there is no gravitational acceleration in MC, otherwise I wouldn't have been descending but plummeting. Lin Tao patted his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. This time I was indeed careless. I didn't even release the balloons and dared to set sail on the floating island. Lin Tao silently warned himself, noting that he had been a bit reckless lately, which was not a good omen. Meanwhile, Merchant No. 0727 stared blankly at the map in his hands, disbelief filling his eyes. The floating island, it actually moved entirely. If you said the floating island was gone, I could accept that, but for it to shift such a distance, who would believe that? It seems this guest is quite extraordinary, Lin Tao mused as he gazed at the towering pillar, noting that there was a distance of over 30 meters from the top to where he currently stood. But this shouldn't be discovered by anyone, right? For now, Lin Tao had already regarded this floating island as private property, and naturally hoped it would not be discovered by others. Forget it, let's first find out where Yan Zhe and the others are. Lin Tao leaned over the edge of the floating island, carefully searching. Upon looking, Lin Tao noticed a small oak hut to the north of the floating island. That must be the witch's hut. To the west of the floating island, 2 small black dots were slowly moving south. Thank goodness I came to check, or otherwise it would have taken me another 2 or 3 days to find them. Alright then, I'll hurry down to find them. Lin Tao took a few steps back, gathered momentum, jumped from the edge of the floating island, and then used the floating ability of the blade to adjust his position in midair. Zhu Lihen, I'm so tired, did someone deceive you? Yan Zhe waded through the water, one foot sinking, the other shallow. I don't think so, this information is known to everyone in the Hunter organization. Zhu Lihen replied confidently, and we have only searched the southern part of the marsh. There's still the northern part. Sigh, alright Lin Tao, you're going to scare us to death. Yan Zhe was dejectedly trying to swim in the water using a dog paddle technique to make himself feel a bit more comfortable, and at that moment Lin Tao fell from the sky, landing right in front of him in the water. Cough cough. Situation changed. I've located the witch's hut. Follow me. Lin Tao ignored Yan Zhe's complaints and turned to face Zhu Lihen. Ha! Oh, right, let's go. Zhu Lihen glanced oddly upward for a moment, asked no questions, and promptly fell into step behind Lin Tao. Hey, Lin Tao, are you even listening to me? Yan Zhe swam frantically around Lin Tao's side, but Lin Tao refused to acknowledge him. What mod did you even use? NN. We're here. Look, after hiking for nearly 4 or 5 hours, the trio finally arrived near the hut. What are we waiting for? Charge in now. Yan Zhe raised his great sword high, poised to rush headlong into the hut. And charge into what exactly? Lin Tao seized Yan Zhe by the back of his collar and yanked him back. Are you blind? Can't you see the witch and her cat over there? Lin Tao pointed toward the witch and feline standing together in the distance. And oh, I see them. So shouldn't we just eliminate the witch? Yan Zhe replied innocently. And sometimes I truly can't tell. Do you feign ignorance, or are you genuinely clueless? Lin Tao covered his face with both hands. The moment you approach, she'll attack you. And if she hurls her potions indiscriminately, that poor kitten will perish on the spot. And right, you're absolutely correct. Yan Zhe scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Ugh. Lin Tao sighed, deeply refusing to engage further with such foolishness. Let's take her down from range. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and loosed it toward the witch standing at the hut's window. A sharp thunk echoed as the arrow struck true. And oomph! Staggered backward by the impact, the witch vanished from Lin Tao's line of sight. Slurp, slurp, the sound of potion drinking drifted across the air. NTH, disgusting. We can't hit her from this angle, Lin Tao muttered, visibly vexed. Then forget ranged combat. Let's charge in. Yan Zhe brandished his sword again, shouting to rush forward. SSH. Lin Tao inhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to strike Yan Zhe dead on the spot, and instead delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Charge, charge, charge. You think of nothing else. Can your mind hold anything more complex? Yan Zhe clutched his head, wounded and pitiful, and pleaded. So, what do you suggest we do? And yay. Don't look at me like some Zen master contemplating enlightenment. It's revolting. Lin Tao rubbed his arms, gooseflesh rising at the sight. Ranged assault is futile now. Even if we reposition carefully and chip away shot by shot, it won't work. She regenerates health by drinking potions. So, does that mean we have to charge in? Yan Zhe, chastened after the slap, ventured cautiously. Lin Tao. And ignoring Yan Zhe entirely, he continued his analysis. Based on experience, witches typically hurl their first potion. A slowness potion with no damage. The second is a poison potion, and there's usually a significant delay between them. So, N. So we simply need to kill her before she throws that second potion, correct? Zhu Lihin interjected smoothly. Precisely. Though truth be told, even if she manages the second potion, its effect is merely poison, not lethal. The real threat lies in the third, the instant damage potion. That one is fatal. Lin Tao added, noting that even if the kitten succumbed to poison, it would retain a sliver of life. Taming it and restoring its health would require only a few raw fish. So our objective is to close the distance and eliminate her. Zhu Lihin summarized the plan. Exactly. I'll throw an ender pearl to teleport inside. Lin Tao retrieved an ender pearl and weighed it thoughtfully in his palm. Let me go instead. Zhu Lihin halted Lin Tao's motion. I have the ender hand and the mending charm you gave me. My teleportation carries no cost, but every ender pearl you throw is pure gold, literally. Lin Tao paused, then nodded slowly in agreement. Zhu Lihin was undeniably right. One ender pearl equaled the value of a gold ingot, over 2,000 EMC per throw. He'd expended several pearls during the battle against the Xie family, compensated by ample spoils, but sacrificing them for a single which felt extravagantly wasteful. Very well, proceed with caution, and protect the kitten above all, Lin Tao cautioned. All right, I know. Honestly, you're more tedious than old Wang, Zhu Lihin quipped, then activated the ender hand and vanished into the hut. Clang, clatter, oomph, meow. Amidst a cacophony of chaotic noise, Zhu Lihin emerged slowly from the hut. How was it? Are you unharmed? Lin Tao asked, eyes full of concern. And heh, who am I? What could possibly harm me? Zhu Lihin puffed his chest proudly. Nshu, stop showing off. I didn't ask about you. I asked whether the kitten is safe. Lin Tao waved Zhu Lihin aside with disdain. Kitty, come here. Fish for you. His grin twisted into something unsettling, like a lecherous old man luring a child with candy. Meow. The kitten recoiled several steps, desperate to flee, but slowed by the witch's lingering slowness potion, it could barely crawl. Kitty, don't be afraid. Leap into my embrace. Lin Tao, now utterly unhinged, shoved raw fish after raw fish into the kitten's mouth. And meow. Mew. The little black cat writhed helplessly. Zhu Lihin, isn't Lin Tao kind of disturbing? Yan Zhe whispered. Undeniably so. Zhu Lihin nodded gravely, and after a whirlwind of chaos, more accurately human-flinging cat leaping, Lin Tao emerged from the hut, face dark as storm clouds. Well, did it work? Let me see. Yan Zhe bounded up eagerly. I want to pet the cat. Pet what exactly? Lin Tao growled, voice low and ominous. Failed. Gave it over a dozen raw fish, and it flat out refused to eat another? And Yan Zhe's disappointment faded instantly as inspiration struck. Then, does that mean I can try taming it? Lin Tao merely waved a hand dismissively, his mood too foul to utter a word to Yan Zhe. So, even the kitten rejects you? Zhu Lihin teased, watching Lin Tao with a wry smile. Lin Tao remained silent, lost in thought. Something was off. Why didn't he eat? Was he full? This is absurd. Besides, when I used to play games, I fed a whole group of fish, didn't I? So why couldn't I tame them? And that little slime from before seemed to actually understand what Yan Zhe was saying. What on earth is going on? Just as Lin Tao was deep in thought, a provocative meow resonated nearby. Meow. Following the sound, Lin Tao saw Yan Zhe holding a small black cat beside him. Lin Tao, old He is greeting you. Yan Zhe teased the cat in his arms. Lin Tao was momentarily stunned, unable to respond, and asked in a daze, Old He, who is that? Oh, come on. It's obviously him. Yan Zhe proudly patted the small black cat's back. It? Lin Tao stared at the black cat in disbelief. Well, it's not Old He anymore. No, how could you name a small cat like this? Hey, Lin Tao looked closely. The color and pattern fit the name perfectly. Color, pattern. Lin Tao was momentarily confused by Yan Zhe's words, pondering the color and pattern. Earlier, he had only been focused on stuffing fish into the cat's mouth, and hadn't noticed this aspect at all. Now that he looked closely, Old He's body was half black and half white. Specifically, the upper half was black and the lower half was white. Moreover, as Lin Tao observed Old He, their eyes met, and he noticed that Old He's eyes were green, resembling two emeralds, which made them appear quite valuable. Very beautiful. So I can understand the black, but where do you see the old part? Well, Lin Tao, don't you think the pattern on his body is not entirely black and the white is not very distinct? It looks like a white cat that has taken on a lot of blame, so this name could also be interpreted as Old Blame Black Cat. Meow, meow, meow. Old He clawed and scratched in Yan Zhe's arms, clearly displeased with the name. Hearing Yan Zhe's explanation, Lin Tao twitched his lips, wanting to say something, but for a while he couldn't refute it. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, as long as you're happy. While Lin Tao and Yan Zhe were chatting casually, Julie said, Lin Tao, we've pretty much explored this swamp. We've also found the witch's hut. Let's head to the Hunters Guild to finalize the team information and then go back. Alright, let's hurry then. It's getting dark and we should leave this swamp before the monsters come out. Lin Tao thought for a moment and decided there was nothing else to do for now. Are we really going back now? It feels like we haven't been here for long. Yan Zhe said reluctantly. Let's move faster. If we run into skeletons, it'll be a real hassle for us. After urging them once more, Lin Tao turned and walked away. The three hurriedly made their way out of the swamp just before nightfall. Finally out of the swamp. That terrain was really disgusting. I'm exhausted. Yan Zhe stretched widely on the forest floor and jumped up and down, saying, This feeling of solid ground is so good. Lin Tao looked around a bit puzzled and said, How strange. This forest looks so red. Hey, you're right. Wait, no way. Yan Zhe suddenly widened his eyes in fear. Could we be that unlucky? We just came here a few days ago. You can't be saying. Lin Tao exclaimed, bewildered. This is too ridiculous. The last blood moon just passed a few days ago. However, what neither of them noticed was that Zhu Lihen's pupils were violently shaking, filled with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, hands clenched tightly, as if suppressing his inner turmoil. His teeth were clenched tightly together, forcing out the words, blood. Moon. Not again. Lin Tao complained. So we can't continue our journey tonight. Is it dig 3 fill 1 or a matchbox? Lin Tao. What are you talking about? Yan Zhe said excitedly. This is a great opportunity to make money. Don't you think so, Lao Hei? Meow. Lao Hei weakly mewed in Yan Zhe's arms. Lin Tao rolled his eyes and said, How much are these spoils worth? Oh, come on. Every little bit adds up, and according to your reasoning, isn't Lao Hei able to drive away the crawlers? So what do we have to fear? Yan Zhe confidently lifted Lao Hei in front of Lin Tao. That sounds good. Lin Tao hesitated for a moment but still agreed to Yan Zhe's suggestion. No way. Absolutely not. Zhu Lihen immediately interrupted. This is too dangerous. Don't worry, Zhu Lihen. With the battle sign and Lao Hei, we are not in any danger. Yan Zhe waved his hand dismissively. But Zhu Lihen's face was tense as he sought a way to stop the two. Don't worry. They'll build a matchbox here, and if we can't fight, we can hide inside. Besides, there are no creepers around, so we don't have to worry about the matchbox being destroyed. Lin Tao patted Zhu Lihen's shoulder, signaling him to relax. All right. Zhu Lihen, though wanting to object, could only helplessly agree upon seeing Yan Zhe's eager expression. After Lin Tao finished building the matchbox, the sound of zombies howling and the clattering of Xiao Bei's skeleton echoed from around them. Hee, they're coming. Yan Zhe drew out his large sword and battle sign, his face filled with excitement. What are you getting all worked up about? Hurry up and stand over here. Lin Tao pulled Yan Zhe over, making him lean against the wall. Lift the sign. Yan Zhe obediently raised the battle sign and then asked eagerly, What next? What next? We just need to stay here for the night. Lin Tao found a corner to lean against, raised the sign and said, After all, you tamed a cat today, so there's nothing to fear from the creepers. The other small monsters can be dealt with by the battle sign, and the sign's durability is enough to last the night. This is so boring. Yan Zhe disappointedly lowered the battle sign. This isn't what I imagined. Shouldn't we be fighting fiercely amidst the hordes of monsters battling bloodily? What are you thinking? If there is a safe way, why use a dangerous one? Lin Tao said irritably. If only they could respawn infinitely here, he wouldn't be in this situation. He would have long run out to fight Hedon. Whether they could win or not was another matter, but at least that would be exhilarating. It's so boring. Yan Zhe stood in place with the battle sign blocking all the approaching monsters. Hey, by the way, should I go out and have some fun for a while? Yan Zhe glanced over at Lin Tao. It should be completely blocked from view by the monsters, so if I slip out, they shouldn't see me, right? Yan Zhe swung the jade sword in his hand, repelling a group of monsters ahead, then dashed out, while Lao Hei reluctantly followed him. The sound of zombies colliding with the battle sign echoed continuously, as Lin Tao leisurely held up the sign, waiting for the monsters to be killed by their own backlash one by one. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he spotted a monster that should not have appeared. Creeper. Why is there a creeper? Isn't there a cat around? Could it be? Realizing this, Lin Tao ceased his passive defense, drew his blade, and struck at the monster before him. Due to the influence of numbers, the rating of his blade quickly rose to SSS level, and the damage reached a terrifying degree. With just 2 strikes, any monster would meet its demise. After exterminating all the monsters in front of him, Lin Tao took the opportunity to clear out the monsters near Zhu Lihen, while his rating was still above S level. After completing all this, Lin Tao shifted his gaze to the spot where Yan Zhe had stood earlier. Sure enough, Yan Zhe had vanished, and the cat that accompanied him was also nowhere to be found. Sigh. This guy really doesn't let me rest easy, always on the move. Lin Tao shook his head with a wry smile, feeling helpless about Yan Ze's behavior. What's wrong, Lin Tao? Why did you suddenly run out? Hey, where's Yan Ze? Where did he go? Zhu Lihen approached after the monster in front of him disappeared. Where could he go? He probably ran off to have fun. Come on, let's pick up the loot. The nearby monsters have been nearly wiped out, so it should be safe for a while. Lin Tao called Zhu Lihen to help gather the spoils. I'm coming. By the way, shouldn't we go look for Yan Ze? It's dangerous for him to rush out like that. Zhu Lihen asked anxiously while picking up items. No need to look for him. This guy is just too impulsive and doesn't think when he acts. It's about time he faced some hardships to learn a lesson, Lin Tao replied nonchalantly. But with him gone, we won't be able to farm monsters. Let's wait in the matchbox for him to return. However, what Lin Tao didn't say was that he had always harbored doubts about Yan Ze's identity. As for why, if you think about it, a mod that appeared in textbooks is owned by a student, then the identity of this student couldn't be simple, could it? Moreover, in the past couple of days, while Lin Tao was at school, he passed by many shops, but had never seen any selling cacti. So where did Yan Ze's cactus come from? On the other side, Yan Ze was frantically battling in a horde of monsters, completely unconcerned about his health. Woohoo, this is awesome. Yan Ze pierced a zombie with 2 strikes and then joyfully shouted to the sky. This is what real combat is. The black cat at Yan Ze's feet meowed a few times as if reminding him. Ha! How did you come along, Old Black? Yan Ze crouched down to stroke Old Black's head and asked curiously, but suddenly his expression changed. Old Black, you followed me. What about Lin Tao and the others? Meow meow, Old Black innocently called out a couple of times as if to say, you didn't tell me either. Oh no, this is bad. Lin Tao and the others are in danger. Quick, Old Black, we need to hurry back. Thinking this, Yan Ze rushed back in a panic. Meow, Old Black called out in confusion before following closely behind. In the distance, a small slime also shook its head in exasperation and followed along. Lin Tao, are you really so at ease with Yan Ze? Zhu Lihen anxiously paced back and forth in the matchbox. Relax, there's no need to be so anxious. Lin Tao lay comfortably on the bed saying reassuringly. Yan Ze will be fine. Instead of pacing here, why not sit down and chat with me? Zhu Lihen sat down beside Lin Tao puzzled and asked, are you really that unconcerned about Yan Ze? Hey! Lin Tao pushed himself up from the bed with both hands and replied. His identity is definitely not simple, so honestly there's no need to worry about him. Well, okay, what do you want to talk about? Zhu Lihen hesitated for a moment but ultimately suppressed the unease in his heart. Let me think. Lin Tao stroked his chin and thoughtfully said, how about we talk about the Taotie? I'm quite curious about that race. Taotie, huh? Zhu Lihen said with a hint of nostalgia. That would be a few decades ago. Stop. I'm not interested in the origins of the Taotie. I just want to know about their abilities and such. Lin Tao interrupted Zhu Lihen's reminiscence. Sigh. Fine, you really have no patience at all. Zhu Lihen rolled his eyes and organized his thoughts before saying, Taotie can generally be divided into 2 categories, Taotie brutes and Taotie warriors. They all share a common ability, which is to devour. They can consume any form of energy, internal energy, kinetic energy, electrical energy, and all other types of energy. They can devour and convert it for their own use. At this point, Zhu Lihen took a deep breath and said with a hint of anger, this is just what the Taotie brutes can do. The abilities of the Taotie warriors are even more terrifying. They can not only devour energy but also concepts. Concepts? Lin Tao furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled by Zhu Lihen's words. You might not understand what I'm saying, so let me put it more simply. For instance, if a Taotie warrior kills you, it will then devour your corpse and turn your memories, appearance, personality, habits, and other concepts into its own. This way, do you understand now? Zhu Lihen used an example to bluntly showcase the terrifying aspects of the Taotie warriors to Lin Tao. What? Lin Tao was taken aback, suddenly standing up from the bed staring at Zhu Lihen with disbelief. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Exaggerate? I wish I were, but in fact I've understated the Taotie clan. These 2 types of Taotie are merely what we know. There might be even more kinds. This? Lin Tao sat back on the bed somewhat lost in thought, suddenly feeling a sense of confusion. What exactly was the reason for his crossing into this world? Was there some kind of mission for him in this world? If so, humans have all relocated to the virtual world, so they shouldn't have to fear the attacks of the Taotie, right? Lin Tao snapped back to reality and quickly asked. That's not the case. From what I know, the technology level of the Taotie clan surpasses that of the Earth during the Round Era. They have been researching ways to break the barrier between the virtual and the real world for the past 10 years. Although there hasn't been a large-scale invasion, there are always a couple that manage to sneak through. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao asked suspiciously, how do you know all this? You can't possibly be a Taotie, right? Zhu Lihen looked at Lin Tao with the expression of an old man on the subway, checking his phone, saying nothing. Cough, don't look at me like that. It gives me the creeps. Lin Tao coughed twice to mask the awkwardness in his heart. Sigh. After all, I belong to an official organization. Knowing certain things is only natural. Zhu Lihan rubbed his temples, his tone carrying a faint note of admonishment. It's good to be cautious, but one shouldn't voice such suspicions outright. The way you just phrased that question. Who dares answer it? And oh, you're right. Lin Tao nodded thoughtfully, then asked earnestly once more. So, you truly aren't the Taotie? Hey you, what on earth are you babbling about? Zhu Lihan stammered, utterly flustered by Lin Tao's blunt query. After a long pause to collect himself, he sighed. Lin Tao. Honestly, I don't even know how to begin with you. Your intelligence and emotional acuity are usually sharp, but right now, they've plummeted to Yan Zhe's level. And I was just curious, that's all, haha. Lin Tao let out an awkward chuckle, then fell silent. And meanwhile, Yan Zhe sprinted frantically through the forest, his face etched with mounting anxiety. He had in fact hopelessly lost his way. Arg, where am I? Yan Zhe raged, staring wildly at the identical oak trees surrounding him. Truly, it wasn't entirely his fault, though. Lin Tao had planted torches near the matchbox. Their glow was nearly imperceptible beneath the blood-red haze of the crimson moon. And relentless monster ambushes along the path only compounded his disorientation. Mew mew, Lao He tugged gently at Yan Zhe's pant leg with his mouth, then let out two sharp cries toward a particular direction. And cut it out, Lao He. I'm trying to find my way. Yan Zhe knelt down and stroked Lao He's head, glancing toward the direction the cat had indicated, but saw nothing amiss. And mew woo. Lao He rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed by Yan Zhe's obliviousness. Which way should I go? Yan Zhe paced back and forth, lost in despair. And mew w. Lao He yowled sharply, then turned and strode off without looking back, heading resolutely down that same path. Hey, Lao He, where are you going? Yan Zhe cried as the cat suddenly bolted, scrambling after him in panic. Lao He, wait for me. Slow down. Where are you going? Yan Zhe dashed desperately behind him, but Lao He remained effortlessly swift, steadily widening the gap between them. Huff, huff, huff. After sprinting full out for some time, Yan Zhe's hunger bar finally hit zero. And Lao He, where are you going? Yan Zhe collapsed onto the ground breathless and began gnawing hungrily on a steak. By then Lao He had vanished completely. Yan Zhe leaned back against a tree trunk and surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly footsteps echoed from behind him. Yan Zhe sprang upright, instinctively drawing his sword and clutching his identification badge in defense. And you're here too? The moment he recognized the faces of the two approaching figures, his eyes widened in shock. He stumbled backwards several paces, paralyzed by overwhelming dread. Little Zaire, so long since we last met. Have you forgotten your mother? The woman's face softened with tender affection as she gazed upon him, her eyes brimming with warmth. Yan Zhe, after all this time away from home, have you forgotten proper conduct? The man's stern countenance radiated unmistakable authority, the bearing of one long accustomed to command. Don't come any closer. Yan Zhe stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Little Zaire, hearing you say that breaks your mother's heart. Her gentle smile faded, replaced by a fragile, sorrowful expression, as if wounded by his words. Meow meow. In front of the matchbox, Old Black stopped and began to meow at the door. Inside the room, Zhu Lihan was tinkering with something at the workbench, while Lin Tao was busy creating a smelting furnace, melting something. Suddenly a few cat cries broke out, sounding out of place amidst the countless roars of zombies. Zhu Lihan raised his head, frowned slightly, and looked towards the wooden door, asking Lin Tao, did you hear anything? No, Lin Tao replied without looking up, pausing his movements momentarily. Zhu Lihan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately couldn't shake off his concern, and walked towards the wooden door. Outside, Old Black's cries became increasingly urgent. He had a feeling that Yan Zhe was in danger. With a click, the wooden door swung open and Old Black darted inside. At this moment, Lin Tao had also finished his tinkering, pulling out a longbow and a pile of arrows, inspecting them with great satisfaction. Meow meow. Old Black rushed to Lin Tao's side, calling out anxiously. Yan Zhe is back. Where has he been? Lin Tao ignored Old Black at his feet and continued to examine the attributes of the longbow and arrows. Iron Ma Jade Spirit Longbow, attack damage 30. 22, attack speed 3. 54, special attributes magnetic, cold-blooded, bone-crushing. Ma Jade Spirit Arrows durability 848 number of arrows damage 8. 72, special attributes scatter, twilight, invisibility, greed. These stats could be deemed extremely overpowered. Ordinary minor creatures would be no match and could be taken down in a single shot, even for the small black. Never mind, let's consider those players in diamond gear. One arrow could take away 7 points of health. Of course, what pleased Lin Tao the most was the invisibility effect. The projectiles would become invisible. This meant that even if Lin Tao launched a surprise attack from the shadows, the opponent wouldn't notice. This invisibility effect came from the crow feather, which was obtained by disassembling arrows at the disassembly station. Meow meow. Old Black was extremely anxious, but Lin Tao ignored him, while Zhu Lihan was still blocking the monsters at the door, not yet entering the room. Hey, Yanzei, lost your voice. That's not like you. You haven't said a word for so long. Lin Tao, satisfied, put away the longbow and arrows, and finally turned to look towards the direction of the room. Where is Yanzei? Lin Tao looked around the room but did not see Yanzei's figure. It was only then that he noticed Old Black at his feet. Old Black, why did you come back alone? Lin Tao bent down and patted Old Black's head. Meow meow. Old Black tugged at Lin Tao's pants urgently as if trying to lead him somewhere. Lin Tao frowned, feeling very puzzled. At that moment, both Lin Tao and Zhu Lian's chat interfaces suddenly lit up. Yanzei, Lin Tao. Help. Lin Tao was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, and hurriedly drew his sword to rush outside. At the doorway, Zhu Lihan was still fending off the monsters trying to break in, when suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder, giving him a gentle pat. For a moment, Zhu Lihan was so startled that his soul almost left his body. He turned around to see and let out a sigh of relief, scolding with a smile, Lin Tao, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Lin Tao's expression was serious as he said urgently, Yanzei is in trouble. We need to hurry and provide support. What? Let's go. Zhu Lihan kicked open the zombie at the doorway and rushed out first. The woman closed in on Yanzei step by step, cooing that he looked thinner and inviting mother to feel him. Yanzei shrieked in panic, begging her not to come any closer. Yanzei retreated with each step, his sword trembling as he pointed it at the woman. She painted a sorrowful countenance and reached out, attempting to touch his face as she lamented how he treated his mother. Get away. Yanzei glared at the hand stretched toward him. Perhaps because his fear had peaked, the ferocity in his blood rose above the terror. He leapt, bringing his blade down toward the woman's head and forcing her back several paces. Then he closed the distance in 2 strides, flicked the sword upward, and slashed once more across her chest. The woman cried out in pain and collapsed, feigning weakness, as tears welled in her eyes while she stared at Yanzei. She accused him bitterly of treating his mother that way. Kneel. The man barked, his voice sharp as he moved to force Yanzei onto his knees. Yanzei bowed his head, breathing heavily, his hands trembling, as though he were suppressing something inside him. At last he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes were rimmed with red, as he fixed the man with a murderous glare, and snarled for them to be silent, hissing at the 2 ravenous monsters to cease their charade. The woman, wearing a tearful expression, tried to protest that she was his mother, her voice trembling as she attempted to speak further. I have had enough. Yanzei roared. He accused them, announcing that 2 years ago, he had watched helpless as those ravenous monsters butchered his parents and then devoured their bodies. At his words, both of their faces went cold. The man said with chilling composure that they had been discovered. Since you have found out, we will not continue the pretense. Hand over the Modu flash drive, and we will let you die quickly, the man said matter-of-factly. The woman rose from the ground with an indifferent expression and echoed the demand. Yanzei, wincing, realized their motive and cried that they had killed his parents for this very object. The man, unmoved by Yanzei's fury, asked again with a blank face whether he truly intended to refuse. I will never give it to you. Even if I must hurl it into molten rock, I will not surrender it, Yanzei spat, producing the Stone Industries Udisk and brandishing it with a feral intensity. The man scoffed, asking if he could really bring himself to do that, reminding him it was his parents' last keepsake. Yanzei's expression faltered as memories from 2 years past surged up within him. 2 years earlier, Yanzei had been only a third-year middle school student. He had not lived in Xchu then, he was the young master of the Yen family in Bichu. Back then he spent lavishly, without restraint, indifferent to EMC and treating it as nothing but numbers. As the family's only son, he was doted upon by his parents. On his birthday, his father Yen Kai entrusted him with the family's sole Modu flash drive. That day Yanzei flaunted the device before his friends, returning home only after 10 o'clock that night. It was that night that he experienced the swift descent from paradise into hell. He had watched from his window as his parents were slain by 2 hideous Taotie, their bodies cut down with a single sword and then swallowed whole. From that day on he left Bichu and settled in Xchu, never to return to the life he once knew. He carried that memory like a smoldering coal, the image of their deaths forever seared into his mind. Have you made your decision? Surrender it, or die by our hands? Yen Kai, transformed from the ferocious Taotie, spoke once more. Yanzei wiped away tears that had fallen unbidden, his expression hardening. Mao Shun's sword, once gripped by a trembling right hand paralyzed by fear, now rested firmly, steadily in his grasp. He raised the blade, pointing it directly at Yen Kai. Then I have no choice but to send you to your deaths. Very well. So you choose resistance. Yen Qi took out a peculiar device resembling a USB drive. Though called a USB drive, it was in truth a sword shaped uncannily like one. With a swift slash through empty air, Yen Kai carved a rift into reality. With a sharp shriek, a jagged tear split open before them. What is this? Yan Zhe fixed his gaze upon the fissure, straining to discern its depths. Inside he saw not the familiar cubic geometry, but instead a realm echoing precisely the circular era described in ancient texts. As Yan Zhe studied the rift, a colossal head suddenly emerged from within its threshold. The sudden apparition startled him violently. Yet recalling the two Taotie warriors still poised to strike behind his back, he swiftly steeled himself and observed with focused calm. Its visage was grotesque, massive head, diminutive body. It bore no eyes. Only a single cavernous maw stretched wide across its face. His gaze traced downward. The creature stood barely 4 meters tall, yet its skull alone occupied half its total height. Only then did Yan Zhe notice. Its eyes, squeezed aside by that monstrous mouth, were nestled beneath its armpits, gleaming with unnerving lucidity. Even as Yan Zhe watched, a claw pierced through the rift, strangely, unmistakably human in form. Before Yan Zhe's widening eyes, the beast threw back its head and unleashed a piercing shriek. Infantile in pitch, yet edged with serrated fangs and a cruelly upturned jaw. And still it was not done. 4 more of its kind surged forth through the breach, until groaning under the strain, the rift began to seal itself shut. This is a Taotie. Yan Zhe stared dumbfounded at Yan Kai. How did you possibly summon it? We've all been transferred to the virtual realm. Who? That is none of your concern, Yan Kai replied coldly, and with a single gesture the 5 Taotie berserkers lunged forward as one. Lin Tao, help me! Yan Zhe roared into the chat interface, then rolled sideways just in time, evading the converging assault of the Taotie warriors. Yet misfortune struck twice in one night. For this was the blood moon. Though no monsters had appeared earlier, no matter the reason, the moment the rift sealed, hordes of them descended upon Yan Zhe without warning. Strangely, the creatures seemed utterly blind to Yan Kai and his companion, charging past them as if they were ghosts fixated solely on Yan Zhe. Yan Zhe fought desperately against the encircling tide. His right hand wielding the sword so fast it blurred, his left clutching the combat badge, parrying blows from every direction. Crunch, crunch. He devoured a golden apple, momentarily stabilizing his dwindling vitality. Where are Lin Tao and the others? I can't hold on much longer. He swept his blade horizontally, scattering nearby zombies. Yet in that instant a Taotie berserker leapt high into the air, claws outstretched toward Yan Zhe's skull. A sharp thwip, the whistle of an arrow cleaving the air. Mid-leap the berserker recoiled as if struck by immense force, tumbling sideways. What in the world? 3. Yan Kai's eyes widened in shock. He turned sharply to the woman beside him. Yan Linglong, did you see the arrow? No, I didn't. Looks like we've drawn someone formidable, Yan Linglong murmured, shaking her head, her expression grave. Yan Zhe scanned the surroundings, heart surging with hope. He knew Lin Tao and his companions had arrived. Ah! Yan Zhe, distracted by scanning his surroundings, failed to notice a Taotie savage soldier lunging from behind, seizing and slamming him to the ground. Yan Zhe rolled sideways across the earth, narrowly evading the savage soldier's crushing blow, only to land by cruel coincidence right in the midst of a horde of zombies. Ugh! Yan Zhe cried out, raising his combat shield, just in time to block the frenzied claw strikes of countless zombies. With a series of sharp thuds, the undead were violently repelled, clearing a wide expanse of open ground. Ing! The Taotie roared once more and surged toward Yan Zhe. From his perch in the treetop, Lin Tao loosed another arrow, hurtling straight at the savage soldier, but missed. Yan Zhe was still struggling to rise when another Taotie savage soldier slammed into him, pinning him down and slashing a deep wound across his chest, draining 2 points of his vitality. Ing. The savage soldier howled in fury, its arms flailing wildly as it raked its claws again and again against the combat shield. Yan Zhe dared not lower it, not even for an instant, as he watched its durability plummet with terrifying speed. Just how much health does this Taotie savage soldier have? Lin Tao muttered under his breath, then fired another arrow, breaking Yan Zhe free from imminent peril. The Taotie savage soldier tumbled across the ground several times before collapsing motionless. Finally dead. Lin Tao carefully calculated its endurance. It had withstood one of his arrows, then absorbed 9 instances of quadrupled recoil damage. Roughly 230 points of health all told. Over 200 points of health, and only 5 damage per strike. Indeed quite formidable. Lin Tao frowned, analyzing the savage soldier's capabilities. Its speed rivals that of a human sprinter. Its intellect is low, yet markedly sharper than a zombie's. Truly a fearsome adversary. What's Lin Tao pondering? Zhu Lihan leapt down from another tree and landed beside him. Why aren't you helping Yan Zhe? I'll intervene if he's in mortal danger. But not yet. There's no need. As he spoke, Lin Tao shifted his gaze toward Yan Kai and the other figure. Saving Yan Zhe is secondary. For now, uncovering their true identities is far more urgent. Identities? What do you mean? Zhu Lihan followed Lin Tao's line of sight and spotted Yan Kai and his companion, but detected nothing unusual. Haven't you noticed? They stand unharmed amidst a swarm of monsters. Surely that defies all logic. Now that you mention it, it is strange. Zhu Lihan nodded, realization dawning, then widened his eyes, torn between awe and alarm. Given the Taotie's presence here, they must be Taotie warriors. Taotie warriors. How did you deduce that? Lin Tao drew his bow and loosed another arrow, forcing back the savage soldier looming over Yanzei. Recall what I told you earlier, Taotie warriors can devour concepts and wield them as their own. Right now they've likely devoured and assimilated the hostile entity concept, rendering themselves indistinguishable from the very monsters around them. Zhu Lihan stared grimly at the two Taotie warriors. A power so absurd. Lin Tao's expression twisted in stunned disbelief. He'd assumed devouring concepts merely meant inheriting memories or fragments of consciousness. Evidently ignorance had shackled his imagination. This is troublesome. Wait, Zhu Lihan, how much health do Taotie warriors possess? As Lin Tao bounded across the treetops toward Yanzei, he called out, "Heh." Zhu Lihan offered a wry, helpless chuckle. 200 points. 200 health points and a full set of diamond gear. How are we supposed to fight this? Lin Tao silently cursed in his heart, though his face showed no sign of it. With our current equipment, taking down those two gluttonous warriors is unlikely. We are no match for them. Retreating would be the better option. Zhu Li nodded in agreement. Below, Yanzei was still fighting among the monsters, but his condition was far from good. He only had 4 health points left, and his hunger level had dropped to 3 bars. How much more is left? Yanzei was already feeling a sense of despair, not to mention his health. Even his equipment's durability on the battle card was nearly depleted and on the verge of breaking. The repair talisman won't help. Why isn't it restoring the durability of this card? Yanzei fought while retreating, but he failed to notice that he was moving towards the location of Yankai and the others. Yanzei, don't retreat in that direction. Lin Tao shouted in the chat box. What? Yanzei saw this message and, distracted, was simultaneously grabbed by the remaining 4 gluttonous barbarians. Crack bang. The durability of the battle card was exhausted and it broke. Yanzei stumbled back a few steps just as a gluttonous barbarian descended from the sky, its claw crashing down onto his chest. Ah! Yanzei cried out in pain as he was flung backward, crashing into the pile of monsters. Yanzei can't hold on much longer. We need to go save him. Lin Tao leaped down from the tree. At that moment an arrow was shot towards Yanzei. Overwhelmed by the zombies and gluttonous barbarians, he was completely unaware. It was indeed unfortunate for him to be surrounded by so many monsters and still have an arrow shooting towards him. It was truly bad luck. Gooey. In the path of the incoming arrow, a small slime jumped up, trying to block the shot for Yanzei. Just as the arrow was about to hit the slime, Lin Tao fell from the sky, slicing the arrow in half with his sword. A slime. You followed me here. Lin Tao looked in surprise at the slime by his feet. He recognized it as the one Yanzei had saved before. Is it here to repay a kindness? How strange. Lin Tao muttered, tossing a bottle of healing potion towards Yanzei, saying, "Drink this quickly." Yanzei relaxed his expression, lying on the ground as he poured the potion into his mouth, complaining. You're so slow, Lin Tao, I almost died. Lin Tao glanced at Yanzei lying on the ground and said irritably, "Are you going to be reckless like this next time? And get up already. The danger isn't over yet." Yanzei reluctantly climbed up from the ground and continued to chop at the nearby monsters. Lin Tao kept swinging his blade, harvesting the nearby monsters. As Yanzei chopped, he came to Lin Tao's side, his tone slightly pleading as he said, "Lin Tao, can you help me with something, please? What do you want me to do?" Lin Tao glanced at Yanzei, but the sword in his hand did not stop. "Just be careful." Yanzei stammered halfway through, only to see a gluttonous barbarian ignore Lin Tao's sword chi and pounce directly at them. Yanzei reached out and pulled Lin Tao away from the attack of the gluttonous barbarian. What the heck? Is the gluttonous barbarian not considered a hostile creature? Lin Tao looked in disbelief at the gluttonous barbarian. Ing! The gluttonous barbarian roared again and leaped towards them. Tch, what a hassle. Lin Tao drew his bow and shot an arrow, driving the gluttonous barbarian back. Lin Tao, Yanzei, are you all right? At that moment, Zhu Lihan rushed in from the other side and asked, "There are too many enemies around. We can't hold out much longer, so let's retreat quickly." Zhu Lihan took out 2 ender pearls and handed them to Yanzei. "Even if they chase us, we can still rely on the soldiers guarding the city to block them," Lin Tao said, then threw out the ender pearl. "All right, Yanzei, you hurry up too." Zhu Lihan responded and disappeared from the spot using the hand of ender. Yanzei looked hesitantly at the ender pearl in his hand but did not throw it. Seeing Yanzei like this, Lin Tao sighed, helplessly patted his shoulder, said nothing, and then vanished from the spot. Goo goo. The little slime came to Yanzei's feet and nudged him. "Little slime, what are you doing here?" Yanzei exclaimed as he picked up the slime. "Goo goo." The slime snatched the ender pearl from Yenze's hand and spat it out immediately. With a whoosh, Yenze holding the slime disappeared within the encirclement. Did they run away? Yen Kai frowned and also threw an ender pearl to chase after them. Yenze looked around in confusion. The sudden change in space left him dazed. He looked down at the slime in his arms and reproached, "Little sure, why did you teleport me here? Those monsters aren't finished yet." Goo goo. The slime rolled its eyes and jumped up to hit Yenze's face twice. At that moment Lin Tao and Julie Hen rushed over from a short distance. "Hey, little sure, why are you hitting me?" Yenze complained, holding the slime up to his face and shaking it with both hands. Goo goo. Ugh. The little slime got dizzy from being shaken, and a ball of slime was spat out from its mouth. "Ah, little sure, why did you throw up?" "Yenze, what are you doing?" Julie Hen said, a hint of anger in his tone. "We're running for our lives right now." "Yeah, what on earth are you thinking?" Lin Tao's tone was also somewhat agitated. Yenze jumped in fright and awkwardly said, "Julie Hen, Lin Tao, please calm down, calm down. How can I not be agitated? Lin Tao and I risked our lives to save you. And what about you?" Julie Hen was furious at Yenze's behavior. "All right, Julie Hen, stop talking. Those two are chasing us. Let's hurry." Lin Tao interrupted Julie Hen, then kicked Yenze on the backside saying, "Get your head straight and stop causing trouble." Behind them Yen Kai and the others also used ender pearls to teleport over, slowly approaching the three. Lin Tao turned to look at them, his expression somewhat serious, and said, "Those two Taotie warriors have switched to friendly creature identities to attract nearby monsters. Don't mind them. Let's run faster and get back to the city. There will be soldiers to help us out." Julie Hen said nonchalantly. "Lin Tao, isn't that inappropriate? We can't cause trouble for others, can we?" Yenze said weakly while holding the slime. Upon hearing this, Lin Tao's expression darkened, his tone filled with anger. "Yenze, understand this, we are fleeing for our lives. Moreover, if one does not take care of oneself, one will be doomed. Our lives are at stake, and you still care about others. But this disaster was caused by us." Although Yenze felt somewhat intimidated by Lin Tao's gaze, he stubbornly spoke up. Lin Tao's expression froze for a moment, slightly moved. Indeed, solving one's own problems is a fundamental principle, yet he had failed to understand it. Realizing this, Lin Tao grabbed Yenze's hand and turned to rush towards the city district. How ridiculous. Solving problems on one's own is predicated on having the ability, but right now they were completely incapable of doing so. Wouldn't it be foolish not to run? Yenze looked confused and asked, "Lin Tao, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to turn around and deal with them after I persuade you?" "Deal with what? Can we even handle that? Are we going back to seek death?" Lin Tao, infuriated, slapped Yenze on the head again, scolding, "I think you've lost your mind, your brain has gone haywire." Yes, Lin Tao is right. Being able to solve problems on your own is called responsibility, but insisting on doing so without the ability is called madness. You don't need to feel guilty towards those soldiers. Once you venture out into society, you'll come to understand. Julie Hen appeared beside them with a flick of his shadowy hand. Upon hearing this, Yenze said nothing more and ran alongside Lin Tao. As they ran, Lin Tao suddenly remembered the corpse of the Taotie barbarian and curiously asked Julie Hen, "Julie Hen, why hasn't that Taotie's corpse disappeared? What is going on? Others don't have any corpses." According to experts, it seems that our essence has transformed from physical bodies to data, and since those Taoties came in illegally, they fundamentally remain physical. However, after a while they will gradually convert into data. Speaking of which, Julie Hen grinned and continued, "Moreover, it is said that every Taotie's corpse after turning into data will leave behind a material cluster, and there are rumors that this cluster contains everything the Taotie has consumed throughout its life, which is incredibly valuable." "Hey, Lin Tao, why did you stop?" Julie Hen looked at Lin Tao, who had suddenly halted with a confused expression. "Did you just say that a Taotie's death would leave a material cluster?" Lin Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah yes. Wait, you aren't thinking of going back to kill the Taotie, are you?" Julie Hen looked at Lin Tao in disbelief. "Are you crazy? There are so many monsters, we can't possibly handle them." Lin Tao waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Do you think I'm as foolish as Yenze? Can't we just take care of the other minor monsters? That seems feasible. Once it gets light, if these monsters are burned to death, we would still have a chance of winning 3 against 6. Julie Hen checked the time and said, "There are still 5 hours until dawn. We should be able to hold out. No need, we can just go to another world." Lin Tao dug a 2x2 hole in the ground, poured water into it, then placed a circle of saplings around the edge, finally tossing a diamond into the water. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, and the water in the pit transformed from calm blue to a swirling purple. Achievement unlocked, Twilight entrance. What is this? Julie Hen and Yenze stared in astonishment at the fireworks soaring into the sky beside Lin Tao. Twilight portal, let's go in and discuss other matters later. Lin Tao jumped into the portal first. Achievement unlocked arrived at Twilight. Zhu Lihen glanced back at the pursuing soldiers, then kicked the dazed Yan Zhe into the portal, before jumping in himself. Miao Lao He sprang out of the forest and also jumped into the portal. Lin Tao suddenly found the world plunge into darkness. Then without warning an interface materialized before his eyes, as he entered the Twilight Forest. When he opened his eyes again, he stood beside a massive stone wall upon which bricks had been arranged to form the sinuous shape of a serpent. Fortune favors me. I've spawned right beside a naga. Lin Tao glanced left and right, spotted a crow, immediately drew his bow and loosed an arrow that struck the bird squarely in the grass. Achievement unlocked Twilight Hunter. A notification shimmered before Lin Tao's eyes, while fireworks erupted beside him, bursting into brilliant kaleidoscopic hues. The spectacle startled Yan Zhe and the other newcomer who had just entered the Twilight Forest. Such fanfare for an achievement. Lin Tao frowned in bewilderment. He'd opened his inventory earlier and received no such reward. Lin Tao, you're extraordinary. In mere minutes you've claimed 3 first-time achievements. Zhu Lihen exclaimed, awestruck. First-time achievements. So this dazzling effect only triggers the very first time one is earned. Lin Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Oh right, both of you quickly slay one of the region's native creatures. Lin Ran urged them. Zhu Lihen asked no questions and immediately began scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Yan Zhe wrestled with a slime in his hands. Little sure. This mucus ball is your own creation, you must swallow it back. He stubbornly tried to force the viscous orb into the slime's mouth, but the creature refused with fierce resistance. Its 2 glossy eyes locked onto Yan Zhe in indignant protest, gurgling incessantly, glug-glug-glug. Lin Tao pressed a palm to his forehead. What on earth is this family up to now? Sigh. Yan Zhe stopped tormenting it. It seems remarkably intelligent. Why not test whether it can speak? With that, Lin Tao produced a chat optimization mod disk and gestured as if to insert it into the slime's body. Lin Tao, what do you mean, torment? This is care. Look, after expelling that mucus ball, it's visibly shrunk. Yan Zhe lifted the slime toward Lin Tao just as the disk slid smoothly into its bouncy gelatinous form. Try letting it communicate with you through the chat interface, Lin Tao said, intrigued. Little sure, say something. Let me see. Yan Zhe jiggled the slime excitedly. Yan Zhe, I'll curse your ancestors. What the hell are you shaking me for? Ugh. Are you insane? Forcing me to wringest my own secretion. Have you lost your mind? The words flashing across the chat window left Lin Tao utterly stunned. His entire understanding of Minecraft shattered in that instant. Yan Zhe, however, reacted with no surprise whatsoever, already deep in animated conversation with the slime. Enough chattering. Get those achievements done. Lin Tao kicked Yan Zhe hard, sending him sprawling backward, then snatched up Lao He and hurled the creature straight at Yan Zhe's face. We're still being hunted. Glancing at the 2 searching diligently for hostile mobs, Lin Tao sighed inwardly. Neither usually harmed neutral creatures, so they were now scouring the Twilight Forest for its unique monsters. Fine. I'll take down the naga myself. Who knows how long it'll take them to find one. Lin Tao vaulted over the wall and dropped silently into the naga's lair. Shra! Shra! The moment Lin Tao crossed the threshold, the naga, coiled motionless at the chamber's center, snapped open its eyes and began to glide forward. Here it comes. Lin Tao's gaze sharpened like a hawk's. He raised his combat signboard, blocking the naga's thunderous charge, and reflected devastating force back upon it, shearing off a segment of its tail that tumbled aside and detonated with a deafening boom. Shra! Shra! Enraged, the naga roared and began circling Lin Tao, coiling and uncoiling in search of an opening. Stop spinning around. You're making me dizzy. Lin Tao snapped, irritated, and drew his bow without hesitation. Amidst a cacophony of explosions, only 11 naga scale spoils of battle and a rusted blade remained. Achievement unlocked, Naga Hunter. Achievement unlocked, Glimmering Scales. Achievement unlocked, Great Serpents, More Rust. Another dazzling burst of fireworks lit up the sky, leaving Yan Zhe and his companion utterly stunned as they clambered into view. Lin Tao spotted the 2 approaching figures and turned urgently, shouting, "Don't come closer. Get out now. Take these 2 items and complete the achievement. We must find a Lich Tower quickly." Zhu Lihen accepted the Naga trophy and Naga scale, felt nothing remarkable about them, and promptly handed both to Yan Zhe. A Lich Tower? What is that? And how is it that you, the first time you've set foot here, know this place so well? Zhu Lihen fired off question after question, visibly unsettling Lin Tao. Huff. Zhu Lihen, now isn't the time for explanations. Let's locate the Lich Tower first. Then lure those devouring beasts there. Lin Tao hastily dug through the wall and scrambled outside. Alright. Then what does a Lich Tower look like? Zhu Lihen reluctantly set aside his doubts. Lin Tao, Is the Lich Tower you mentioned built with stone bricks and crowned with a wooden spire? Yan Zhe spoke up, voice muffled. Is that true? You found it? Hurry. Lead the way. Damn. What the hell is that? Lin Tao spun around in delight, only to lock eyes with two crimson orbs and two pitch-black nostrils glaring straight at him. Startled rigid, he instinctively lashed out with a kick, sending Yan Zhe flying backward, then drew his sword ready to strike. Wait. Lin Tao. It's me. Don't slash. Yan Zhe frantically snatched the Naga trophy from atop his head. Lin Tao didn't pause. He charged forward and smacked Yan Zhe squarely across the forehead, snapping, have you lost your wits? We're being hunted down. Lin Tao, calm down. Yan Zhe faltered, unnerved by Lin Tao's fierce expression. Lead the way. No more nonsense. Lin Tao snapped again, slapping Yan Zhe's head once more. Wawawa. I'll lead. The ultimate scoundrel. Yan Zhe feigned tears, voice dripping with mock grievance. Lin Tao suppressed the urge to kick him outright and followed close behind. Is this how you two normally communicate? Fascinating. How very peculiar. Zhu Lihan's gaze flickered curiously between Yan Zhe and Lin Tao, eyes alight with quiet intrigue. Hey, what's that look for? Careful. I'll sue you for slander. Lin Tao recoiled, theatrically fixing Zhu Lihan with a disdainful glare. Ahem, nothing at all. Just taking a look, Zhu Lihan stammered, flustered under the scrutiny. Lin Tao, look ahead. Yan Zhe pointed forward with a grimace. At his words, Lin Tao and Zhu Lihan followed his gesture, and beheld a towering structure composed of a central spire and auxiliary turrets, its walls hewn from stone bricks and its apex crowned with timber. So this is the Lich Tower. Truly magnificent. Zhu Lihan murmured, awestruck. Lin Tao, shall we proceed now? Hold on. I need a blade first. Lin Tao glanced briefly at the Lich Tower, then shifted his focus sharply toward a nearby obsidian pillar. Lin Tao led the three to the base of the obsidian pillar and began slaughtering crows. Indeed, what Lin Tao sought was none other than the Shadow Crow. Its base stats were unimpressive, but it was undeniably stylish. After all, strength is fleeting but style endures forever. Moreover, the Shadow Crow unlocked an SA skill. As the trio chased and struck down crows, the silhouettes of gluttonous beast warriors emerged beside the dusk portal. Yan Kai impatiently watched the slowly forming Taotie barbarian soldiers, his face filled with irritation. These barbarian soldiers are such a hassle. We have to wait until they are fully digitized before we can proceed. At this rate, I wonder if we can still find Yan Zhe. Whoosh, 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 bang. At this moment, several firework rockets soared into the sky from a distance. Fireworks. Are they mocking us? They have quite a nerve. The corner of Yan Kai's mouth curled into a cold smirk, his eyes harboring a raging fury. By the obsidian pillar, Lin Tao drew the blade known as Dark Crow from the ground. Achievement unlocked. Dark Crow. Lin Tao was extremely fond of this blade. Its aesthetic appeal was one aspect, but more importantly, it was easy for him to obtain. He held the Dark Crow up to his eyes and began to observe it carefully. The blade was nearly 2 meters long, with a black sheath adorned with dark purple patterns exuding elegance and nobility. At the top of the sheath, a cluster of black tassels danced in the wind. As he drew the blade from the sheath, the first thing that caught his eye was a deep shade of purple. Following the blade's body with his gaze, the color gradually shifted from deep purple to a lighter hue, appearing somewhat enchanting. Tisk, this blade is truly handsome. Lin Tao put the blade away with satisfaction. Lin Tao, they're coming. Zhu Lihan whispered a reminder in Lin Tao's ear. Lin Tao glanced toward the direction of the portal and spotted the slowly solidifying Taotie barbarian soldiers. With the loud commotion from the fireworks earlier, they should have seen us. We don't even need to attract their attention anymore. Let's head to the Lich Tower and turn the tables on them. Lin Tao suddenly yanked Yan Zhe, who was crouched on the ground studying, and dragged him toward the Lich Tower. Hey, Lin, what are you doing? I still can't figure out how such a large blade fell from such a small bird. It doesn't make sense. Yan Zhe exclaimed with a curious expression as the tiny crow seemed to have produced a blade over a meter long from its body. Why do you care so much? You're so bored. Lin Tao retorted. As they spoke, the three of them had already reached the base of the Lich Tower. Lin Tao, what do we do next? They're about to catch up. Zhu Lihan asked, somewhat panicked. No rush. Lin Tao smiled mysteriously, then began to dig into the wall of the Lich Tower, and then, squeak, squeak. A wood-boring bug crawled out from the stone bricks and bit Lin Tao hard on the back, only to be killed by the reflected damage. Pfft. Ha. Yan Zhe couldn't help but laugh unkindly. Lin Tao shot a murderous glare at Yan Zhe, gripping the pickaxe tightly, as if to warn him to stop laughing. Ha! Yan Zhe covered his mouth, trying to suppress his laughter. At that moment, an arrow shot out from the hole Lin Tao had dug and struck Lin Tao squarely on the back of his head. Bang! Lin Tao was knocked forward by the arrow, his face contorted in an unreadable expression. Pft. Ha 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 ha. Yan Zhe, who couldn't stop laughing, burst into even more laughter upon seeing this scene, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground looking utterly foolish. Miao Goody, Xiao Shi, and Lao Hei exchanged glances, helplessly calling out as if to say how they ended up following such a fool. Zhu Lihen covered his face with his hands, feeling that Yan Zhe was about to get into trouble again. Yan Zhe,